Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Hey everyone. What's up, guys? Those of you who are actually here. Oh god, is it that late? Oment? Oh man, right. Because it's TFE as your clan name, that's right. I remember. I'm starting on this thing here real quick. By the way, I apologize. I actually meant to wake up earlier than this. I actually only woke up about an hour ago. Because, I just had my neck is really swollen right now, so I'm having a really hard time sleeping. I actually had to take a pain pill just to go to bed. Huh. Anyways, I do apologize. However, the reason I'm starting here and not actually on the game yet is I wanted to discuss a couple things really quick with you guys, okay? First of all, I actually had rather one of my viewers had an idea. Full props to the viewer for the idea to utilize Steam as another way to get my schedule across and try to make sure that people are aware of what I'm doing and when. Because I know that the only schedule I have really right now is posting to Twitter, which also posts to my Facebook, saying I'm doing something. Or the thing that's like down here-ish, something like that, on the Twitch page, which not everyone does it. So I now have a Steam group called Archie and Gaia. It's really easy to find. It's the same as everything else. So you can set up events in that, for example. So I could, for example, put in the Archie and Gaia group in Steam an event, this Saturday, Warcraft, Lorerun, something like that. And that way people could know what's up and give some kind of advanced warning and schedule. I don't know if you guys are into that or not. I don't know if I'm even going to use it or not. Right now, obviously, there's 0 people on it. But if anybody's interested, like I said, it's easy to find. It's spelled just the same as all the other Arshian guys. It's just me. Excuse me. Do I have Kleenex? I do have Kleenex. By the way, hi Andre. Hi Yodripple. Hi Tinil. I don't have any news about the surgery, obviously, because it hasn't happened yet. Won't happen until the 12th. But, woo, kind of nervous. Hey, Krenzler. What's up? Okay, for anybody not aware how to look for Steam groups, you pull up Steam, you go to Community, I believe, and then, actually I have no idea how to find a Steam group. Hang on a second, let me think about this. Because the way I do it is I go to my thing, over here, which I'm not going to tell you my Steam name because then everyone will add me to Steam. And there's a button that says Browse Groups, right? So I go ahead and click that. And then in the search thing, type in Archie and Gaia. And there it is. And then I click it. It's a public one. Anybody can join. And Shazam! Oh, apparently community search community. There you go. There's another way to get to it for anybody who doesn't know that. Excuse me. And I guess technically I'm giving away my Steam name to everybody because, I'm the head of the group. So for anybody who's curious, it's Zagmus is my Steam name. I guess I don't mind you guys adding me. I don't actually, I have a bad habit of forgetting to turn on Steam because I don't actually do that much on it unless I'm specifically playing something. But, don't be a stranger. Feel free to give me a ring. It's all good. Yeah, oh man, honestly, most people have already figured out my name by now anyways. I don't mind. Add me away. No. There's one other thing I want to talk about really quick while I've got your guys' attention. This is just something that's been on the back of my mind. I've been debating how to put it. I thought about doing just a video for this, but I just want to throw it out here real quick. You see, I had a viewer who messaged me a couple days ago and basically said, for lack of a better way to put it, they accused me of being closed-minded because of the fact that I was, unwilling to do A, B, or C. It doesn't matter. The details don't matter. I don't want to call anyone out. The bottom line is they were calling me closed-minded. Now, I find it fascinating in human nature because a lot of us tend to have what I like to call the automatic defensive reaction. Someone calls us closed-minded or, too liberal or too whatever. I don't know what my PSN is, Beach Pilgrim. I have no idea. I'd have to look it up. I'd have to turn on my PS3. Anyways, people call us stuff like that, and it's not something like calling us a Nazi. If you called me a Nazi, I'd just laugh because that's ludicrous. And if you called me something positive, I'd be like, well, thank you. But when you insult me in a way that's in that middle ground, I automatically feel like I have to defend myself. You know what I'm going with this? And I find it fascinating because even though it is, from my perspective, from my understanding and knowledge, it is provably wrong, you still feel that interest to defend yourself. Is anybody else like this? Because I'm also like that. You could call me a bigot. There you go. You could call me a bigot. I know with absolute certainty that's provably wrong, but I will still feel the need to defend myself, even though I know it's wrong. You know what I'm talking about? So I just find that fascinating, and it also brought up to mind something else I kind of wanted to share with you guys. I realized, as a result of talking with this individual, one of the best ways to describe why I don't get into certain things, because people keep asking, what do you think of Breaking Bad? What do you think of Game of Thrones? What do you think of horror game this or horror game that? What do you think of Amnesia? What do you think of, what's another example? The Witcher, I realized there's an excellent way to define it all. And this is going to be my end result thing, all right? Every single person in my experience has what I call a line. Now, what this line is and where this line is varies literally from person to person. I've known some people who, for the line for them was something so mild and so, normal that I was just boggled that that was the line for them. But I respected that because that was their line. Okay? That was as far, they were not willing to cross that line. Now, what I mean by this, let me explain, is, for example, a lot of people, let's use something really cartoony, so we don't actually get into anything serious, okay? Let's say there's a line here about, that's Nazis, okay? We'll just use that. That's about as cartoonishly villainly as it gets, okay? This person doesn't like Nazis. Most people don't like Nazis, let's be honest with ourselves. So, if you have something that has Nazis in it, they don't want to deal with that because it crosses that line for them. You understand where I'm going with this? And that's something they don't want to deal with. That's not something they want in their life, okay? So, now, like I said, what that line is and what those lines, it should be plural because it's not just like there's one line. It's, there are lines everywhere that people, for me, it's certain things I don't want to talk about out loud. I'm not even going to say anything about it. But, if you cross this line, I'm not going to enjoy it. And that's really what it boils down to. The Witcher, Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, Amnesia: The Dark Descent, Limbo, Dead Space, these things all cross lines for me. And that's probably the simplest and most summarized way I could ever possibly explain why I don't get into those things that I could go into. That's really what it comes down to. Now, I have a really great and really neutral way to explain this for anybody who still doesn't understand what I mean. Let's say, well, actually, no, I'm sorry. That's the second thing. I'm sorry. There's a second thing here. I forgot. Because there's also a game called Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, etc. That people keep talking to me about. And that's actually different. That doesn't cross any lines for me, okay? But that is something else, and this is another thing that comes up frequently when people ask me. People are like, why don't you play this? Why don't you play that? Why don't you watch this? Because there's no interest in me for it, right? And this is the one I have the perfect neutral way to explain this. I don't like coffee, okay? I've never liked coffee my entire life. Even when I still actually drank caffeine, which I don't anymore, I didn't like coffee. I couldn't get into it. It just wasn't my thing. So, if you present to me, a really well-made cup of coffee, it's great, it's got the perfect headiness and the scent, and it's all this flavorfulness and whatever, I can acknowledge that that's probably a really good cup of coffee. I just don't want it. You understand what I mean? And that's kind of where I'm at with first things like Dark Souls and Dead and all that stuff, Demon Souls, because I look at that and it's like it's probably a really well-made game. I just don't care because I don't like coffee. you know. So those are the two things I really want to explain because there's the coffee analogy, and then there's the line analogy. I figured this is a good way to really get it out there and just really explain myself to everyone. I don't like coffee, so there's just no interest. I don't want to try it, and people can be like, well, how do you know if you tried it? I've tried coffee. That's the point. You can't accuse me of being small-minded because I do try stuff often. I did actually watch Breaking Bad. I did actually watch Game of Thrones. I did actually play a bit of The Witcher. Blah 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 blah. And then I was like, okay, nope. Ah. See, there you go, Beach Pilgrim. Thank you for giving me an example. I wanted a reverse example that really works for me because my lines are very weird. I actually know a lot of people who literally don't understand my lines because they're very like this. They're all over the place. For example, Grand Theft Auto 5 only crosses the line once for me, believe it or not. I'm not going to say the incident. I don't want to talk about it out loud. But only once in all of Grand Theft Auto 5 did it cross the line for me. The rest of it I was fine with. Grand Theft Auto 5, think about that. People have been like, well, you don't like violence in your games. How can you play games like God of War? God of War didn't really cross the line for me, you know? Actually, no, Tasted Sauce. That is not the scene, amusingly enough. Um, Actually, God of War 3 had one thing that crossed the line for me, and two things. I'm sorry, I forgot. I actually forgot about the other scene. Two things in God of War 3 crossed the line for me. Both of them were so minor and so skippable that it was just like, you know. And yeah, Krenzler, that's exactly right. In God of War, it is such a romanticized, over the top, just bloody violence that it doesn't. It's like saying Mortal Kombat is too much for me. However, in the interest of fairness, Mortal Kombat was a line for a lot of people. That's what I'm getting at in a nutshell here. It varies from person to person. I have my lines, you have yours, and from now on, I'm just going to start referring to it as, this is a line for me. And that's the term I'm going to start using because this is a line for me is probably the best way I could summarize how I feel on that matter. Instead of trying, because I don't know if you've noticed, but every time someone's like, well, why don't you like The Witcher? I feel like I have to go into this big thing explaining the details and intricacies of what I like and don't like and why I didn't get into it and blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to skip all that from now on. It's crossed the line. Let's move on. you know? Any moments? Oh, no. Warcraft 3 is awesome. And that's the other thing, Snatchy. No game in my top 20 has any line crossing. Not even a single one. That's part of why they're in the top 20. No game in my top 100 has any line crossing moments. So, woo. Anyways, I just realized I need to close my door. Whoops, sorry guys. Don't fall, Dolphy. Dolphy says hi. Hi guys. Hi, hi. There we go. Hey Kuro. Kuro Imajut. Kuro Imaju Tsushi. Am I doing that right? The Barbie games. I don't know if you're being serious or not, Mercedonius, but I agree. Barbie games are just wrong. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. This won't take me long. God, that smells good. Oops. I need this under here. I'm back. By the way, I'd just like to say, I know you guys can't tell why I keep saying it smells so good. I just bought this candle. I don't know if anybody of you have any capacity to get this candle, but this candle smells so good. I literally don't have words for it. Yeah, my whole room smells amazing right now. Let's get on to some Warcraft, yeah? Alright. Here we go. Whoops, we need to fix this. Thomas was alone? No, I have not. Beach Pilgrim. What's up, Kuro? Go ahead and ask me while I fix the Twitch chat thing. Because I had it all set up last night. Yes, I am giving away a copy of Trine 2. It is... hang on. Gotta stretch this over here. There we go, right about there. And then up. And then down. Hang on. I had this chat all fixed for the stream so that I've had a lot of requests for these, because I'm recording these, to go ahead and have the chat on so people would actually say what it is. There we go. Okay, so give me just a moment. Let me pull up the raffle list so I can get people's names who want in for the Trine 2 raffle. Trine 2 is a great game, by the way. Trine 1 was fun but had some serious issues, but they fixed all of those in Trine 2. Trine 2 is absolutely amazing. So I highly recommend it for anybody. It's a Steam. This is a Steam thing, so if you can't put in a Steam thing, you know, keep aware of that. But absolutely amazing game. Okay, now Krenzler wanted a thing. Preacher wanted in. Hey, you're right, Snatchy. I should. Oh well. Minimum specs? I have no idea. Give me a minute and I'll get that to you tasted. Let's go ahead and add you to the list. Tasted sauce. Snatchy cactus. Flare Knight. And Brie. NSK89. I gotta make sure I spell these right, because the way I'm gonna let you guys know is via your Twitch name. That's the method by which I distribute. Citizen. Oh, thank you, oh man. Yeah, Trine 2 is a beautiful game. That picture I designed over here is actually from a screenshot of the game. In case anyone's curious, this is actual gameplay screenshot here from a level. So good way to get across the visual aesthetic thereof. The Vibe channel. There we go. And by the way, thanks to Lateralis for providing this key and the next two keys I'll be raffling off. He has been very awesome about providing Steam keys for these raffle prizes. So many props to him and many thanks to him for letting me do this. I'll just do this graphic together. You probably can't tell though. All right. Give me just a second here. I need to update one more thing. That's strangeness, but okay, whatever. Okay. Oh, thank you, oh man. There's the specs up there. Alright, does anybody else who is currently on want the raffle that I did not say out loud? I'm just curious. Because if not, I'm going to go ahead and get started here as soon as I update something here. If you'll give me just a moment. Plus Trine 2 raffle giveaway. Update. Clues. Blink Forever, the way you enter the raffle is you say, Archie and Gaia, please enter me in the raffle. And I say, you got it. And then I may mention your name out loud. And then you're good. Also, you could type follow for everything I just said, but obviously I just said it, so there's no need for that. Let's get our Warcraft on, yeah? I'm in the mood for some music. And Warcraft 3 has some awesome music. So let's get some music going here, yeah? There we go. I love this intro screen. This was so chill-inducing when I first picked up. I was so psyched for Warcraft 3. I don't even have words for how psyched I was for Warcraft 3. I was always a huge Warcraft fan. And, when this very first popped up, my very first thoughts were of the awesome CGI intro, where they actually showed, you know, the orc and the human fighting, and then the infernal comes down, and it was just, yeah, God, I can't wait. I was really psyched for this. I even got into the beta for Warcraft 3 and played online a bunch. Oh, yeah. Anyways, sorry. I'm pretty hyped, if you can't tell. I'm sorry, Nazi. You cannot say that. I am not awesome. Everybody knows that. Now, one thing I want to share, this is kind of funny. Oh yeah, right, I'm sorry, I need to think about the the counters if I'm going to do counters on this one. But anyways, one thing I want to share is that I'm going to be playing this game at a disadvantage, okay? I just want to explain this really quick, because I know a lot of people don't understand this because they haven't played... RTS is probably my most played genre. I'd say probably tied with RPGs, okay? RPGs and RTS, those are my top two games I like, right? I'm a huge strategy fan, always have been, ever since RTS was first invented back with Dune. Any of you remember that game? Dune, way back? Anyways... So, most RTSs are played... Okay, imagine this is my keyboard hand, and this is my mouse hand, right? The mouse, you do the commands and whatnot, and this one you control the camera with WASD, and then you have 2 or 3 hotkeys, right? The Warcraft games always do that different. StarCraft does this different too. It was actually kind of a new thing at the time when they started doing this. These keys over here, instead of controlling the camera and whatnot, these controlled hotkeys. It was a fairly new idea that really got going in Warcraft 2. And you did all the camera moving and all the other interactions with the mouse, right? It was actually really cool, all things considered. But here's the catch. I'm playing in windowed mode. That means I have to do the mouse, I have to do the camera with the arrow keys, which are going to be right here. So I'm going to be doing like this the whole time. And so my reaction time and my playstyle is going to be inferior because of the fact that I have to, you know, move around on the mouse, or I can't use the mouse to go around the thing, because if I go over to the right, I'm just going to go off the screen because I'm playing in windowed. You get where I'm going with this. But anyways, I just wanted to explain that because it's fascinating and kind of interesting in its own right. Now, before I go any further, there's one other thing I want to talk about, and that's counters. I like the idea of doing counters. I just couldn't think of any for this one. I heard an idea in the chat out there for a Zug counters. Zug counter, excuse me. But the problem is that counter will go so high it'll be ludicrous. We could still do that. I mean, we could still do that. I could add it. Where could I add that? I guess I could put it in front of this, even though I spent like 10 minutes last night making this graphic. Come on, guys. I'm just messing with you. I don't mind replacing it with a counter. Counters are fun. Let's see. No liberated. No liberated. To both. I actually, even if I had a second monitor, Guido, I don't have room for it. I mean, my monitor is about... I need to get back here. About this wide. Hang on, a little bit more. There we go. My monitor is about this wide, okay? My desk is about this wide. So, when Thrall's being a badass. See, you keep suggesting counters that are just going to be in the thousands by the time I get anywhere. Sorry, I like Thrall. Quite a lot, actually. Alright, whatever. Let's go ahead and make sure my options are set properly. Let's do this last time. Everything cranked. Yes, okay. How's the music? How's the sound? I know this is a very quiet scene, a very quiet song, I should rephrase. But I'm curious if you can hear it at all. I've got that on. Okay. Alright, now we're going to go ahead and flop over here. Well, it is pretty low, but I'm going to start up the... by the way, we are going to be starting on the prologue, in case anyone's wondering. Actually, hang on. I got one quick little lore tidbit for you guys first, that some people may not be aware of. You see this background here? That's, I guess it's up here. That's going on here. You may not be aware of this, but you see that castle in the background of the soldier up there who's just going through his idle animations? And then there's the cannon that just fired just now. All of that was the original title screen for Warcraft 3 back when it was still in beta. I'm sorry, I just find that interesting little tidbit to share there. Anyways. Yes, Tasted, this is a full Lorerun, so I'm going to be talking about everything. And we are going to be playing it normal. I have beaten this game on hard. This is a Lorerun. I'm only interested. I'm not cheating, however. I refuse to cheat in a Warcraft game. I flat refuse. Hey, D. Cortez. What's up? Okay. Yes, Zed. For those of you who are still not familiar with the term, what I call a full Lorerun is talking about the entire series, the entire setting. I'm not just talking about Warcraft 3. I'm talking about Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, World of Warcraft, the books. That's basically it, actually. But, you know, all of it. This is regarding all of Warcraft, all of the Warcraft lore. That's what a full lore run is. Hence, you know, for example, when I did the Kingdom Hearts 2 one, I was talking about the entire Kingdom Hearts series. When I do the Final Fantasies, I'll be talking about all the Final Fantasies, you know, blah, 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 blah. You get the point. When I do the StarCrafts, you get it. So, without further ado, I'm actually going to check the audio, so I want you guys to tell me how the audio is on this cutscene. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. That's bad. Hang on. Okay, hang on. I'm not even sure if you saw anything there. Yes, I will be. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Sekasander? Kekasander? Sekasander? Help me out here. Yeah, I figured that'd be like, damnation. Okay, that sucks. No cutscenes, guys, I'm sorry. Because the cutscene goes to full screen, and streaming full stream is actually... There's a specific way to do that. I might be able to trick it. Give me just a moment. Give me just a moment here. Let's see if this works. I'm just gonna let this play, and we'll see if it works.
We never paid any heed to the ancient prophecies.
Okay, hang on. The color's screwed up. Still blackness? Just as well that I went and stopped it. There's a way to trick it, and you do have to actually trick it in order to get it to stream full screen. But whatever. Whatever. We'll just live without having the cutscenes. That sucks. Whatever. Let's go ahead and start the first mission. Okay, so let's cover what we missed real quick. First of all, actually I might be able to do the Krenzler. That's not a bad idea. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Funny, I actually have the DVD that came with the copy of this that has all the cinematics on it. This is the wrong one. I want the prologue, the intro. This is the one. Here we go. Found it. How's the audio now, by the way? I mean, you can hear Marius there, obviously. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Patience. 320p is, of course, as high as it goes, because duh. Okay, give me just a moment, because I gotta do something weird to make this work. Yes, they're doing a live-action movie of Warcraft. No, I don't know why. Ah! Okay, hang on a second here. What I want is to capture just a section. So in order to do that, we're going to do this. Zoop. There we go. Perfecto. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment. It's going to be a little blurry, but like I said, it's 320p. Alright.
We never paid any heed to the ancient prophecies. Like fools, we clung to the old hatreds. And fought as we had for generations. Until the day the sky rained fire, and the new enemy came among us. We stand now upon the brink of destruction, for the reign of chaos has come at last.
Oh, God, that gave me so many chills, even now. I remember when I first saw that video. God. Call that a hell yes. Alright, so, now we have another cutscene that's going to happen immediately.
The sands of time have run out, son of Duratan.
Yes, that's Medivh.
The cries of war echo upon the winds.
Sounds still good, by the way, guys? Just want to make sure, with me here talking and all.
The remnants of the past scar the land. Which is besieged once again by conflict. Heroes arise to challenge fate and lead their brethren to battle. As mortal armies rush blindly towards their doom, the burning shadow comes to consume us all. You must rally the Horde and lead your people to their destinies. Seek me out.
God, I love that intro. Alright, I have a couple things to talk about with that. First of all, actually, that's not really. I mean, it is an illusion. It's a vision, but what that actually is. Let's go ahead and remove this now. What that actually was a vision of an alternate future. That was what would have actually happened if Thrall had taken up the mantle of the war chief, put on the armor of Doomhammer, and decided to lead the Horde into what was effectively another era without the interference of Medivh. All that would have happened is we would have had a resurgence of the Horde, and the Horde and the Alliance would have clashed when the Legion finally invaded. So, this is discussed elsewhere, Andre. Don't ask me where I get any given information bit, by the way. I do apologize for not showing my work, but there is so much stuff that you get information from in the Warcraft series that, no, I have no idea where I got it from specifically. I may know in some cases, but I don't know in this case, so leave me alone. But anyways, that was an alternate future vision that he was saying. Let's go ahead and unmute Warcraft 3 now. So, Thrall has been awoken by a terrifying vision. Dun dun dun. Oh, one other thing I kind of wanted to point out. It's funny watching that cutscene because the music that was playing over it is actually one of the more common, war area songs that's in World of Warcraft in vanilla. So it's just fascinating to me to hear that when it was originally used back in that cutscene. I cannot watch that cutscene without thinking, I'm in Warsong Gulch again or anything like that. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. So, hey, Thrall.
What kind of nightmare was that?
Or Ubris, another good one. How's the audio?
It was not a nightmare, young war chief, but a vision. Follow me,
That's kind of quiet to
and
me.
I will reveal what your future holds.
There we go. Now I can hear it. You got a case now. Whoops. Apparently that freezes the game. I'll put you in the raffle in just a second.
I don't know what this is all about, but I'll play along.
Okay, now we'll add you. Case now. Save. Ooh, okay, right. Arrow keys. This is gonna be so weird.
The spirits are restless.
Excellent. You seem eager to be on your way.
Yes, let's go.
However, you must first learn.
Let's go.
Skillfully done.
Let's go.
However, the orc encampment
So,
is
let's
still
talk about
far
Warcraft 2.
off. Very good. The path
D.
to the
Cortez,
next banner leads.
I'm going to take that
Notice
as a
how the
good
black
thing,
area
but
shrinks
Warcraft has
as
actually
Thrall moves
always
through.
been pretty good at the epic
This
fantasy
reflects areas you have
genre,
explored.
so that makes sense
Select Thrall
that
in
you would
order
relate
to
this to
move
Lord of the
the
Rings.
banner in the middle of the encampment.
So, the situation at the end of Warcraft 2 is actually kind of complicated, but admittedly we don't actually know about
Now
all
that
of
your
that
troops
just
are all
yet.
selected, order them to
What
move
you
to the next
want,
banner.
huh? The spirits are restless.
So,
For honor,
it's such a fun
prepare
tutorial.
yourselves. I sense a
Oh
gnoll
no!
ahead.
Oh no!
To order Thrall's forces to
For
defeat
some
this
reason
foul
he starts
creature,
off with Farsight.
select all of
Why
your
does he start with
troops,
Farsight?
click
Look at
on
this.
the attack
It's
button.
level 1 Farsight too.
This
Look how
was a
useless this
scout.
is.
But the
Anyways.
gnoll's camp lies just ahead.
So,
Order your troops to perform
Warcraft
an
2
aggressive attack move into the
oh
enemy
god, it's so
encampment.
hard to talk with that
To
guy
do
talking.
this, select all of your troops, click the attack.
There we go. Now then, in summary, what I generally refer to as the demonic horde invaded Azeroth through the dark portal that Medivh and Gul'dan collaborated to open back in Warcraft 1. They succeeded in conquering the Kingdom of Stormwind, which at the time was referred to as the Kingdom of Azeroth, but it has since been retconned into the Kingdom of Stormwind. Crushed it, and most of the survivors had to flee. The fleeing survivors headed up north. Oh, hang on, gotta add Eagle Scouts. Whoops, wrong thing. There we go. You're added, Eagle Scout. The survivors fled north to Lorerun, where they, especially Lothar, who was awesome. Hang on. D. Cortez, 345, added. Where the survivors rallied with, the individuals up there in order to make what was going to be referred to for the first time in the history of Warcraft as the Alliance. It was pretty much entirely consisted of the human kingdoms up there. Some of the dwarves were assisting. The elves had decided to assist. That sort of thing. And they were all united against the demonic horde. Now, the demonic horde was winning, like really, really winning, like crushing the hell out of the Alliance winning. But unfortunately for them, Gul'dan, despite all his ridiculous levels of power, is an idiot. And so Gul'dan had taken an entire clan, a whole clan, with like, yeah, I mean like not 100% of them, but you know, like 90% of them, off to go search for the Tomb of Sargeras. I actually have a lot to say about that, but I'm going to wait until we get to the Tomb of Sargeras in Frozen Throne. So let's just leave that live for now. So he goes there and heads off, which basically forces the guy whose name I can't think of, Orgrim Doomhammer, to recall all his forces and go back and fight against Gul'dan's forces. Now, the clash between the two and the demons that were unleashed there, well, let's just say that kind of screwed up everything and leave it at that. Now, as a result, for the first time, the Alliance not only wasn't under a direct assault, but actually managed to gather their forces and pull a retaliatory strike. The Alliance pushed back and managed to successfully push all of the demonic horde forces all the way back to the Dark Portal and through it, and then they managed to they set up a big old encampment on the demonic portal to keep it there. Gul'dan was dead, Orgrim Doomhammer was dead, Lothar was dead. A lot of dead people. Uh-oh, it's a golem! Back when they looked like that, instead of what they look like nowadays. Anywho, that was basically the Warcraft 2 situation. Now, at the end of Warcraft 2, we had an expansion that happened as well. Oh, right, I mean to magic. The net result of what happened in the Warcraft 2 expansion is that Ner'zhul, who is the chief shaman and responsible for a lot of stuff we'll talk about during the course of this lore run, basically he wanted desperately to get away from Kil'jaeden, okay? He wanted really badly to be free of the situation that he was in. And so he sent forth the people who were still loyal to him, because he was technically the war chief of the Horde, the demonic Horde at the time, in order to acquire all of these different artifacts. One was in Dalaran, you know, somewhere in name. I can't think of the name of the place. Oh my God! It's eventually called Outland. Draenor. There we go. God, wake up. So Draenor. You know, so forth and so on, right? And after he gathered all of these different places, oh yeah, that's right, they're books now. After he'd gathered all of these places, all these artifacts together, and unleashed them, something interesting happened. Ner'zhul was, let's put this simply, Ner'zhul was a misguided, but nevertheless not exactly bad person. He was actually deceived by Kil'jaeden into leading the orcs down the path of fell magery, that is to say, warlockism. And he did so thinking he was doing the right thing, as weird as that sounds. I'm going to go ahead and pause here before we get to a cutscene so I can finish talking, so I can get the synopsis finished here. He was deceived into doing that, and he wasn't really a bad person. Even this whole get away from Kil'jaeden thing was actually... No, let me finish. Was actually just a plan to escape, and he was going to take his loyal people with him and blah blah blah. However, and this is in the book for anybody who's curious, I know where this comes from. The moment he picked up the skull of Gul'dan, everything in him changed. He literally went from well-meaning but kind of bumbling, you know, orc to sadistically evil within the space of, like that, right there. Hey, Pyro. And so, Ner'zhul immediately changed his mind about the whole let's just leave. It stopped being let's abandon Kil'jaeden and let's destroy this world on our way out, and by opening as many portals as possible, and then let's go ahead and jump through with only my most loyal people, and everyone else can just die. Now, there's a couple of other consequences of that I'm not going to talk about just yet. I don't want to really fully get into that. But what I will say is that most of the Horde who was on Draenor basically fought their way back through the Dark Portal, ended up getting trapped here in Azeroth when the Dark Portal closed behind them. The Dark Portal was closed as of this moment. Now, after that, there was a single individual, I can't think of his name, forgive me, but it was a single orc warlock who was still practicing fell magic and still trying to, be a little bastard, and he ended up dying. I'm at the tutorial still, Last Exile, no worries. So he ended up dying, okay? When he died, what ended up happening was pretty much like that, with the removal of the last practitioner of Warlockism on Azeroth. All of the orcs went into this malaise, because all of the orcs were still technically under the curse, which I'll talk about later. Some of you probably know what I'm talking about. With all the orcs still under the curse, the lack of fell energy powering them just made them all, lackluster, helpless, hapless, that sort of thing. There was basically only one real exception to that. There's probably a few other individual exceptions, but there's only one exception that matters for our purposes. A young orc named Thrall, whose real name is Goel, but that's a terrible name, so we're just going to call him Thrall forevermore. Thrall goes about, encounters Doomhammer. Orgrim Doomhammer, doesn't know who he is, by the way, challenges him to a fight for being basically a bastard, wins the fight. Orgrim reveals who he is and says, you are clearly worthy of being a true orc, and you lack all the malaise, you still have the spirit of honor within you. So Orgrim gave him his armor, that's actually the armor Thrall's wearing right there, and the Doomhammer itself, and basically gave Thrall the mantle of the Warchief. Now, the mantle of Warchief didn't mean a lot at this point in time, but Thrall spent the next period of time, it was like a year or so, going around and gathering orcs here and there in order to try and do his thing. Now, I am, of course, skipping over all the events of Durnhold, for anybody who's curious. But the net result is he basically frees a fairly large number of orcs from the various internment camps. Now, there's a couple other things that are relevant here before I go on. Excuse me. The Horde at this point is just the orcs, the organization that calls itself the Horde, and what I personally refer to as the Horde, rather than the Fell Horde, the Demonic Horde, the Red Horde, the Burning Horde, or the False Horde. Yeah, I know, it gets a little confusing, but all of them call themselves the Horde, but this is the only one I call the Horde. It's Thrall's Horde, okay? You could summarize it that way if you wanted to, but it's the real one. At this point in time, it's basically just the orcs, okay? Now, he's been going around gathering all these people. Like I said, if Medivh didn't interact, the two would just end up going to war with the Alliance just like they had previously, and everybody would be screwed. But the Alliance hasn't been doing so well, because keeping all these orcs in internment camps has been expensive, and without reasons to actually stay together, the Alliance is kind of broken apart. The Elves are still pissed at the desecration that happened of their forests, so the Elves have withdrawn for the Alliance. That's the High Elves. Blood Elves don't exist yet. Blood Elf wasn't really a distinction anyways. I'll get to that later. So the High Elves have pulled out. The Dwarves aren't really... They're kind of still sort of loyal. They're probably one of the most loyal groups to it still. The Gnomes, for some reason, are not present. I'll talk about that soon. And the Humans are literally just bickering pathetically, pointlessly. It's any stereotypical thing you've seen where, the nobility is playing a Game of Thrones, if you'll forgive me for the reference, with each other. That's basically what the Alliance is doing right now. They are weakened, they are loose, they are just doing terrible. And for anybody who's curious, at this point in time, Stormwind does still exist, but it is still, as of this point, reeling horribly. Now, I skipped a lot of pertinent information in that, but I only wanted to cover everything that happened that we know about in Warcraft 2 and the intervening the short stories in the books leading up to Warcraft 3. Like I said, there's a lot of other stuff going on, but let's just continue on with the game proper here, shall we? Right.
For honor.
God, this is so weird to control the mouse, or I'm sorry, the camera with this. And that's Medivh, right there.
Greetings, son of Duratan. I knew you'd find your way.
It was you I saw in the vision. Who are you? How do you know me?
I know many things, young Warchief, about you and your people. My identity at this time is unimportant. What is important is that you rally your people and leave these shores immediately.
Leave? What's this all about, human?
Human? I left my humanity behind long ago. I am something different now.
He's referring to the fact that he's a guardian.
Know that I have seen the future and beheld the great burning shadow that is coming to consume this world. You sense it as well, don't you?
The demons are returning.
Yes, and only by leading your people across the sea to the distant lands of Kalimdor will you have a chance to stand against them.
But how can we...
I will answer all of your questions in time, young war chief. For now, rally your warriors and prepare to leave this land. We will speak again.
None of this makes sense. But the spirits tell me that I should trust him.
Now, that line right there, I actually want to talk about a couple things. I apologize, this run is kind of going to be like this. I'm going to be pausing every now and again to really expound on certain things, like I've already done, and like I'm doing right now, okay? Last Exile, there is nothing in Warcraft I have not played, if that answers your question. And Caladrius, I'll talk about the gnomes later. The gnomes are actually busy during this whole period of time. They've got their own little thing going on. Let's just move on. First of all, that was Medivh. For those of you who do not know who or what that is, his story is rather complicated, all things are considered, so I'm just going to summarize it for now, okay? Back when humans first bartered for the knowledge of magic from elves, long story, they created a council because the elves were full aware of the fact that the the improper use and the overuse of magic is what acts as a beacon to demons. We actually only relatively recently know the full reasons for this, but suffice it to say, demons actually literally feed off of magic, okay? What we refer to as demons, there's actually two types of creatures that are both generically referred to as demons. There are pureblood demons, like pit lords, for example, is a good example, and fell demons, which are creatures that have been turned demonic, such as the Eridar. That's a good example of that. Very complicated. I don't want to get too much into it. Not yet, anyways. So, both of these creatures, however, they exist. They literally feed off of magic. Okay, so the demons are pulsed to any source of magic, and I mean basically wherever. So the council of individuals, of the mages, of the elves, and the humans got together and said, we need to make something different. So they got together and they made this huge ritual where they would imbue the essence and the authority of all of the mages that the council represented for, which is basically, say, all of Dalaran, into a guardian, okay? And this guardian would stop being whatever they were, human, elven, doesn't matter, and they would become, basically, in essence, a creature of magic. Their lifespan would be significantly lengthened, they would be given a great deal of power, and their entire job would be literally to police the planet for any demonic incursions. Now, the last guardian was actually Egwene. Okay, that's Medivh's mother. Egwene spent quite a while, a very long period of time as guardian, far longer than her appointed staff. She actually disagreed with a lot of the mages and the magi, felt they were stuffy old people, felt they were, you know, just individuals who didn't really belong or didn't deserve to have the authority, blah, blah, blah. She didn't agree with them, is what I'm summarizing here. So she go ahead and wandered off to, they're called guardians at Slayer, like I just said. Anyways, she decided to go ahead and keep doing her own thing and keep policing the world in her own way. Now, unfortunately for her, Sargeras had his own plot. I'm going to summarize this because there's actually a lot going on, but suffice it to say, Sargeras ended up pretending to fight her, allowed his physical being to be destroyed by it, and therefore was infused within her essence, his. So the two essences were merged. Now, Egwene was just a little bit too strong to be defended against, to be taken over, to be defended by, I should say. But what happened is he basically started feeding her pride, ironic, internally, and started corrupting her just in little subtle ways until it reached the point where she decided the council could not determine the next guardian. Only she could determine who the next guardian would be. And so what she ended up doing was she went and found an incredibly powerful mage, a human, named... Oh, I should know this. Aran, I believe. He's in Karazhan. Aran, Shade of Aran? Yeah, that's right, Aran. I don't remember his last name or his first name, but Aran was his name. And he was a very powerful mage for the time. And she went ahead and seduced him, made love to him, got married to him, have a child, stayed with the child for a while, and ended up conceiving the child. Now, what ended up happening was Sargeras's essence went into the soul of the child, and then was thus basically in charge of Medivh. Now there's a problem here, because Sargeras didn't fully anticipate the set of circumstances to be what they were. In other words, Sargeras, in his own pride, believed he could fully take control of Medivh and just, use that as his body. That's not what ended up happening. Medivh's soul, because of the combination of Aran and Egwin, and because of the guardianship that was bestowed upon him, and locked within him, was so powerful that his own soul was allowed to keep going. So it was actually Medivh, and if you could imagine mixing water and oil and shaking it up into a big bottle, the oil being Sargeras and the water being Medivh, that's basically what Medivh was at that point in time. And so he was insane, incredibly powerful, prone to fits of rage, screwed up in the head. He just had all sorts of issues with it. It wasn't a true fusion, that's what I mean. It was a mixed up, screwed up situation. So he was nuts. Now, as a result of various things that I'm not going to go into, that's why Medivh ended up opening the Dark Portal to Draenor in order to allow, I keep wanting to call it Outland. It's not called Outland yet. I wanted to open a portal to Draenor in order to allow the Fell Horde to come in, because the essence of Sargeras within him knew what Kil'jaeden was doing with the Horde over on the other side. And the whole point of all of these manipulations has been to crush this world and to consume the Well of Eternity. Oh my god, I have to actually explain what the Well of Eternity is in brief. The Well of Eternity, in brief, is the most powerful Titan artifact ever known throughout the Warcraft history. There might be more powerful artifacts out there in the lore that we don't know about, but the Well of Eternity is the most powerful thing we've ever seen. It is concentrated, solidified, titanic magic. And the Horde, the Burning Legion, which is the organization that is referred to as the most of the demons are a part of under Sargeras, wants it so badly. They have put so much time and effort into it for years. Oh god, I have to explain what Titans are, don't I? Oh my god! I'm not even out of the tutorial! I knew this was coming. The good news is I don't actually have to do a lot of research on this, because I'm a total geek and know Warcraft like the back of my hand. Let me finish before I go into what Titans are, okay? So, the essence of Sargeras and Medivh was fused. Opened the Dark Portal, everyone came through. Now, an interesting thing happened thereafter. Lothar and several of his friends, including Garona, end up going and killing Medivh. Now, I want to stress that it's kind of underemphasized, and in Warcraft 1 it's kind of pathetic, but in lore this was a huge cataclysmic struggle, and they just barely managed to kill Medivh, and the only reason they did is because the essence of Medivh within the Medivh conglomeration that included Sargeras was trying to hold back. Now, here's a fun fact. All the way up until this day, we are not 100% sure what happened to the Sargeras half of Medivh. No, really, we aren't 100% sure what happened to him still. He was banished, maybe? Or maybe he was destroyed? Or maybe he went to sleep? Or maybe he went into someone else? We don't know. We still don't know what happened to that essence of Sargeras that was in Medivh. That is still a loose thread that's dangling there. We do know what happened to the Medivh side of Medivh. The Medivh side of Medivh was destroyed, but managed to reconstitute itself because all that was left was actual Medivh, the actual person, who's a good person, I might add. Good guy, very intelligent, very smart, very, very driven, and I love the crickets chirping out there, and he used the energy and the essence of guardianship within him to reform himself into this prophet, which is who you see roaming around now. Now, Medivh, for very obvious reasons, felt tremendously guilty about everything that he had done, directly and indirectly, back during Warcraft 1 and prior. And so he basically does nothing. Okay, Warcraft 2 happens, he does nothing. So many events happen, he does nothing. He finally intervenes now because of what I like to call the Imperial concept. For those of you who don't know what I mean by that, within the Imperium, my storyline, the Empire doesn't actually intrude upon someone's life or world. They don't want to tell you how to live your life. In other words, they want to help you live your life, and they want to defend you against threats they think you can't defend yourself against. That's what Medivh does here. He finally shows himself here because he realizes and has visions of the Burning Legion finally returning, and so he decides to go ahead and go out and start gathering people. Oh no, not a Prime Directive. Don't even talk to me about the Prime Directive. I spit on it. Puh, puh, puh. Anyways, so he decides to go and start gathering people together and trying to help gather people west toward Kalimdor, unite them with the Night Elves. You know, Medivh had a plan here in order to... I'm just messing with you, Zed. I mean, I do spit on the Prime Directive. That's not me messing with you, but I'm just messing with you. He's doing all this in order to try and stop the Burning Legion. Okay, so... that's Medivh in a summary. I didn't go into detail. Really, I didn't. But that's what Medivh is. Now, let's talk about something else that's interesting about that cutscene. Yes, I talked about this was all because I'm talking about all this section because of one line, because he said, I'm not human anymore, I'm different now. That's what I was talking about. I need to describe what Titans are, don't I? Okay. Titans are non-biological life, okay? They are tremendously advanced. I am not going to say powerful necessarily, because their power is not actually the point, if that makes any sense. The Titans certainly have power, quite a bit of it, but they are very advanced in their knowledge and their usage of it. In most of my settings, I would refer to what the Titans are as magitechnical rather than simply magical or technological. They use the two congruently. They have no idea. See you around, tasted. Enjoy dinner. I'll tell you that in just a second, Last Exile. I really will. So, save that question, okay? Remind me, because I got a couple things to talk about before I get to. Anyways, so... the Titans are magitechnical creatures, very advanced, very old. They basically have gone throughout the universe ordering it. Now, based on information we've learned in the years since, in the books and in the World of Warcraft series, it's actually becoming more and more apparent that comparing the Titans to the Vorlons over in Babylon 5 might not be a bad thing. It might be accurate, is what I mean. And for those of you who don't understand what that means fully, forgive me, because I probably just spoiled something about Babylon 5, but suffice it to say, the Titans are probably not the good guys. It is probably more accurate to call the Titans lawful. That is to say, they only care about order. Not good, not evil, not chaos. They only care about order, and they don't care about anything else. Let's just say that, well, the whole Ulduar situation, Algalon, the Halls of Origination, I could go into other examples, but the point is, that's the Titans in a nutshell. Now, Titans go about making these powerful stuff. What ended happening roughly 15,000 years ago, give or take, we don't know the exact number, is the Titans came to Azeroth and found it a incredibly powerful magical nexus, and there were a bunch of creatures here known as the Old Gods, which I'm usually just going to refer to as the Olds from now on, for simplicity. Lawful, Last Exile. That's what I meant by that. I know the two are similar, but lawful, not lawful. Anyways, so the Titans found this place, defeated the oldies, barely, and managed to basically created the elemental planes attached to... What are you confused about, Luxia? Managed to defeat the elements which were working for the old ones, created the elemental planes attached to Azeroth, and then focused all of that latent energy in the world, of which there was, again, a tremendous amount, and focused it into a single point where it became this lake, okay? This lake became known as the Well of Eternity. It was, if you can imagine, enough power to fuel a sun. That is how much energy is concentrated into this lake, okay? With all of the ups and downs that involves. So that lake and that tremendous focus of magical energy is what the Legion have been after for a long time, actually, for about 10 millennia onto this planet. Okay, that's the Titans and the Well of Eternity. Holy moly, okay, let's talk about the spirits. Before the Sundering, no, actually, Liberated Phoenix. We still haven't had one. There have been several what the? There have been several fan maps that have been made that can approximate it, but it's actually funny because if you think about it, no, he does not, Crooklyn. Medivh is not walking around in a physical body right now. He is fully Guardian at the moment, which means he's basically just a magical construct emulating biology. Okay, here's the Eastern... This is my viewpoint. So here's the Eastern Kingdoms, here's Kalimdor, here's Northrend, and here's Pandaria, okay? All four of these were once one solid continent, okay? With the Well of Eternity right about here, give or take. And when the Sundering happened, that's when all four split apart. Oh, actually, that's a lie. Pandaria split out first. Then the Sundering split up the other three. But so if you can imagine, it's basically a Pangea continent, is what Azeroth used to look like. We know that. We just don't actually have a map of it. Okay, let's talk about the spirits. Can I get rid of the... Yeah, okay, there. Let's get rid of the crickets. I'm sure you guys are sick of that. Hey, Draco. The term spirits is used very generically in the Warcraft series, in the same way you would use the term mortals, okay? What I mean by that is, if you called an elf and a dwarf and a human mortals, it does actually apply to all three, right? But obviously, there are significant differences between the three. You know, there's the species differences between the three. There's the obvious differences of tribe, differences of culture, differences of individuals. You know, you get my point. But if you go up the step of categorization enough, mortal will actually describe all of them equally, okay? That's the same way spirits works, all right? Spirits can refer to several different things. There's what I would usually refer to as actual spirits, that is to say, you know, souls of the dead who are still wandering around. That's usually referred to as ancestral spirits within the series. Then we have elemental spirits, okay? Elemental spirits can technically be called two different groups, but like I said, in this categorization, we'll go and just call them one, because it's basically a cultural thing, not a literal thing that differentiates them. So we've got ancestral spirits, elemental spirits. We have spirits of of nature, which is actually different than spirits of the wild, and then we have Loa. I've talked about Loa before on several of my streams. Am I missing anything? I guess there is technically, there's also spirits of the dead. Spirits of the dead are new. We'll get into that later when we really start talking about the Scourge, so we'll just leave that aside for now. These are the five main species that comprise spirits, okay? Now, let's talk about all these in brief, okay? In brief, I swear, because, you know, ancestral spirits are the souls and spirits of those who have passed on, who have deliberately and intentionally decided to keep going on this world, to keep interacting with people, to help guide their, you know, their descendants, right? It's actually fairly obvious if you think about it. Virtually all of the shamans within gameplay terms and within the terms of the lore are people who listen to ancestral spirits. And the second category, elemental spirits. Elemental spirits are it's basically a different type of life form. They run after different rules. The way an elemental spirit works is their essence is always tied to their elemental plane of the four planes, earth, fire, water, and wind. I don't remember their actual names off the top of my head, forgive me. I know there's Deepholm for earth, and the Firelands for fire, but I can't remember the other two off the top of my head. So whatever, it doesn't matter. The elemental spirits, if they are within their elemental plane and are destroyed, they are extinguished. There's nothing left of them, right? Nothing left at all. They are utterly annihilated. It is theorized, because of their nature as a spirit, that if we were to, for example, this is kind of a segue, if we were, for example, to destroy an ancestral, a natural, or a Loa spirit within the Emerald Dream, that they would also similarly be extinguished, just like an elemental spirit would be. That's still theory, because we haven't actually been there yet, but whatever. Let's move on. So elemental spirits are actually very neutral, all things considered, okay? Elemental spirits are... If you're talking about... oh shoot, what's it? Rexar. If you're talking about Rexar, oh man, yeah, he's in WoW. He's actually has his own quest chain in Burning Crusade. It's really awesome. Anyways, elemental spirits are basically neutral, okay? Their they have this weird thing. It's basically a cultural thing, okay? Because like I said, they can be divided into two categories. There's the elemental spirits who basically only care about chaos. And when I say that, I mean their particular brand of chaos. You know, fire spirit only wants to burn things. Water spirit only wants to cover everything with water or freeze it. You know, air spirit only wants to blow everything away. You get where I'm going with, right? That's elemental spirits that are chaotic. Then there's elemental spirits who, as a cultural difference, actually care about the goings-on of the mortal realm. And if they see someone that they like, that they honor, or that they see someone, excuse me, if they see someone who is like, for example, embodies mentalities that they care about, you know, they actually like things that they care about. For example, in order to become a shaman, you have to gain the use of the elemental spirits, and you can try to force them. You guys are making fun of me over there, aren't you? You can try to force them under your bond, which doesn't actually work all that well. Or you can try to bargain with them and prove that you are worthy of their service. If you do, these elemental spirits have a surprising amount of loyalty to you. That's kind of weird if you think about it, but it is something that is very relevant, because it's relevant. It's why the shamans who have earned the trust of the elemental spirits that they work with trust them so much in return, because they know those elemental spirits genuinely care about their well-being and the well-being of their future. You follow where I'm going with this? All of this is relevant to explain why it is that Thrall and so many other shamans has put so much trust within what they generally refer to as the spirits. Because they're talking about the ancestral spirits and the elemental spirits, both of whom have a vested interest in the well-being of the shaman that's listening to them. And yes, Kroliken? I'm not sure how to say that. The dark shamans are people who force the elements to work for them. It doesn't work as well, it comes off wrong, and let's just say you're screwed when you die, and we'll just leave it at that. I'm not dropping any frames, so it's probably Twitch. I apologize, as usual. Twitch has been really bad lately in general. So, because I said I'd go and cover them all, that's ancestral. Actually, we'll start here. We'll start here. That's ancestral spirits, and that's elemental spirits. There's also natural spirits, spirits of the wild, and Loa. Really quick, okay? Spirits of the wild are spirits that embody any given concept in the wild, okay? Spirits of the wild are like the spirit of the falcon. Okay, the spirits of actually it's more like the spirit of aviation would be a better way to do that. The spirit of being durable. The spirit, you know, these are the spirits that the druids follow. Is basically what I'm trying to get across here. All of the forms they get, all of the knowledge they get, all of the ability they use is primarily from these spirits. But there's also the spirits of nature. Spirits of nature are actually a little bit different than all the other spirits, and I'm only going to go over these very briefly. Spirits of nature are a lot more physically concrete. They are best described as... I'm trying to think of how actually to put this. The spirits of nature are probably the least sentient of the spirits I've mentioned so far, and the ones I will mention in the future. You know, the very essence of the land, or the sky, or the earth, or the water. And I know this sounds elemental, but it's not. It's you know, the trees, the forests. This is what these spirits are. And like I said, they're not actually sentient in any sense of the word. They have a degree of instinct, but it's basically like that of a beast, for all intents and purposes. That's also a druidic thing, primarily, although some shamans also follow those spirits as well. The final spirits are Loa, which I actually have the most to say about, and I'm not going to talk about in extensiveness right now, because there is a lot to talk about when it comes to the Loa. Suffice it to say, Loa are a very different type of spirit. They are very sentient, probably the most self-willed of all the spirits. Unlike many of the other spirits like ancestral or elemental, while they care about the goings-on of the mortal world, they only care about it for their own amusement. The idea of a good Loa, let's just say there is no real such thing. The best you can have is a Loa who, at the moment, cares about the same things you do. The Loa are about 70% evil, and they basically only care about their own self-aggrandizement and their own advancement and whatnot. What a Loa is, though, in short, is, for example, this, and I mean this sincerely, believe it or not, in the Warcraft setting, would have a Loa for it, okay? The tree that's outside my window over there has a loa for it. The leaves on it might have a loa for it. The grass out there might has a loa for it. Loa is what happens when a living thing or a constructed thing is made with sufficient coherence in order to call forth more loa essence into it, okay? Yes, Bandit King, I'm saving this locally. I may be able to upload it to YouTube, but I am definitely saving this locally, and I'm definitely making a permanent copy of this Bandit King. Anyways, so the more you are a loa of a thing, the more powerful you are. For example, a loa of a tree is going to be much weaker than a loa of birds, okay? You know, all birds, if you know what I'm going on. Because there is such a thing as a loa of all the birds. There is such a thing as a loa of all cats, etc., etc., etc. And of course, individual types of cats. There's very much an hierarchy, however you say that word, of loas, okay? In terms of not only power, but they also follow this because of, you know, their relative relevance to each other and how they deal with each other. Now, I actually have a lot more to say about loas, but I'm going to stop there. I'll take a breath. Does anybody else have any more questions before I continue past the very first tutorial? Oh, my throat. Holy moly. I warned you guys. I know Warcraft like the back of my hand. Elves live so long because what elves are is basically a mutation brought on by the trolls interacting with the Well of Eternity somewhere along the lines of 14 millennia ago. What happened when Actually, I almost know the answer to that decay because it's in one of the books. Anyways, I'm sorry, Flare Knight. Anyways, Pyro, the elves live so long because... Oh, that's right, Last Exile, you asked that question. I'll answer Last Exile's question first. Medivh goes to the orcs first because he, correctly I might add, believes that the orcs will be more likely to listen, or more accurately, he knows Thrall will listen because he can tell Thrall is a ridiculously powerful shaman. Arguably the most powerful shaman throughout the entire setting, by the way. The only one who's ever actually had a chance on him. I know, Pyro. Anyways, he knows that Thrall is the most powerful shaman basically forever, right? And he knows that Thrall is very likely to listen to him, and conveniently enough, Thrall is in a position of power in order to lead the orcs west. So he goes to Thrall first because he believes that Thrall is the most likely person to listen to him. After this, he will go to the humans and then warn them. Fun fact, he never goes to the elves. Read into that as much as you'd like. Oh my god, it's lore! Double Brent Spiner. Any other questions? Before I continue. Pyromancer does actually ask a good question, but I'm not going to go into it too much about who and what the elves are. Put simply, Medivh was smart enough to know the elves would not listen. The humans almost didn't listen. You'll see what I mean by that. Let's go ahead and continue, finally. Triple Spiner. 3 days later. One thing I want to point out really quick, I've always found this fascinating. The maps for previous games never actually match the maps of future games. You ever actually notice that? If you ever look at the maps for Stormwind of Warcraft 1, you can kind of get where everything is, but it's in completely the wrong place in order to everything else. And then you've got the Warcraft 2 maps, which look nothing like the Warcraft 3 maps, which look, you know, basically nothing like the World of Warcraft maps. It's just fascinating to me. Anyways. Because, see, for example, you see Durnhold right there on the map. That means this is right around the area of the South Shore area, the Hillsbrad region, right? Which means that should be Hillsbrad over there, and that should be the Arathi Highlands over there, but you get where I'm going with this. Anyways, let's move on. Oh, shoot. Sorry.
War Chief, the clans are assembling as you ordered, but it will take them some time to reach us. Then we must prepare this camp immediately. I want my warriors to have food and proper lodgings when they arrive. Yes, War Chief. Warrior, has there been any word from Grom Hellscream? He and the Warsong clan were supposed to have been here by now. No, War Chief. We haven't heard from Hellscream in some time. Damn it, Grom. Where the hell are you?
For those of you who are not aware, Thrall already met and interacted with Grom a fair amount prior to, in between him meeting Orgrim and this point in the game. He and Grom actually became pretty good friends. Grom is, of course, his elder, quite a bit, actually. In fact, to put the point on it, Garrosh is actually older than Thrall. But, so Grom is basically an old man compared to Thrall. Hey, Fitzcott. But, Thrall and Grom, there's a lot to say about Grom. Suffice it to say, Grom is everything Garrosh wishes he could be. Literally and otherwise. And we'll just leave it at that for now.
The blinking button at the top
Okay,
of
now to
the
actually play the
screen
game.
indicates that your quest journal has been updated.
We
To
need
find out more
gold.
about your objectives, click on the quest button. Once a peon has
I
been
love
ordered
the
to
music for this
harvest
game.
gold,
Not as much as
you will
Warcraft 2,
automatically
but it's got
travel
some
back
good
and
music.
forth between the gold mine and your closest Great Hall. Here are a few additional
What?
tips. To increase the rate of gold collection, order them to harvest from the same
Damnation.
gold
Hang
mine.
on. I'll be right back, guys.
The amount of gold that you currently possess is displayed in the upper right portion of your screen. As peons return to your Great Hall with gold, your gold stockpile increases. Training a unit takes time. When your Great Hall is selected, you can see a progress indicator in the bottom middle portion of your screen.
Ready to work.
In order to support a larger population, additional orc burrows will have to be constructed. Burrows provide the food that allows you to train more troops. To construct a burrow, select one of your peons.
See if that's actually cheaper. You sure? Okay.
Yes.
Now, click on the Build Structure button in the command card. Notice that additional buttons are now available on the command card. To construct an orc burrow, click on the Build Orc Burrow button. Now move the mouse to where you want the building to be placed. Once you have found an appropriate location, left-click to begin construction.
Ready to work. Ready to work.
You should not go that way. It doesn't work out that way.
You have just placed a rally point for your structure. Whenever a unit finishes training from this building, he will automatically travel to the rally point's location. To place a rally point, select one of your unit-producing structures and right-click on the ground where you want the rally point to appear.
Ready to work.
Okay, good to know for the future. Okay. Now you have a good rest of the evening, alright? Or else. And I'll talk to you.
Ready to work. Yes.
Okay. Done. Okay. Bye.
I can do that. Work.
Hi, I'm back. So, as I was saying, now to talk about in great and lengthy detail. No, I'm not. I'm just kidding. I do want to talk about one thing really quick regarding the game.
Work complete.
Warcraft 3 was the first RTS to really add what I like to call convenience features. When this game came out, a lot of people complained a lot about how it was too convenient and about how everyone
Contain
preferred
various upgrades.
the everyone preferred the much less convenient features of previous RTS games. But if you don't know what I mean by convenience features, I can demonstrate a few right now. For example, I have one peon over here making all 4 of these burrows, which are farms basically. I can set up, rather than, I can set up rally points, and I could put the rally points specifically on lumber or on gold or whatever, for to have them go straight there. When I have a worker unit, I can right-click this and set them to auto-repair anything nearby, etc., 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 right? So, people really complained about how convenient this game was, which just amuses the hell out of me, I might add. So, I don't. I think Warcraft 3 was awesome for its convenience features. There's a couple other things you'll see later, like auto-cast. It's something that really helped keep up with some of the mages, but shrug. And upkeep here. Upkeep is something that they did that, whether I agree with it or not, was an interesting idea. What they wanted was the opposite of StarCraft. Shut up! They wanted the opposite of StarCraft, okay? In StarCraft, you could make an army of, I think it's 90-ish Hydralisks, basically, and just be good with it, you know? Now, they didn't want that. They wanted Warcraft 3 to be more about battles rather than entire armies clashing, if you know what I'm going with. The idea was to have a smaller, more elite unit in order to go fight instead of a massive army. It makes sense? That was the intent. Whether it succeeds or not is dependent on your personal perspective. But the whole point of the upkeep situation was to discourage you from just building, 50 of whatever and going at it. And of course, with only 90 food, you literally can't make an army that big. It's physically impossible unless you use cheats or whatever to do it. Now, like I said, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, that's going to come up to preference. I'm not going to talk anything about that. I get where they were going with it. It's also worth noting that Warcraft 3 was originally an extremely different game. A lot of people tend to forget this because not many people were following its production early on. By the way, another convenience feature, being able to queue upgrades rather than having to go back and click it again the next upgrade that came up. Anyways. Moving along, the original Warcraft 3 would be best described as a third-person action game, where you controlled yourself, and occasionally there were a couple other units with you. That didn't go over too well, so then they pulled it back a bit and made it basically a squad game. Any of you who have played the Myth series? Not Myst. Myth. The Myth games, those are a pretty good example of what Warcraft 3 was going to be something along the lines of. Now, they didn't like that as much either, and so then they just kind of reworked it and reworked it and reworked it, and Warcraft 3 went through quite a few different iterations before finally they decided to basically just make it another RTS like they had originally. I think that was a good move, by the way. I don't mind trying new things, but honestly, this Warcraft 3 is awesome, and they should have stuck with what they liked, what they were good at, which is this. And that is pretty much point proven as of this point in time. Looking back at it, I can say definitively that was the correct choice. You want to see my APM? Check it out! I don't even have my hand on the mouse or the keyboard. WoW, they started working on about the time they started working on Frozen Throne, give or take. If the actual the very first. Actually, I guess that's a lie, because they were working on it when they were working on Warcraft 3. The very first teasers and preview videos of WoW ever were actually on one of the Warcraft 3 CDs. I forget which. It was like only a special one you could get. Most people haven't even seen those trailers or the teasers, because they were pretty rare. But you can find them on YouTube now, I think, but you have to know what you're looking for. Anyways, so they started working on WoW pretty early on, all things considered. Because it's a terrible game case now, and you want to say that you beat the terrible game. Because it was terrible. And by the way, my APM is generally on average in the 150-ish range when I'm actually trying. I know that's not high. Or am I 150? Maybe it's like 90, and maybe PAX is 150. I don't actually remember. It's not high, whatever it is. I don't actually know off the top of my head because I haven't paid attention to that in quite a while.
Something need doing?
And why not? Just while I'm here. And then we're going to take our hands off the keyboard again. Anyways. By the way, Devil May Cry 2 is an absolutely disgusting game. Just like to say.
Work complete.
Continue producing grunts until
Shut
you
up,
reach your quest
narrator.
requirement.
One of the other things I like that they did, although admittedly most people don't notice or care anymore, but back when WoW first happened, a lot of people liked the fact that when you went up to a guard tower, for example, it actually kind of looked like that, This is actually true still. If you go to some of the ones in, for example, the Barons and whatnot, they actually do look like that, The actual war halls, there's several in the game that look like that building right there, Let's scroll up here a bit. there actually was, there isn't anymore, a building like this one that was an Orgabar and so forth and so on. And of course the burrows are in there too. I just find it interesting, and at the time it was very much a ooh cool factor, even though, you know, it was kind of silly thing to think that was so cool, but whatever. They bothered though. That's the main reason I pointed out.
Complete.
I know a lot of people complained, because that's what people do, about how they
My
copy-pasted
life for the
stuff,
Horde.
completely forgetting the fact that if you actually look at a tower, it's pretty clear they just used the same design and then, you know, made it from new. That's not really copy-pasting. That's... yeah, anyways. Moving on. We'll stop talking about that now. Do I have that option on? No. F10 is what I want for that. Yes, I do. Okay. Just making sure.
My life for the Horde. Yes? Zug Zug. What you want? Huh? Yes? The spirits are restless.
I agree, Illusion. This is a game that's definitely in my top 20. However,
Work complete.
I also have to imagine that, I have to be honest with you guys, StarCraft 2 is also in my top 20, so shrug, as they say. Yeah, sure, why not? I got resources to burn.
Huh?
Why not? See, Pyro, you're just so
Let's
obsessed
get
with
on
your
with it.
clicks per minute, or whatever it is. Your actions per APM. That's it. Your actions per minute. I just don't get that, Pyro. Unless that's you just actually want to hear the talk. In which case, let's hear the talk.
Yes? Master? What you want? Why are you poking me again? My life. Why don't you lead an army instead of touching me? Poke, poke, poke. Is that all you do?
Oh, hey, Fitzcott. Hey, Hylisk.
You orcs are in violation of the Alliance Internment Act. We've already captured one of your leaders. If you surrender now, we'll spare your lives.
War Chief, they say they've captured one of our leaders. Maybe they're referring to Grom. I hope not. But if they have captured Hellscream, I'll make them regret it. Loktarogar! Come, my warriors. We must drive the humans back.
Case now? I really hate to tell you, but I've already done a lore run of StarCraft 2. I did Wings of Liberty, and I did Heart of the Swarm. I talked a lot, too. I had a couple viewers who complained about how much I talked. I'm not kidding.
I am the War Chief. The wretched humans have been destroyed.
Move Thrall
Whoa.
and the rest of your forces
no.
across the bridge
Ah.
and locate Grom.
Work. What you want?
Ah, damn it. I just screwed up again. Eh.
Look,
One of your structures
I
was damaged
don't
during
care,
the
narrator.
fight. To repair
Leave me
a
alone.
damaged building, select a peon, click the repair button, and then left-click on the desired structure.
I need to figure out how to, windowed mode Brood War in order to do a lore run of it.
yes. Let's get on.
And I'm gonna have the same problems here that I did
For
there.
honor. Yes.
I talked for about 45
For
minutes
honor.
as soon as I hit the key point in Heart of the Swarm, where I talked about the entire StarCraft series as summarized by one cutscene.
For honor.
I'm not really kidding.
Work complete.
The Orc Internment Act was something I mentioned this earlier, but you probably weren't here for it because you suck. The Orc Internment Act was something that the Alliance, or rather, what used to be the Alliance at this point, it could basically be best referred to as Lorerun, decided to put into place in order to deal. It basically is all orcs are on a degree of lockdown. Orcs aren't allowed to gather. Orcs aren't allowed to move around. Orcs aren't allowed to do just about anything. They have no rights. They're prisoners. If they're not prisoners, then they're in violation of the act, and therefore need to go back and be prisoners. Lorerun is probably the most dominant human nation left at this point. Alterac was destroyed in Warcraft 2. Stormwind was basically leveled in Warcraft 1. There's a few other ones. Stromgarde is another big one that's going to be screwed up by this one. And so is the other one whose name I can't think of. Kultiras. Both of those are kind of going to be in a bad way by the end of this. But Lorerun is the only one that's actually functional at the moment on a large
Let's
scale.
get on with it.
God, this is so weird doing mouse with the other thing. You don't like watching my stream, Case, now? Sniffle, sniffle.
For honor. Yes. You're the Horde.
And there's a shaman,
How can I help?
who's basically
When you
completely
control
useless at the
multiple
moment, because
spellcasters
all he
at the
has
same time,
is
It
Purge.
often becomes necessary to quickly switch between them to cast their individual
Oh yeah, that's
spells.
another
By
convenience
using the
feature they
subgroup
added. You can hit
interface,
tab
you can do so
to
without
go
having
between
try to
types of
select
units,
them
see?
individually.
You know, throw all the shaman and all the
Notice that
orcs.
the currently selected units are
Very
displayed
convenient.
in the bottom middle portion of your screen by little portraits. One of the unit
Pokemon,
portraits is
why, I am
highlighted
so
with a
jealous,
yellow glow.
Kuro.
This means that it is the currently
I would give
activated
so much
You
to
can
get
switch
Pokemon
between
X, Y,
subgroups by
X, or I'm
pressing
sorry,
the tab
to get
key
Pokemon Black and White 2,
the portrait
and then to get Pokemon X and Y,
For Doomhammer!
because I am a sad person.
None will survive.
I could Preacher, but then I would lose all the commands. So, why would I do that?
Look
That'd be an
regard.
incredibly terrible idea. I already know it has a lot of awesome and amazing features, Kuro, so there's nothing you can really tell me on that front. Let's have you go
Double.
front. No, stop, stop. You.
Huh? The spirits are restless.
Yeah, Illusion. I don't know how to play Warcraft 3, guys. I've been meaning to tell you.
We found where they're holding Grom.
Sorry,
but
guys.
The area is
I'm actually a
protected by
noob.
fortified guard towers.
For God's
Then
sakes.
destroy them. Hellscream must be freed. Master?
You can really mess with the AI too. You notice how the moment I took away the injured guy, he switched targets, but the moment he came back, he went back to it. That's because the AI actually has a target weakest guy targeting setup basically. You can control who they're going to target as a result of that, and you can also set up a no losses situation, which I usually do. I'm not going to be doing it on the stream, I'll be honest with you. But I always like to do this section with no losses. So for example, he's attacking that shaman there, and that shaman's fine. So when he gets down to a little less health, right about there, we're going to have him walk off. And he won't die. Now we go over here.
Let's get on with it.
Now this guy's going to have to walk off soon. No I don't, Kuro. Now, grunts have a bit more HP. In fact, that was their big benefit of the base units.
Loktar. Loktar.
Now, yes, this means your
Regard.
force gets a little weaker as you go here, but hey, no losses. What do you want? Whoops. What is this? Raised eyebrow. That looks really squished. But hey, if it works, I might be able to do that. Oh man.
Yes.
And we're fine. No losses. Booyah. Yeah, they fixed the save bug pretty quickly, actually. Thank God. Hey, Grom.
Are you alright? I'm fine, little brother. Luckily, they only injured my pride. Great, because we're getting out of here now. We're leaving the human lands for good. Finally. Follow me. I have an idea. Haha. We can set sail on the humans' own ships. Perfect. But we'll need to wait for the rest of the Horde.
Nope, we're here.
Horde is assembled, War Chief. We await only your
Here it is,
command.
guys. The Horde. 9 guys. I'm kidding.
Now, go, young thrall. Sail west to the lands of Kalimdor. It is there that you will find your destiny. It is there that your people's salvation will be assured.
I'm one of those people who likes Grom a lot as a character, because he, along with Jaina, are two of the most human characters, two of the most, you know, they have ups, they have downs, they have subtleties to them. They are not good or bad guys per se, they are just people, as weird as that says. So, I do actually like, yeah, they're very imperfect. I like that. I like the contrast to that. I don't think every character should be that way. But I do think several of them should, and I like the way they do that. Now let's see if I have the bonus mission. Oh wait, no, I'm doing this wrong. I need to do like custom campaign, don't I? Where do I do that from? I don't actually remember where I do that from. Jaina has her own reasons. I'm not going to go into that right now. I swear there should be like another button here that says custom campaign. Yes, I do, Hylisk. Very much so. She is very human. And it makes sense, and I like it. No. I have a few billion custom games in here, but, seriously, I have a lot. But I thought... Well, of course, it's not going to be in there. Well, shoot! No, Nazi, I would not. Well, looks like I will not be playing the custom game. Damn! I'm not sure where to find it. Well, I'll go ahead and summarize what happens really briefly, okay? Thrall and his actually rather large fleet of quite a large amount of people and ships heads west across the sea. It's a long and perilous journey. It takes him a couple months, actually, to get there. On the way, they land on an island chain, which is home to the Darkspear tribe of trolls. Now, the Darkspear tribe are under assault by the Naga, and several individuals related there, too. They end, in summary, the orcs and Thrall end up saving and helping the Darkspear tribe, and I can't think of his name. It wasn't Vol'jin, it was the guy before Vol'jin, dies in the process, and Vol'jin then takes over the Darkspear tribe and ends up committing themselves to the Horde, that is to say, the orcs. So from that point on, the Horde consists of the Darkspear tribe of trolls and the orcs. I just feel like pointing out it's actually fascinating in its own way that something... Sen'jin. That was him, Sen'jin. It's fascinating because it really was just pure happenstance that the two met, but the two were so loyal to each other right from the bat, and the two groups were there for each other so much right off the get-go that there's a reason the Darkspear tribe, the Darkspear trolls, are so solidly part of the core member of what we call the Horde. It's actually one of the reasons that the whole betrayal against the Darkspear by Garrosh was supposed to be such a big deal in the Pandaria thing, is because of how much the Darkspears were a part of the true Horde, the real Horde, Thrall's Horde. They're literally the core members along with the original orcs. Anyways, let's move on, shall we? The warning. Hang on, let's find the cutscene. Give me just a moment here. Is this it? I believe I found it. Hello? Why isn't it showing up? Hang on. Why isn't it showing up? Hello? Hang on. There we go. God damn it. Now I gotta reselect this damn thing. Hang on. Go through all this crap just to get this thing set up. There we go. It's a little cropped poorly, I'm sorry. Kind of in a rush. And then we do this. Whoops. Whoa, shoot. Oh god, we lost everything. Everything's gone. Everything's gone. There we go. By the way, that was Dun Marug and the Blasted Lands. Or, I'm sorry, not the Blasted Lands, the Badlands, respectively, here, as he's heading north. And here is Lorerun's capital. Sometimes referred to as the Undercity.
Reports that the orcs are regrouping. Certainly the recent attacks against the internment camps are evidence enough. Agreed. The Horde is on the move.
This is absurd. My nation will not stand by and watch as the Horde masses on our very doorstep.
The orcs are not our primary concern here. How many times must I repeat myself?
King Tyrannus, you must heed my warning.
This plague that has gripped the Northlands could have dire ramifications.
Something I always found amusing is they just let this guy transform right in the middle of the throne room.
Does pose a threat to us. What are you proposing that we do?
It is simple. As I have said, the Kirin Tor are already prepared to place the villages under strict quarantine.
I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands.
Yet prisoners they are, good king.
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink of war.
Enough of this. Guards, remove this madman.
Hear me. The only hope for your people is to travel west, to the forgotten lands of Kalimdor.
Travel west? Are you mad?
Old Ambassador, I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for rambling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now, be gone!
I failed humanity once before, and I will not do so again. If you cannot take up this cup, then I shall find another who will.
The warning has been given. Their fate is now their own.
Several subtleties I want to talk about real quick, because it's me. So, first of all, Medivh knew they wouldn't listen, but his last line gives away his knowledge of that and why he decided to go ahead and go there rather than just ignore them completely. He believed that it was his relevance, it was his duty to give them the warning and let them decide what to do with it on their own. He was still going to look for someone to actually take up the charge of leaving, who he ends up finding in short. We'll talk about that in a bit. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want spoilers on my stream. But my point is, he felt it was best. He felt it was the right thing to do to give them the warning, even though he knew they wouldn't listen to it. Second subtlety. The king, whose name I suddenly can't think of, Arthas's father, is the only person within that whole room who showed that he actually was not only listening, but understood the significance of the situation. And I just find that fascinating, because Arthas's father is probably the only human lord who Tyrannus, that's his name, thank you. King Tyrannus is one of the only people who actually shows that he has a brain amongst the human leaders of the time. And if you notice through the whole opening thing, he was just sitting there with his head on his hands because he was just so sick and tired of all the bickering and all the ranting and all the pointing. He only speaks up when he actually has something to say on the matter. Just thought I'd point that out. By the way, it's actually spelled how Tegrin spelled it, Tyrannus, not Tyrannus. Anyways, and so Tyrannus actually did do a few things behind the scenes as a result of this. In fact, one of the main reasons that the mages were warned about this gentleman is he actually sent word to them about it. This is mentioned in the books. Anyways, couple other things. If you're listening carefully, you can hear a few major characters in the background there, only one of which I'm actually going to bring up. That would be Uther. Uther Lightbringer, basically the Paladin. If you know anything about Warcraft, you know he's basically the Paladin. He's not the original Paladin. That's the guy in Warcraft 2, whose name I can't think of off the top of my head right now, who died in Warcraft 2. And he's not the priest who founded the thing. But Uther was actually there at that meeting, and he was the one talking about, not Lothar. Lothar was the warrior. I can't think of his name. It's the guy who founded the Paladin Order. Anyways, whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is, Uther was there in that meeting, and he was actually the one who was saying, and I like the way he talks, because Uther is simultaneously a good guy, but rather naive in his approach, and they show that so exquisitely in the way he talks, even in that cutscene. He's the guy who responds, even if this plague is actually happening, what do you propose we do about it? That simple line demonstrates so much about his character right there. Whether this is true or not is not really what Uther cares about. What Uther cares about is what do we do about it. That's what Uther cares about. That's what he tries to get to the heart of the matter of. That's what his mind is focused on, because he is very much an individual of action. And he likes to hold himself back by, by limiting himself within his code of laws and his loyalty to the king, blah, 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 blah. But ultimately, when it comes down to the mentality of the person himself, he's just thinking about what to do. And I kind of like that. And of course, we heard several members of the Kirin Tor there. Blah. That's him, Alonzus Fowl. He was the guy who was actually thinking of, the actual guy who founded the Paladin Order. He was the guy who was in Warcraft 1, actually. And what basically happened is, back in Warcraft 1, there were a lot of priests, clerics, who actually were using the light, right? I actually thought Alonzus was the very first Paladin. I apparently was wrong. One thing I was wrong about, my goodness. But anyways, Uther was apparently the first actual Paladin. And the whole point of the Paladin was someone who follows and uses and works with the light, just like the clerics did, just like priests did in game terms, but also who is armored and trained in martial combat. It was a very difficult and very trying thing to go through, but it's actually interesting because at this point in the game, the number of paladins is very small, because the Paladin Order is still fairly new. Warcraft 2 was when it started, and after that, they actually took quite a few losses in the war, so there weren't actually that many of them. It isn't until the World of Warcraft era that we start to see so many paladins running around, because the popularity of doing so not only has increased, but more importantly, only the people who are really, really good got to be paladins now, because they managed to finish their training now. You understand where I'm going with? In other words, what I'm explaining here is that all the people who become paladins by World of Warcraft's era are people who've been training since Warcraft 2's era. And it just took them that long to master being both magically and martially competent. It's an interesting little thing they did, and I like the way they did that. By the way, in answer to the Frozen Throne question, I'm just going to give you a little teaser here. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of that now. Let's get on with the game, as soon as I find it. Game. There it is. The Defense of Strombrad. Yes, I do, Mija. Or at least I hope so. I want to pause for just one more quick moment and point to the map here. I think it's actually up here from your view. Again, there's Strombrad, there's Durnhold, there's Anderhall, completely out of position, Hearthglen, and then Stratholme immediately next to Hearthglen. I just wanted to point this out again because it's just fascinating. Because if we look at the the further maps, Hearthglen's like here, Anderhall's like over here. I'm sorry, over here, and then Stratholme is like way over here. Completely different area. But anyways, let's move on. Uh-oh. Do I have the sound on? I think I do. Nope. Shoot. Hang on. Oh. There we go. Damnation. Sorry, guys.
You too, lad. I'm pleased that King Terran has sent you to help me.
Father still hopes your patience and experience might rub off on me.
It is a father's right to dream, isn't it?
Look, here's where we stand. Our scouts have confirmed that there is an orc encampment hidden somewhere over the next ridge.
As I suspected.
It gets worse. They're preparing to attack the nearby village of Strombrad. As far as we know, the village is completely defenseless.
I need to move against the Orcs' base immediately. Can you handle Stromberg's defense on your own?
Of course, Uther. Don't worry about me.
Good. Meet me at the Orc camp once you've saved the village. Be careful, Arthas.
Arthas is a nice guy. That's the problem. That's exactly what the problem was.
It's my strength.
So, fun fact, real quick.
Feel my wrath.
Some people didn't actually know this. If you actually take out these crates at the beginning, you get supplies
plan.
like the potions and stuff. It's kind of a neat little thing they added there. I know a lot of people didn't even know that. So, and by the way, yes, Tyrillion is the gentleman who led the expedition to Outland.
Certainly.
So, some of you may ask, what introduced quests to modern MMOs?
Of course.
Greetings, my lord.
Some people would answer World of Warcraft. Those people are totally 100% wrong. Warcraft 3 introduced quests. You see that?
Please, you're my only hope.
I don't know if you saw it. It was only up for a second.
group of gnolls
But
kidnapped
the
my
exclamation
little
point overhead and
Timmy
everything?
took him to their hideout in the forest. Could you find him and bring him home?
And just to prove it, there's my quest log. Now, I mention this because it's significant in its own right, as far as gaming history. Most quests, up till this point, weren't actually quests like this. They didn't have a quest log and a series of objectives. They just had,
I'm trapped in the cage.
Shut up, Timmy. Don't worry, Timmy. When you become a hideously evil person later on... Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. I just realized something we could do a Timmy counter on. We're not going to do it, but there's the first Timmy. Yes, that is the same Timmy, for anybody who's wondering.
Please get me out of here. I want to go home.
Let me get the potion. Let me get the potion.
For honor.
Oh, thanks so much. I have a reward for you.
Anyways, the point here... yes, I know, Illusion. I was just talking.
Foul knave.
Whatcha?
Of course.
Anywho, let's go ahead and get... where is that? That's right around here, I think?
Of course.
Most quests in most games, not all, but most games, at this point was basically just you were told what to do, and there was no log, and there was no anything else. It was just, you know, you happen to know this was what you're doing, and if you forget what you're doing,
We'll fight for Lorerun.
well, you're screwed.
Get your swords.
And your armor, and your blue paint,
Is there danger?
and your different voice. Anyways,
Certainly. For honor.
Warcraft 3 was one of the first games to really introduce the idea of a quest log and, you know, a quest system where you actually go and look and say, aha, you know, and then it'll track and stuff like that. That's just where I'm going with this. Anyways.
Of course. For honor.
Help! Bandits are stealing our belongings!
If you hurry, you can get most of these guys before they start running. And the fun part about that is their AI takes over with the move run order. It's not a move to order, it's a move order. So they just start wandering off in the middle of this fight. It's hilarious. See you around, Iron Giant.
It would mean so much to us.
See you in 20 years. So anyways, yeah, Timmy is going to become a villain later on, spoiler alert. I could micro this, but I don't care that much. Although I do feel like him not getting hit anymore.
To arms! I'm here to help.
Arthas. God, where do I even start with Arthas? He is a fascinating character in his own right.
Say your prayers. Feel my wrath. Certainly. Of course. What do you need? Right. Attack!
Ding.
I'm here to help. A sound.
As weird as this is going to sound, I'm not even sure where to start with Arthas. Arthas is exactly the most beautiful type of a hero, in my opinion. Genuinely, I mean that sincerely. Because he is a truly good person. He is a truly good guy who is simultaneously very ambitious and very devoted, okay? These are probably his strongest traits, okay?
Please, take this item.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and pause here while I talk about this. Arthas is the exact puzzle piece that fit the groove that he fell into throughout the course of Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne and Wrath of the Lich King, because he very much is a truly good person who is mostly naive and doesn't really understand how the world is, but really, really, really cares about his people, almost to the exclusion of anything else, more so than himself. Now, some of you remember, which stream was that I was streaming about? Oh shoot, I suddenly can't remember. What game was it where I was talking about not... There was person A, and then there was fake person A, and then there was false fake person A, other than FF7, of course, with the 3 clouds. I can't remember which game it was. Anyways, the idea here is there are basically 3 Arthuses throughout the course of his story arc. There is Arthas, you know, nothing else really needs to be said there. There is, I don't know what to call it, but we'll just call it Death Knight Arthas. I'll describe what that means more later. And then there's the final Arthas, which, again, I'll describe that more later. Now, I have to say that despite everything as absolutely screwed up as it sounds, I can't actually blame Arthas for anything he did, really, when it comes down to it. And that was it, Kaon. True Cloud, Genova Cloud, and Fake Cloud. You're right. I was talking about FF7. Anyways, it's difficult for me to blame Arthas, given how understandable his actions were, given what was going on with him, given his purpose and understanding of the situation. He was very much in a Kobayashi Maru, if you understand what I mean. And if you don't know what I mean by that, I'll talk about that more later, when it becomes more relevant. But he
of course
started off as someone who just basically his only interest... Damn, sometimes I can say that guy. His only actual interest was in taking care of his people.
My brothers!
Now, the problem here is that it's not just Arthas' fault that he fell. Now, I'm not even talking about the manipulations Ner'zhul was doing. Yes, that Ner'zhul. There was more going on there than meets the eye, and that's all I'm going to say right now.
Certainly. Of course.
Justice has come.
Certainly. For honor.
Yay, I saved a guy. I actually did a stream just about Stratholme a while ago that was requested. That was Unix requested, specifically. Yes and no, Illusion, but basically no is the real answer. Hey, 70.
Certainly.
What's up?
A sound plan.
Did we get them both? Yeah, we did. Okay, good. Nope, I should save my own guys, too. I'm being kind of lazy about this mission. Sorry. I actually need to open a window or something. It's getting kind of warm in here. Or maybe just turn on a fan, one of the two.
Excuse me.
For honor.
Done.
Oh, evil.
Wretches off with the rest of them.
Move them out.
The odds that they will make a Warcraft 4 are virtually minuscule at this point in time. I'll explain why in a little bit.
Certainly.
But,
for honor.
Suffice it to say, I wouldn't hold my breath. Not for a long time. And, frankly, when I say a long time, we're talking about in the decade range. He's trapped, so...
Of course.
Nope, Kaon. No effort for the Night Elves.
Father.
Night Elves get no effort. I don't understand your question, Andre. It's the light.
Not enough.
Is there danger?
Use the light to heal people. Warcraft 4 would be awesome, by the way. Let's make sure that I actually do, I would actually like to see Warcraft 4, let's make that clear. But it's unlikely.
Bless you, Princess.
Hey, Spirit.
But what about the others who were taken away?
Creepy kid.
Don't worry, son. We'll find them and bring them home safe.
Wow, it is hot in here. My goodness.
Prince Arthas, Lord Uther needs you at the Orc encampment immediately.
Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about something.
Never a dull moment. Let's get moving.
Now that scene may seem a little bit pashed, and that's because they just kind of threw together the voice acting. I didn't really work on it that much. But that scene is very important in its own right for demonstrating how much Arthas really cares about his people. And I want to stress that again, if you really distilled Arthas down, put him in the crucible and boiled away all the excess, the thing you would be left with at its absolute core is that caring about his people. He really, truly wants the best he can for his people. He really does. It is his strongest motivation and his strongest mentality. And that's going to be very relevant to his plot arc. I do want to talk about something real quick here. Not really Rice here. It affects a couple of things, but that's basically it. So, you guys are just talking about the Night's Jaw. Anyways, first of all, why there won't be a Warcraft 4. Blizzard understands the problem with competing with themselves, and especially when it comes to more important things than just a single-player game, such as, for example, a multiplayer community. StarCraft 2 is their RTS right now, and Legacy of the Void is still coming. So StarCraft 2 is something they're still pushing as their multiplayer, their community, their competitive, whatever you want to call it, RTS for some time, and they're not going to re-enter that field to try and compete against it. If in case you doubt me or don't understand this, understand that when Warcraft 3 came out, there was a huge amount of resistance to Warcraft 3 because people were still playing StarCraft. People were still playing Brood War. So StarCraft 2 is going to be the RTS for the immediate duration, because they already learned their lesson. One of the reasons Warcraft 3 didn't do as well as it really should have, because it's a truly incredible game, is because of that. That's why they started working on the World of Warcraft thing for the Warcraft setting. That's why Diablo is over there in its own thing. That's why Hearthstone is over there in its own thing, and so forth and so on. So, long story short, they're not going to make a Warcraft 4 until StarCraft 2 isn't part of the picture anymore. Now, let's talk about the orcs there, okay? I've been talking for quite a while about you know, I disagree completely, Illusion. I felt it very satisfying to be the player character of WoW, especially given where they've been taking the story arc of the player character within World of Warcraft. But I don't want to talk about that right now. Moving on. So, the orcs, okay? Obviously, most of the orcs, numbers-wise, are with Thrall, and the true Horde, the real Horde, the no-really Horde. The Horde. I'm just going to start calling it that, okay? The Horde. They are the ones who are currently on the boat sailing west and encountering the Darkspear tribe, blah, blah, blah. Actually, at this point, they might already be with the Darkspear. It's not really certain about that, but anyways. Meanwhile, there are quite a few orcs still left behind. These include the Dark Orcs, the Fell Orcs, and actually, I think that's it on Eastern Kingdoms. Anyways, of these orcs, several of them still try to practice demonic magic. Now, if you were paying attention earlier, you know that I mentioned that without the Warlockism, without the Fell energy feeding the orcs, they were in a kind of a malaise because they were still under the blood curse, right? That's relevant. Because you may ask, well, why aren't these orcs, you know, managing that as well? These orcs aren't actually following demonism. They aren't actually practicing fell magic. They aren't actually feeding themselves. What they are doing is randomly killing people and sacrificing themselves. I shouldn't even say sacrificing. They're just randomly killing people. That's all they're doing. They say, we will sacrifice these to our demon masters. But there are no demon masters there. They're not interacting with anyone. You follow where I'm going with this, right? They are misguided orcs who are trying to cling to the only life they ever actually knew, which was that of the Fell Horde back during Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2, and of course prior to Warcraft 1. And so that's what these orcs are doing. I actually kind of pity them, as absolutely disgusting as they are, because really, ultimately, they are only trying to cling to the only lives they ever actually knew about. And these are the Blackrock clan, by the way. We'll see these guys again in World of Warcraft when you get to Lobris and Ubris, for anybody who's curious. So, we head to the Blackrock camp. And then we kill a black dragon. Spoiler alert. Hey, Uther.
Good timing, lad. I sent 2 of my best knights into parley with the orc leader. They should be returning shortly.
Preacher, the orcs are the indigenous species of Draenor. which is another planet.
Damn. These orcs will never surrender.
Then let's get in there and destroy the beasts.
Remember, Arthas, we are paladins. Vengeance cannot be a part of what we must do. If we allow our passions to turn to bloodlust, then we will become as vile as the orcs.
Yes, Uther.
I know a lot of people misunderstand that statement. I'll talk about it in a moment.
I want you to lead the attack.
Me? Well, of course.
I'll remain here and ensure that none of the loathsome beasts threaten the camp.
I won't fail you.
I know you won't, lad.
So this is actually some good level design, all things considered. For those of you who don't actually understand, this is the first you have a base, do something with it mission, really, okay? But we have an edge, a level 10 paladin, Uther, who's just roaming the base, doing his thing. By the way, level 10 is the max level for the heroes in this one. So, in other words, it's basically there as a backup, as a way to have you have a buffer, basically. So if you're still getting used to the game, you still have a buffer zone to get used to how the game works. It's kind of cool in its own way. It can hold your hand a little bit, but at the same time, I don't mind that if it's done in service of the story, which it obviously is in this case. Now, Arthas, okay? Here's the interesting thing about Arthas. A lot of people have taken his statement there to mean that he is prone towards, derogatory thinking. That is to say, the idea that he is specious, for example. I disagree with these completely. I will admit that it's partially a matter of, looks like one more will do it. It's partially a matter of how you interpret it, but that being said, it is very clear to me that what Arthas actually is someone who, and I hate to keep banging on about this, really cares about his people. See you around, D. Cortez. And so, for example, the fact that the orcs are there, I gotta actually phrase this properly. The orcs are completely irrelevant in Arthas' mind. All Arthas sees is someone who's hurting his people, okay? So,
our town is under siege.
Justice shall be done. Certainly.
Ready to work.
By the way, they do actually have forest trolls here. And of course, Uther, as per his AI, immediately invuln, so now they're all attacking me. Thanks, Uther. Anyways. Where the hell was I? Oh, right. You can't heal yourself. That always annoyed me about Holy Light. One of my most irritating things. Anyways. I've actually lost my place. Oh, okay. Arthas only cares about his people and what's happening to them. He doesn't care that they're orcs. He cares that there is something has injured his people and therefore wants to deal with that problem. And because Arthas is also Arthas was raised and trained by Uther. Remember I mentioned that Uther is very much an action-oriented individual and he thinks about what he can do. That has bled over into Arthas. So Arthas, when he sees a situation like that, all he sees is what can I do about this situation. You follow? So Arthas, due to his training from Uther, due to his innately good nature, is someone who really wants to go out and immediately deal with this just now in the most immediate way possible, okay? And that is, of course, in this case, to go and just exterminate the orcs, to get rid of them. Whether that's the correct path or not isn't actually relevant, if you know what I mean. That should be enough. I just think that's absolutely fascinating. It's a very interesting insight into his character because, like I said, Arthas is actually a lot more complicated than most people give him credence for. And there's a reason that he is someone who is so convoluted in his aspect. There's a reason he is so well-liked by so many fans of the series. Because so much effort was put into exploring and demonstrating and expanding upon his character and giving him reasons to, matter and be relevant and have depth to him, have purpose to him. By the way, you see that sheep?
Job's done.
I don't like that sheep. There we go. Anyways, don't worry, the sheep's gone now, guys. By the way, hi, Laka.
Justice.
But yeah, Arthas is one of my favorite characters. He is, he's interesting, he's well developed, he's well characterized. And he makes a lot of sense to me. Now let's go bathe in the blood of our enemies. Ah, yes. Lamb blood. Nom 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 nom. It's there another one around here? I must kill them all. Aha, there it is. You're doomed, little sheep. Nothing can descend you from my I won't do it, I don't do it. I don't want to kill him. Also, since he's right next to the trees, that I've actually killed the trees, and I don't want to do that. Yes, by the way, you can kill trees in this. They actually have a health bar and everything. And doing so does get rid of all the lumber they would give you. It's actually something that for a while people would use as a strategy on low lumber maps. I'm totally not evil. I talked about this. It was a sheep. It doesn't matter. It's just sheep. It's a load of sheep trying to get through a load of sheep.
Yes, me lord.
Sorry. Random reference. Let's go ahead and do something here. Normally I like to just take my time, but we're kind of in a hurry here. So let's go ahead and push. One more. Normally I like to sit in here and really hunker in. I like defensive strategies in general. I'm not actually that good at them, to be honest with you. I just like them. I don't know why. But ultimately, I don't think that I'm going to be doing that this time around. So I need this. In fact, I need...
Righto. Yes, me lord.
4 of them.
Ready to work.
And you want to go up here.
All right. Yes, me lord.
Right about there.
Righto.
I'm not evil. I'm just the Lich King, Nazi. Why would you think the Lich King is evil? I shake my head at you. Oh yeah, you can do that as humans, can't you? How's my farms going?
More work.
Yeah, I am, Krenzer. In fact, I think we're good on resources now to go ahead and do that. Shazam. There we go. No, they did, Pyro. I just forgot that you can do that as human. Nice, oh mantle. That's actually really cool. Oh man, excuse me. I keep screwing that up.
Job's
Apologies.
done. Job's done. Yes, me lord.
I don't want to waste too many peasants on this, so let's just let them get the thing. No, see, you're misunderstanding, Nazi. The Scourge aren't there to kill everyone. The Scourge are there to recruit everyone.
Danger?
There's a difference.
Certainly.
By the way, what the hell is 4-Rex? I don't actually know what that means. I'm not up on the lingo for competitive gameplay. Haven't been for a while. Fun fact, workers are almost always a priority target. And you'll notice he's attacking my worker primarily there. Even ignoring the harm to himself, both of them are. However, if we move him away, then they're screwed.
What is it? I'm here to help.
Oh, 4 barracks, gotcha. I just like multiples of 4 in general. Oh, thank you, Wither. Better heal. Exactly, Nazi. I am freeing them from the confines of their flawed flesh.
More work.
I mean, really, I'm doing a service. I think I'm gonna go ahead and throw another tower just in the middle here.
Go, then.
Just so I don't even have to think about it.
Righto.
Turn this guy over there. Yeah, Hyper Phantom, a lot of people requested I throw the chat onto the stream, so that future viewers can watch it.
Is there danger?
Job's done.
Hey, Uther, heal me. Thank you.
For honor. Certainly.
I am not the Borg. I'm succeeding, first of all. Second of all, I'm not limited by their ultra-efficient mindset. Third of all, I have charisma. Sorry. See, Nazi, you misunderstand, okay? The best way to understand this is that flesh is... You know what, hang on, I'm actually going to pull up the quote here. Hang on. Making me do this. Can't believe you're making me do this, Nazi. I'm actually going to look up a quote here. Come on, you slow internet. Come on. You can do it. I know you're incredibly slow. And pathetically slow. There we go, okay. You have found your way here because you are among the few gifted with true vision in a world cursed with blindness. You can see through the fog that hangs over this world like a shroud and grasp where true power lies. Fix your eyes upon your crude hands, the sinew, The dark blood, the soft meat. It is a weakness, a crippling flaw, a joke played by the creators upon their own creations. The sooner you come to accept your condition as a defect, the sooner you will find yourselves in a position to transcend it. See? I'm saving people from their own defective nature.
Job's done.
Alright, you two. Go harvest wood somewhere.
Righto. Job's done.
You two. Go harvest wood.
Easy. All right.
Actually, harvest wood, like right here. No, no, no.
Yes, me lord.
Don't do that.
Our town is under siege.
I'm here to help.
Yes, me lord. More work.
2, 3, 4, 5,
Our
6,
town is under
12.
siege. More gold is required.
Oh shoot, I didn't mean that many. I meant that many. Then you are wrong, Nazi, and we must kill you to free you of it. But don't worry, because you won't actually die. You'll keep going. You'll just be more perfect.
Ready for action.
Makes sense?
I stand for the light.
Rally 11 barracks into an enemy's base. That sounds hilarious.
Upgrade complete.
Seriously, that sounds really funny.
Ready for action. Justice. Say the word. A sound plan.
Because undead flesh is less limited than living flesh, Zed. For various reasons I'm not going to get into just yet.
Well met, good human. Have you come to join in our hunt?
I'll talk about that later, Krenzler, when we get there.
We're hunting black drakes. It's said that drake's blood can bestow fiery enchantments upon weapons.
The fiery enchantments you seek could prove useful.
Shoot, I did one too many.
The name of the beast we're
Oh,
hunting
whatever.
is Cyranox. With your aid, the monster won't stand a chance.
Well, then let's go kill him.
Aye, sir.
Is there danger?
Everything.
The light is my strength.
Uh-oh. It's a Blade
Now,
Master.
fool. The warlocks of the Black Rock
You don't
clan
have
have
warlocks,
spoken.
you idiot.
Soon, demons will rain from the sky, and this wretched world will burn.
Yes, I've heard this rhetoric before. You orcs will never learn. It was only a mirror image. Damn it. What are these curs up to?
The hour of doom approaches. Let this paltry sacrifice appease our demon masters.
You sick bastards. You'll never get away with it.
Slay the orcs. Slay them all!
Certainly.
We'll slay the orcs in a
Sound
second,
plan.
Arthas. And again, he doesn't care that they're orcs. He just cares that they, killed several of his people and were horribly evil.
For honor.
Hard to disagree with him, honestly.
Certainly.
It is coincidence, Last Exile, but it's also more important to realize that the Blackrock orcs have been saying for basically since the end of Warcraft 2 that the demons will be returning. This is not new. That's one of the reasons they
sound
added that
plan.
line about Uther saying,
Certainly.
I've heard this rhetoric before.
For honor.
Because they haven't shut up about it for the
sound
last however long, in a couple of years, actually.
Certainly.
You have a target?
I stand for the light.
You dare challenge me?
Hey, Cyranox. You're screwed.
Mortals become more reckless with every generation.
Aye, sir.
Oh.
I'll take care of it.
No! I stand for the light.
Oh well, I screwed up.
Of course.
I don't understand your question, Tigran. Guns
bring
aren't that
this heart back to
complicated
the
when it comes
dwarves.
down to it. If you have cannons, you already have the basics of guns. All you have to do is refine the technology.
Sound plan.
Cyranox, actually. And yeah, there's plenty of technology and gunpowder within this game. I mean, there's helicopters, for God's sakes. and flying machines. So... Do I have enough for that? I don't think I do. I need more stuff. You.
Yes, me lord. Off I go then. What is it? Forward. All right, what is it? Off I go then.
I need 2 more.
Forward. What is it? Yes, me lord.
Research
Yes, me lord.
Is there danger?
Come on.
Of course.
Come on.
A
Okay,
sound
you know what?
plan.
Go over there.
The light is my strength.
You go turn in.
Now I will reforge your weapons to strike with searing heat.
Fun fact that not a lot of people are aware of.
A sound plan.
The weapon enchants you could get, which I'm about to get one of. There it is. That one right there. Orb of Fire. It'll always add the damage. For example, I get 5 bonus damage for that. But the splash damage will only happen if that's the topmost thing in my inventory. For example, if I have a Frost Orb and a Fire Orb, and the Fire Orb's first, I'll only get the splash damage. I won't get splash and frost damage. Now, I think they actually fixed that in a patch. I'm not 100% sure about that, to be completely honest with you. But it was a problem for a while there. Okay, so now we need... There we go.
Is there danger?
Moving along.
Certainly. Of course.
By the way, yes, that was a black dragon,
Certainly.
for anybody who was paying attention. Around the Black Rock area. Of course I am, Breacher. Probably with packs.
For honor.
Excuse me.
Locked and loaded.
And normally I like to just, you know, to do this. There's this whole orcish base up here, and this black area up in this area. I like to go ahead and destroy it horribly. But, I'm not going to do that this time, so. We're just going to go.
I'm your shooter. What do you need?
Go. Go. Just go mode engaged. Splash damage isn't actually all that useful in Warcraft 3 anyways. It usually only hits maybe a grand total of like 3 units. Because hitbox sizes come into play. This is the game when hitboxes really started becoming a major factor in whether or not you can accomplish something or not. Oh no, our town is under siege. The level 10 paladin totally can't handle it by himself. So, fun fact, if you're playing on hard mode, this is one of the hardest fights of the early part of the game, because this Blade Master in hard mode knows Blaze Storm. And if you don't approach him in a very specific way or with a very specific strategy, he will decimate your forces with Blade Storm. I win.
You've done well, lad. This was a sound victory.
I don't know, Uther. The orcs were sacrificing townsfolk. I think they were trying to summon demons.
Have faith, lad. These orcs are trying to hold on to dying traditions. We defeated their demons a long time ago. Let's head for home. It's been a long day.
Poor Uther. If only you knew the true power of the Scourge. Now that Nazi knows the true power of the Scourge, since he has joined us. Unwillingly, of course. Cutscene.
You must be wiser than the king. The end is near.
I told you before, I'm not interested in this nonsense.
Now that
I've wasted my time.
that quote is actually very significant. I'll talk about that in a moment, because I can't pause a cutscene.
You can show yourself now, Jaina. He's gone.
Hello, Jaina.
I'm sorry for eavesdropping, Master, but
It's your
Yes, this is in
inquisitive
Lorerun.
nature that I've come to rely on, child. That crazed fool's convinced that the world is
Before
about
it was
to
destroyed,
end.
of course. You're right,
I've
oh
heard the
man.
rumors of the plague spreading throughout the Northlands. Do you truly believe that the plague is magical in nature?
It's a strong possibility. That's why I need you to travel there and investigate the matter. I've arranged for a special envoy to assist you.
Yes, Master. I'll do my best.
I know you will, child. Farewell.
How mages duel. Sheep! The Kirin Tor did case now. So I'm going to talk about that scene really briefly. And by really briefly, I mean a whole lot, okay? So, The way Antonidas spoke to Medivh, it's very clear Medivh had actually been there previously and actually talked to him about the plague previously, and this is true as we learned, as I mentioned, from the books. So what actually ended up happening was Medivh went to Thrall first. We already talked about that. He was the one he knew would actually listen to him. Then he went and tried to talk to the mages. The mages said, no, we've got other concerns. I'll talk about that in a moment. So then he went to warn the king's council. Then Tyrannus sent warning to the mages, and Medivh was sent back there as a result of that. And because Medivh believed there was one amongst them who would listen to him, he wasn't sure who it was just yet. But the actual primary reason Medivh went back is because he wanted to figure out who the mage was who would listen to him. And that meeting he actually met who she was, Jaina Proudmoore. Now, that's all I have to say about that, but there is one other interesting thing about that little sequence there. There's a lot of symbolism in this first part of the game to explain why the world has gone so much to hell and will continue to get worse. We have... the humans are so divided. But the funny thing is, and this is they kind of went out of the way that they did this to make sure that very few of the humans, there are of course exceptions, but very few of the humans are actually evil. Very few of the humans are actually stupid. They're just interested in their own things. For example, the mages over here are primarily interested in this plague thing. Now, if you know about this story, you know what's happening, you know what the plague is, and you know that it's a huge deal and it deserves a lot of attention. But over here, we have, I believe it was Stromgard was primarily the people who were interested in the rogue orcs. Not the ones that Thrall took, that are already gone at this point, but the rogue ones, the Blackrock ones, which, as we know, are also a big deal, especially given what ended up happening with Nefarian and that whole crew. So again, they were also right. And then over here we have Uther and his people who are just trying to defend their people, and so forth and so on. I'm not going to go over all the details. My point is, all these groups of the humans all have a genuine problem that they're honestly working on fixing, and is actually relevant, but the problem is they're so focused on their problem that they completely ignore the other ones, and that's one of the reasons everything goes to hell so badly. And this is really the point here, that there is no alliance anymore. And in fact, there won't be an alliance until World of Warcraft comes rolling around. The thing that calls itself the Alliance right now is as unallied as it gets. Everyone's just doing their own thing and yelling at each other about it. And that's why everything just gets so screwed up during the course of between Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3 and during the third part. That's one of the reasons why, well, you'll see what happens.
Prince Arthas, we've been waiting here for hours. Are you sure this friend of yours is coming?
I'm sure. Jaina usually runs a little late.
Jaina and Arthas were lovers. I'll summarize that in a nutshell.
Stay your blade, Captain.
Were, past tense.
Take care of yourself.
And yes, by the way, that captain is a specific individual. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He's a boss later on in WoW.
Gentlemen, meet Miss Jaina Proudmoore, special agent to the Kirin Tor, and one of the most talented sorceresses in the land. Looks like you haven't lost your touch. It's good to see you again, Jaina.
You too, Arthas. It's been a while since a prince escorted me anywhere.
Yes, it has. Well, I guess we should get underway.
Yes, Pyro. I don't remember his name. I have to go look it up.
Our sources believe the plague originated in the region north of here. We should check out the villages along the King's Road.
Off we go to the north. Okay, sorry, I gotta go look up this guy's name. Because he's only referred to as captain here, but he's in the books and he's in WoW, believe it or not. You see, that guy, that captain that you just saw, is the guy who is most loyal to Arthas individually, specifically. And that poor sod, well, let's just say that it didn't work out too well for him. And in fact, he and the other guy are both present in Warcraft 3 as well. Hang on. Here it is. Falric. That gentleman's name is Falric. He is one of the bosses in the Halls of Reflection when you go through there. The other one is Marwyn, and you will see both Falric and Marwyn during the cinematic that we'll be playing next. We'll get there in a little bit. See you around, Bandit. Have a good one. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about briefly with regard to Arthas and Jaina is, I feel like it's doing it a disservice to just call them lovers, because that implies that the only thing there was a sexual relationship, and that's not true. The two of them actually cared quite a bit about each other, even after they ended their relationship, and were very good friends. And I mention that because that stays true pretty much all the way until the end, and even when Arthas, real Arthas, was being consumed and tormented within the essence of the Lich King, he still held on to his own sanity and his works, primarily because of three strong proponents, and one of those was his caring about his friendship, his connection to Jaina, and in fact that's one of the reasons why the Lich King, that is to say, the creature that we saw rocking around, the essence of the Lich King in Wrath of the Lich King, was in fact still keeping on to the necklace that Jaina gave him way back, even before the events that we just saw. Just thought I'd point that out. As for your question, Adilvis, I prefer the Horde, easily and without question. That hasn't changed. Now, I need to turn on a fan. I am roasting in here, so I'll be right back. See you around, Nazi. Now that I've done that, of course I'm going to be too cold in a little bit, but whatever. Alright. Where were we?
I stand for the light.
Of course she has
For
her
honor.
worst ability to start with. Let's go get a
Of
quest,
course.
shall we? Lore, Undead Elvis. The Horde is the true alliance, ironically.
Prince Arthas, there's something amiss at the bridge ahead.
Especially to start. Let's see. Let's just go off the ticker here, okay? We've got the orcs harangued and harassed by everyone else. We've got the Darkspear tribe, who have been who've basically been forced into exile by their own race, the rest of the trolls. We have the Tauren, who would be basically extinct if not for the interaction of the orcs.
Side of the river.
Oh, excuse me.
There is another way to cross.
We have
but it is not
the
as safe as
Forsaken,
it used
who
to be.
at the time weren't hideously evil, for reasons I'm not going to go into right now, and were just people who were harassed and hated by everyone around them and had no allies. We have the Blood Elves, basically same situation, etc., etc. The Horde was truly, especially in World of Warcraft, at the beginning of World of Warcraft, was truly an alliance, and I like that. And then we have the Alliance, which, well, let's just not go into it.
For
They have their
honor.
pluses, and they have their minuses, and that's all we're going to say.
Of course.
Let's go.
Certainly.
Ba-dum-ba. Indiana Jones music
Of
for Warcraft
course.
3, totally makes sense.
For honor.
There we go. What are you talking about,
Slaughter
Krenzer?
them all.
Oh, you're talking about Garrosh.
Bandits, run!
Save him, or don't.
Sack the town. Save us.
You got it. We will save. Yeah, I was actually wondering what you were talking about there, Krenzer. I was like, Rob? What are you talking about? Are you just crazy? If you're crazy, you can just tell me.
A sound
It's okay.
plan.
Grom is the awesome Hellscream.
Oh, thanks
Like I
so
said, a
much.
very human
Had a
character,
reward for you.
all things considered. But, where's the reward? Oh, I already got it. Okay.
For
Very
honor.
human character, very well-fit character, all things considered. Has flaws,
A sound plan.
and he
My lord,
has
there is an ancient fountain
issues
shrine
with him.
nearby. Legends say that its holy waters can restore health.
And calling him either a good guy or a bad guy is being
That could prove to be
disingenuous.
useful indeed.
I have not explained the undead yet. They haven't become part of the story yet, Taste. They haven't been relevant yet. Although I have talked about the origination of the undead because I was talking about Ner'zhul earlier. Although I suppose this is a good time as any to really talk about the undead. What do you guys think? Should I talk about the undead before we encounter them, or after? Either way, it's going to be on this
For
mission.
honor.
because what's about to happen is actually really significant, believe it or not. And there is actually a lot to talk about. There's going to be another me pausing for like 10 minutes to chat, kind of a thing. So, be warned.
Of course.
So, fun fact. I've had some people ask me a lot, why is it that World of Warcraft, the units are larger when they're higher level and bosses and stuff, right? Well, that actually started here in Warcraft 3. I know it's kind of hard to tell, but the larger the unit, the higher the level of the unit, and that's actually, it was done in order to emphasize for playing, for playstyle reasons, what the big units were versus the small units, so you could be able to immediately visually distinguish what your targets should be. Makes sense, right? For whatever reason, and you know there are plenty of different reasons this happened, that ended up
the light is my strength.
Bleeding over into World of Warcraft, because so much of Warcraft 3's code and engine went into World of Warcraft at first, when they first did it, and it just kind of stayed there, and they kind of left it in as part of the kitsch. And
for honor,
it reached.
Lock your shields and defend
Here's an ability I almost never use.
Their arrows won't get through.
Skeletons, slay them all immediately.
Is this too loud for anybody else? I'm just kind of curious.
For honor. Of course.
Here we go.
Certainly.
Excuse me.
I can lower it a little bit. Hang on. There. Alright, so we've encountered undead.
Undead, my lord. This whole village has gone mad. We did our best to defend the villagers, but
we'll get to the bottom of this. I stand for the light.
We're gonna go a little bit further here. We're gonna go up to here.
Of course. Justice shall be done.
So anywho, let's talk about the undead. Hi, Darth Tourist. Let's really talk about the undead, okay? Up until... well, up until Ner'zhul, let's just put it flatly. Ambush! Run! We're all doomed! Sorry. Up until, no it doesn't 70. Although, I suppose you could say that, you know, it'd be more accurate to say that Empires plays like this, but either way, no. This plays its own different style. Plays a little bit better when I've got the mouse instead of the keyboard, but anyways.
Certainly. This must be the shrine that the old man spoke of.
Healing
Any
waters.
man who drinks from these light-blessed waters will be healed.
So,
of course.
Let's talk, okay? Undead. There are actually 3 types of undead within the Warcraft setting, as far as categorization. And again, we're talking, like I was talking earlier, about spirits. I mentioned earlier that spirits of the dead technically qualify. That is one of the types of undead that exists. People who, through unpleasant circumstances, have, without intentionally doing so, managed to linger on, usually in some horrible form. It's an unpleasant thing. You know, most of these things are ghosts, for example. In fact, virtually all of them are either ghosts or something along the lines of, you know, a essence or a spirit or whatever, right? You won't see a wandering, shambling zombie who just managed to keep going like that. That doesn't work. They're only spirits, usually in some form of ghost or ectoplasmic form or whatever, okay? Are you with me? That's the one type. Now that has existed since forever, because that's just something that happens in nature. That's if someone was killed in a horrible way, or their life was ripped from them, or some horrible thing happens, that's what happens, okay? The dead keeps going. However, it is worth noting that that did not happen very often prior to this event. I'll go into that in a little bit, but suffice it to say that was a rarity, okay? That was something people knew about, but basically never really happened. Most people would go their whole lives without ever seeing an undead spirit like that, okay? So that's the first type. The second type is the type that has also been seen prior to this, exclusively under the usage of the Fel Orcs, although some human mages have experimented with it as well. The books really go into detail about this, but suffice it to say that the ability to animate a skeleton was extremely advanced necromancy, or necromancy, if you prefer. That was like the cream of the crop, the biggest thing you could do. Even Kel'Thuzad, who was an extremely accomplished mage and very intelligent, managed to animate a rat with all of the extreme knowledge and skill he put into necromancy. That was as much as he could manage, okay? This is the second type of undead. A dead body that is animated directly through magic and therefore is tied directly to its necromancer. In other words, if you're paying attention, the soul, the essence, the life of whatever that was isn't actually there anymore. It is literally just the same as any golem or any, it's like animating a bunch of broomsticks in order to do something. All you're doing is taking the matter and moving it around. Okay? Now, this was primarily seen in Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 because the Fel Horde, the demonic horde, I should say, was taught this form of necromancy by the Eridar through Kil'jaeden, and the warlocks practiced it. So most people in this setting, when they think of undead up until this point, thought that. That's what they were thinking of, animated skeletons that have nothing else behind them. That leads us to the third type. Now, this is truly fascinating when you really think about it. This is one of the most interesting things to me about the whole Lich King situation. Ner'zhul started it. The third Lich King, the second Lich King really started expanding on this. We don't know if the third Lich King has or not yet. We probably won't. The third type of undead is literally a new type of living creature. It is taking either the mass or a mass. The matter almost doesn't matter, as weird as that sounds, but it is taking the existing soul of a previously living being and retaining it within this matter. You can put it in, of course, their own body, rotting or otherwise. You could put it in their bones. You can put it in their spirit. You can give it an energy form. You could give it another form completely. You could completely change it into something else. That's what liches are. They are completely a construct that has been imbued with the essence of the soul of whoever it was before. Now, as you might imagine, as with all such things, this is the top tier of categorization. So there are several different types of these sentient undead, these living undead, for lack of a better way to put it. Because these living undead are actually beings. This is why the Forsaken were such an interesting case, because the Forsaken were still people. They were just undead people. Now, here's the catch, okay? One of the things he did was he created a... Ner'zhul did this specifically, the first Lich King. He created a boundless hunger for violence and killing within this formula, this mix, this magical alteration that changed the soul. So the new soul was going to be basically really attached to the idea of massively killing. And then, on top of that, he also... the best way I could put it is he put a filter on it, okay? Imagine if you've got, something here, and this is actually who the real person is, right? This is who the real actual person is. If you put a filter on this that masked certain aspects of it, while it may still be the same hand underneath, let's say you can only see these two fingers. I know this is a bad analogy, just bear with me, okay? You can only see these two fingers. Now, these two fingers do not make the same thing as this entire hand. So with this filter on, for all intents and purposes, it is a completely separate individual. It is a completely separate sentient life. Now that filter can be removed, which returns it back to this. But this still remembers everything it did while it was like this. And this is why the Forsaken had such a hard time, is because the Forsaken were this until their control was intentionally loosed for reasons I'm not going to go into. It's very convoluted, which led to them being like this again, but remembering all the horrible things they'd done and trying to cope with their new lives, if you could call them that. Now, there are a couple other caveats to this new undead life. First of all, the new undead life basically wasn't designed to die, to decay, to age. So, basically, as long as you manage to either have or maintain a body that is keeping you going for some time, you're going to keep going basically forever. And in some cases, you could keep going even after that. It has been shown that if you are destroyed repeatedly in this new undead form, and even if you like if they destroy your body, they destroy your bones, they destroy your spirit, they just keep destroying you, eventually you will reach the point where you cannot be reconstituted. And that's actually even worse, because you're still actually going to be alive, because that's the nature of what you have been turned into. You just will be in the worst circumstances imaginable. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Because you won't be able to coherentize into anything. You are so diluted, that, yeah, you're gone, even though you're still aware of it, like I said. So, In addition to that, one of the other things he did... oh, sorry, right, I forgot that first step. I wanted to talk about the filter thing first to explain, most undead you see are basically a different person. Now, this is relevant for Arthas, because Death Knight Arthas is literally a different person. It is not Arthas. Arthas is still in there somewhere, Arthas is still aware of it, and Death Knight Arthas still has Arthas's memories and Arthas's base personality. Again, you can still tell that this is a hand, but Death Knight Arthas is a completely different person. Now, the other thing he did that was really screwed up was that bloodlust I mentioned, the innate hunger. And what I mean by that is if you don't it is basically the equivalent of eating. If you don't eat, that is to say, if you do not kill, in this case, if you do not cause violence and death upon others, if you are one of this new type of scourge, you will slowly go mad, and as you starve, and the pain and the horror and the hunger just gets worse and worse and worse until you finally just can't go on anymore. He did that because he's an evil psychotic bastard. Ner'zhul did that, and he wanted to ensure that if for whatever reason any of his undead ever left his control, he would still have a way to make sure that they kept doing his bidding in some way or another. And of course, because he's an evil psychotic bastard. It is worth noting that the Ner'zhul that did this could also be debatably called a different person than the original Ner'zhul. I don't know how best to describe this, but... or rather, I don't know the best time to describe this, but I think that I'll just do it now. Screw it. I'll just do it now. Ner'zhul, as I mentioned before, was not really a bad person. Very misguided, but deceived, naive, and kind of a dope. When he took the skull of Gul'dan, Gul'dan's hideously evil essence and mentality and thoughts basically infused into him, and what we had was ironically the first instance of that filter I mentioned. This is actually what created the filter. This is where that idea came from. Ner'zhul himself was Death Knight Ner'zhul, to use that terminology, from this point on, because the skull of Gul'dan had imbued him with all of that fell, evil, and demonic energy, right? That created the filter. And so Ner'zhul would use that in the future in order to filter all of the people he converted into undead to turn them into hideously evil people just like he was. You follow where I'm going with this? Now, what happened to Ner'zhul, in brief, is Ner'zhul decided to go ahead and open the portals, destroy Draenor, turn it into Outland, rush into the portal, and the problem is Ner'zhul's an idiot, even when he's evil. So he didn't realize that Kil'jaeden and his people were literally right there. So Kil'jaeden captures Ner'zhul and tortures the unholy hell out of him for a while, before deciding, okay, I'm going to go ahead and let you keep existing as long as you serve me. This is your last chance. So he goes ahead and tells our good friend, Ner'zhul, that he is going to shove him into this essence, and he is going to completely change his being. And he and the Nethrezim forge Ner'zhul into a new type of being, literally a concentrated form of undeath. They then shove him into a bit of demonic ice, which is actually the frozen throne, and he ends up being flung to the planet where he ends up crashing into Ice-Crowned Glacier. Now, obviously he is physically bound to the frozen throne, Ner'zhul is, but he also has tremendous power over undeath. And this is when he invents his new form of undeath based on his own experiences that I just mentioned and based on the knowledge that was imbued in him by Kil'jaeden. He also leaves several Nethrezim, most notably Tichondrius, in order to watch after him and make sure that he stays, along with it. That is the armor that Ner'zhul was wearing before his body was destroyed, Krenzler. Same with the helmet. And the sword was there too, although the sword was flung out of it. We'll get to that in a little bit. But anyways, so Ner'zhul went about doing his job as the first Lich King, and started spreading... He invented the first iteration of the plague, and he did all sorts of other things. I've got so much to talk about. Oh my god. The plague is actually literally a magical disease, okay? It can be transported physically, it can be communicated physically, but what it affects you on is at a magical level, okay? So, for example, if you had some way to magically defend yourself from being affected by the plague, which we do see from time to time, even though you're physically infected with it, nothing will happen. You're still fine. Several paladins is a good example of people who have learned how to defend themselves from it. However, if you are infected by the plague, it is such a powerful alteration because what effectively the plague is a smaller version of what happened to Ner'zhul himself. I mentioned he was turned into a completely new being by the forges of the Netherzeem, way back amongst the Burning Legion and whatnot. That's exactly what the plague does to you. Like I covered all this in detail earlier, you know, about how it turns you into a new form of being, changes your very soul, and puts this filter on it and adds the bloodlust to it. That is what the plague is doing. It is magically attacking your very essence, your soul, your spirit, and changing it into this new undead form and adding its layers onto it. I mention that because it's worth noting that the plague will only get stronger as the story goes on, and as stronger it gets, well, let's just say it reaches a point where even the Naru can't actually remove the plague. That is how potent it is. And I think that's telling. That's all I'm going to say about that. Moving along. So the plague starts getting spread, and Ner'zhul starts getting more and more creatures. Now, Ner'zhul was intelligent in his own right, but ultimately very limited. He is the weakest of the Lich Kings, of the 3 Lich Kings. He used his power to some extent or another, but ultimately he instituted a system that's very similar to what the Swarm did back in StarCraft. He would make, you know, the equivalent of Cerebrits, who would make the equivalent of Overlords, who would make the equivalent of Queens, etc., etc. I will try to, Steam tiers. No promises. YouTube might screw with me, but I am saving this locally to upload to YouTube, so that is the intent. Anyways, so Ner'zhul made a hierarchy. Hierarchy. There we go. Hierarchy. That's the word. Ner'zhul made a hierarchy of his undead ranks so that he would only directly control, you know, A, B, or C, and then the minions would do his bidding. Now, he could directly control anyone. I mention that because that is very different from what the second Lich King does. I'll talk about that in a little bit when it becomes more relevant. But suffice it to say, that is completely different from what the second Lich King does, and ironically enough, is incredibly different from what the third Lich King does as well, but we'll get into that much later. Any questions? Any questions about this? I mean, obviously you guys have questions. Pop the back. Hey, Norda. The Death Knights in the Second War were nothing like this at all. In fact, the reason they were called Death Knights was basically the real reason they called the Third War Death Knights is because, if you'll remember, Ner'zhul... Well, okay, this... Damn it, this is complicated. Damn it, why'd you have to ask a complicated question? Okay, Illusion of Free Choice, here's what it comes down to, alright? The original Death Knights were the spirits of orcs imbued into the bodies of men, okay? They were not undead. This is important. They were not any of the forms of undead I've covered. They were literally a specific transformation done by Gul'dan, okay? That's relevant because if you'll remember, Gul'dan, well, it's debatable as to whether or not we could call the new Ner'zhul or not, because there's actually a lot of theories going around, and I actually kind of like this idea myself, that the Ner'zhul from when he absorbed the skull of Gul'dan is actually Gul'dan. His mind, his essence, his evilness, you know, etc. And that would explain a lot if you think about it. It's really relevant, and it would really explain a lot of the things that happened with the first Lich King from here on. However, whether or not it is Gul'dan or simply Ner'zhul, you know, affected by Gul'dan, the fact remains he has the knowledge and understanding of Gul'dan. So I'm just going to start calling him Gul'dan because really that does make a lot of sense to me. But anyways. That's an interesting statement, Norda. I can't really stream those, though, because I do those in character. And so if I'm streaming those, I can't really pay attention to the chat, so there's not really a reason to stream them, if you know what I mean. Anyways, so Gul'dan Ner'zhul, the first Lich King, is someone who knew about what he did with the Death Knights previously, and thereby naturally knew... That's one of the reasons he calls them Death Knights now, because what they are is similar, but ultimately different, because like I said, you know, I already explained what he does to the new Death Knights, you know, filter, editing of their thing, adding the bloodlust, etc., etc., blah, 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 blah. But, so that's why they're called Death Knights, despite the Warcraft 2 thing. Whoa, whoa. Now let's go over here and look at the second question. Scroll up here. Where was I? Scroll up. Apparently I scrolled up too hard. Oh, there we go. Do I think the new Lich King, the third Lich King, by the way, could return? Yes, I do think he could return. But I don't think he would lead the Forsaken. I think he would probably return sometime in the far future. The third Lich King is best described as Bolvar having fused with the essence of the Lich King, which is the demonic essence, which I usually refer to as the true Lich King. Could also theoretically be Gul'dan, as I mentioned earlier. Scrolling down some more. Fountains of Health. Fountains of Health work by giving you health. Scrolling down some more. Actually, by the way, I use realistic needs in Frostfall, Norda. I forgot to mention that. So, you know, woo. Fun stuff. Yeah, I know a lot about Warcraft. I'm a geek, what can I say? I used to know as much about Warcraft as I did about Star Wars and Star Trek. Nowadays, I probably know more about Warcraft than either of the other two. You can still probably hit me with just about any question about StarCraft, or Star Trek, or Star Wars, and I could still answer it, but, you know. Anyways, I think I'm caught up. I could talk more about the undead thing, but let's just pause for there. But I wanted it to be in your minds that the undead we are going to be seeing from now on, nobody's encountered before, really. Yeah, Undead Elvis, give me just a moment to add you to the list. Undead Elvis, 85. There we go. The undead that people have seen to this date are either the spirits that have been roaming because of whatever circumstances, or the bodies that have been animated. So everyone's assuming these are just normal undead, right? But that being said, all of these undead that we're seeing, you need to understand, are actually the third type of undead. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, there is one other thing that is actually very relevant to mention. I've heard a lot of people talk about how stupid it was that we had to have the ending of the Wrath of the Lich King because, you know, we've beaten the Scourge. Those people will forevermore be referred to as dipshits because they're stupid. I'm sorry. Those people don't know what they're talking about, to put it bluntly. Here's the real problem of the new form of undead and why it is so much more dangerous than any of the previous forms of undead. The new form of undead can be reconstituted almost infinitely. They have healing capacity. They don't use it often because they usually don't need to, but they do have the ability to heal their bodies, to remend them, to fix them, to bring them anew, and to put them into new bodies completely. If you don't fully understand the significance of that, I'm just going to lay it out flat. The Scourge, if tended to properly, never go down in numbers. Ever. Anyone you ever bring down in the Scourge can be brought right back up again. And they are going to be back as many times as they need to. And this is why everything was so dangerous and why there was such a problem in the Wrath of the Lich King, why the Lich King himself had to be dealt with, and why Uther told us we needed to go after the Lich King himself, because if we didn't, the Scourge would just keep coming back. All of the Scourge. Over and over and over again. And even if they killed only one individual person each time they came back, their numbers are just going to grow. The Scourge were unstoppable. And that was the problem. The way they dealt with it was interesting. Moving along. No, whoever asked that about Star Trek, that is actually completely incorrect. That is actually one of the things that was heavily debated, and they actually discussed this in several of the books of Star Trek. But no, it does not actually de-atomize you and then clone you. That's not what happens. That is what the old transporters did when they first invented the technology. But due to some technological advancements that were enabled, A, by the Vulcans, who knew what they were doing, and B, were actually... I can't remember his name. It was an immortal gentleman who had been working for some time and actually managed to help them, understand what was going on and blah 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 blah. They found out a way to actually transmit the actual energy you are turned into. So in other words, to put it simply, there's a different. Okay, let me put it this way: there's the form of transportation that they used to do, which is incorrect, which is to say, you get destroyed. And in being destroyed, your data. They transmit the data over here, and you are rebuilt, right? What the new transporter does is it turns you into energy. Does not destroy you, I might add, but it turns you into energy, transmits that specific energy over here, and then reforms that energy as you. So you are actually the same individual person. So that's what transporters are in Star Trek, from about the original series on, give or take. Moving along. Okay, so, did I miss any other questions here other than the Star Trek one? Oh yeah, someone asked about Ashbringer. So, fun fact about Ashbringer. God, okay. Ashbringer is complicated. Whew. Ashbringer is something that, how do I'm trying to actually think about this. One of the orcs who came through during the Second War carried with them an artifact that was very well, it was something that was very important to the demonic horde, okay? Now, the demonic horde had managed to find the corpse of a Naru, alright? So, the Naru, for those of you who are not aware, are beings of absolute light, okay? Now, when they die, that light slowly fades until it reaches the point where they actually die, when they cease to be, at which point they become a being of absolute darkness, which will continue until they fade again and back to light. It's literally a back and forth thing. That's what the Naru do. Now, the Naru corpse at this point, in other words, was basically a those soldiers are, hey, look, they just keep taking swigs from their mountain. The Naru corpse that they found was basically crystallized darkness, okay? But when the several of the paladins interacted with it, including Mograine, that was his name. I can't think of his first name. Elder Mograine. And they decided to... I'm going to skip over some of the details, but suffice it to say, they are very much... they experimented a great deal with it and found that it had the potential to be incredibly powerful with regards to the light. So what they did was they got several of the best forgers, you know, ever, including several of the elven forgers, in order to work with this thing, work with this Naru corpse, in order to turn it into a sword, Ashbringer. Now, the Ashbringer, in case you're not paying attention, is basically solidified light concentrated into a single format. But the problem here is that it's possible for Ashbringer to be corrupted because it has none of the Naru sentience behind it. Now, that being said, there is still some sentience within the Ashbringer, and we actually demonstrate this on several occasions. However, the net problem here is that, put simply, the status of the Ashbringer depends on the individual utilizing it. That's why there was a corrupted Ashbringer that was used for quite a while by the younger, I can't think of his name. Mograine's other son. I can't think of his name for some reason. And then when he finally assaulted, when the veil was released from him, by the way, he didn't break free. The Lich King let him go. He managed to go ahead and be redeemed by the light, and then it became the real Ashbringer as opposed to the corrupted Ashbringer, and so forth and so on. There's actually some details I'm skimming over because it's a long story. Okay, so, Darien, that's it. Darien Mograine. Alright, where am I going? I'm going right here. Whoosh. Da da dum dum da bum 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 bum. So the plague has a physical effect on everything, not just, you know, sentient beings. Damn it, did I mute the sound again?
Could the grain itself be plagued?
Let's hope not. Those crates bear the regional seal of Anderholm, the distribution center for the northern boroughs. If this grain can spread the plague, there's no telling how many villages might be affected.
No overam. I haven't played StarCraft 2 competitively since Wings of Liberty, basically. This is another interesting thing in its own right about the plague, because of the plague's nature as a magical disease that can be transmitted physically, which is pretty much a perfect way to get it across, you can do things like... Whoa, there we go. You can do things like, for example, put plague grain, which is what they do in here, and have the grain be distributed so that all of the bread and all of the cattle and otherwise animals that were fed by it, all the land where the grain was sown, or I'm sorry, not the grain, where all the land where the grain was stored, excuse me, will all be plagued as well, because it can be transmitted that way. So, A rather devious way to get the plague all over the place, I'll tell you what.
Certainly.
Excuse me. 70, I love WoW. I am not the person to ask about that. I know a great deal about it. But ultimately, I still think it's a great game, even to this day.
For honor.
Undead Elvis, if I were to bring Bolvar back, I would have to think very carefully about how I did it. But
A sound plan.
honestly, I don't think I would bring him back. I think his utilization as the method to remove the biggest problem with the Scourge as a threat was very well done. So, yeah.
A sound plan. Greetings. We are priests from Quel'Tha Lost.
Hey guys.
We've come to help heal the land of this strange curse.
As always, the generosity of the elves is greatly appreciated.
You should know that there is a granary warehouse at the far end of this village. This evil blight may be evident there as well.
No, WoW's pretty easy to get into nowadays. Probably easier than it used to be, all things considered. A good first class to 70 depends on your playing style. Honestly, I mean that sincerely. If you want something easy, obviously you can't do a Death Knight, but it would not be bad.
What the hell are you men shooting at?
Hang on.
We're blasting those damn skeletons, sir. This whole flaming
There we go.
village is crawling with them.
I'm doing it with
Well, I could use your
the
help.
keyboard because I
We've got
have
a
to,
warehouse
because I'm playing in windowed mode, so I can't actually use my mouse to do it, which kind of sucks. So that's why it looks like this. I want to go get that. Yeah, no kidding, yeah, sure. The elves, yeah, let's just not talk about that. Where was I talking about? Oh yeah, first class to 90. It really does depend on where your mindset is with regards to that. Man, he has nothing else, just blow this. There we go.
Of course.
And then let's blow this for no reason.
For honor.
And then let's go down here.
Of course.
Ah, damn it. You,
That's curious.
go get that. I think personally that melee classes are a lot easier in to play and to level. That is of course just my opinion. So what it is you actually like to play is kind of is going to determine, you know, how you're going to go with that, is what I'm trying to get across here. So, is basically my answer. There's no bad answer. That's actually a good way to put it. There is no bad class to level, unlike other games.
We've been discovered, my brothers.
Hello, Kel'Thuzad.
Flee and continue with the operation. I'm sorry I can't stay and chat, but duty calls.
Kel'Thuzad is another one of those really interesting
Looks like
characters.
it was sewn together from different corpses.
Let's study it after we kill it, okay?
By the way, that's another excellent insight onto both Jaina and Arthas' character in a nutshell there. Jaina wants to learn about it, and Arthas wants to, you know, deal with it, then learn about it.
Certainly destroy that warehouse. Now.
We're actually going to pause just a moment. Because enough of gameplay, let's talk about the game. No, I don't, Undead. Well, actually, yes, I do, Undead, but I think that would be defeating the point for reasons I'm not going to go into right now. Yes, that is an abomination case now. That's what they're called. An abomination is when you have stitched together several corpses to make them stronger and imbued them with multiple undead souls of the new type. So any given abomination is actually several beings combined. Anyways. I could see that, Krasuzu. I kind of agree with you on that one. What'd you get in the mail, Junix? What the hell was I saying? Okay, Kel'Thuzad, right? Kel'Thuzad, I'm not going to talk about him in full detail just yet, but he is one of the most fascinating characters in the whole of the series, in my opinion, because I wouldn't qualify him as evil, personally. I wouldn't qualify him as good by any stretch of the imagination, but he is ultimately someone who is basically just interested in what it is he cares about, what it is that is fascinating to him, and he has a very neutral outlook on everything. He does not want to be evil. He is not, you know, cartoonishly, villainously evil or anything like that, but at the same time he has no interest in good. He's just kind of doing his thing. It is also worth noting that Kel'Thuzad genuinely believes that undeath, this new form of existence that the Gul'dan, first Lich King, created, is actually the proper way to exist because of how disgusted Kel'Thuzad it was personally by all of the, all of the infighting and all of the bullcrap that they were dealing with within the human kingdoms during his era. So he is a true believer, in other words. He actually genuinely believes in his cause, probably to the point of fanaticism. Now, it is also worth noting that Kel'Thuzad was never actually loyal to the first Lich King. That's actually very important. The first Lich King basically forced Kel'Thuzad into service. I shouldn't even say basically, he literally forced Kel'Thuzad into service. It was, serve me living or serve me dead. That's what the first Lich King said. However, Arthas, and even Death Knight Arthas, actually earned Kel'Thuzad's loyalty, and that's one of the reasons he was so loyal both to Death Knight Arthas and to the second Lich King. I just find that fascinating because there's a reason Arthas actually calls him a friend. Because he was. Weird, isn't it, So, just interesting things about his character. There's a lot of other details I'm skimming over for obvious reasons. In response to one thing Krasusu just said, I actually agree. In lore, there are plenty of Forsaken that are not actually, human. But the problem is, for various gameplay, art, and time and money development reasons, they all look the same models. There has actually been some talks about going back and adding, Tauren and Forsaken, and Elven Forsaken, and Gnome Forsaken, and Dwarf Forsaken. But the problem is, it's ultimately something that is purely cosmetic, and it's hard to justify that on a budget meeting. That's really what it comes down to, time and money. If I was in charge and I actually had, unlimited budget and unlimited time, I'd do that in a heartbeat. But I understand why they haven't. In lore, there are plenty of Forsaken that aren't human. What the Lich King is changes, but it's best defined as the individual who is currently in charge of the Scourge and has the powers of the Helm of Domination, okay? The first Lich King is, oh yeah, Kuro is correct. There is the PvP reason as well. I forgot about that. The first Lich King is the essence of Gul'dan, or Ner'zhul. It's debatable. I'm just going to start calling him Gul'dan, because that is what I actually think. The essence of Gul'dan transformed into a completely new type of being and trapped within a piece of demonic ice. Okay, that's the first Lich King. The second Lich King is the essence of the Lich King, which is that same fell demonic new creature, which has been branded and grafted onto the soul of Arthas, to the soul of Death Knight Arthas, which has sublumed the actual soul of real Arthas underneath it, and it basically has the power of all three combined, and that's one of the reasons the second Lich King is the most powerful and the most deadly and threatening of all of them. Then we have the third Lich King, which is actually basically the soul and essence which is being contained through a constant mental battle by Bolvar. And there's also one other thing he's doing, which is interesting in its own right. I guess I could talk about that now. Yes, Krenzler, that is correct. Screw it, I'll talk about it now. The first Lich King, as I mentioned, did not really have the mindset or the power that the second Lich King or the third Lich King did. The first Lich King was very limited. There's several reasons for this. One, he was still under demonic control. Two, he was still being limited by the frankly weaker essence of Ner'zhul and Gul'dan, who never were actually that powerful of individuals. And three, the constant interference from being trapped within the throne. The second Lich King is someone who... How do I put this? Correct, K-Blarg. Or K. I don't know why I said K-Blarg there. The second Lich King has significantly more power, and I'm going to demonstrate how very simply. The first Lich King used people and others in order to, he used a hierarchy. He used a system of bureaucracy in order to extend his control, right? However, the second Lich King had direct mental control over everyone simultaneously. Please think about that for a moment. Please think about the millions of individuals who are all working, doing completely different things, who are all being controlled by one individual simultaneously. And understand what that means. Now that's relevant because of the third Lich King, who also has that same control. And that's what he's exerting constantly. See, what the third Lich King is doing, what Bolvar is doing, the way they got rid of the Scourge problem, is the third Lich King, Bolvar, is constantly exerting his control over every single one of the Scourge, all of the undead that he had control of, all of the new type of undead across everywhere, and constantly exerting across all of them freedom of will. He has to will them to have freedom of will. Now, then this is hilarious because he has to maintain it. If he stopped, they would just return to being Scourge. They would just be more servants of him, as indeed they technically already are if you're paying attention here. So he has to constantly will them to have their freedom of will and to actually be able to function. This is one of the biggest reasons why Sylvanas is being capable of doing so many of the things she can do. Sylvanas has that same freedom of will that all the other undead do. And she is using... her path to darkness is later on. Let's just move on from that. There's actually a whole another story there, and I've already talked about 7 stories this one mission. So let's just move on from that. However, Sylvanas and her ambitions are all possible because she and all her minions are constantly being given freedom of will by Bolvar. The reason she keeps doing that, the reason evil is still happening, the reason there are still undead here and there who are doing evil things, is because of the fact that Bolvar is constantly fighting against the essence of the Lich King within him in order to ensure that he doesn't turn into a true third Lich King, aka another evil Scourge leader, and B, he is constantly willing everything to have its freedom of will. That's all he has the concentration for, is basically what I'm trying to get across. He is literally every second pushing out his will to give this freedom to everyone. You know where I'm going with this? And so, yes and no, Undead Elvis. That's actually not true. You see, what actually happened there, Undead Elvis, is Sylvanas and several of the Scourge were freed from the control of the first Lich King, because, as I mentioned, the first Lich King was not as powerful and ended up having issues because of the cracks in Icecrown, which were caused in Frozen Throne. We'll see that happen as I'm playing today, or tomorrow, more accurately. So several of the Scourge did actually free themselves because they lost control, because they were freed. However, when Death Knight Arthas, made his way to Icecrown and remerged with the essence of the Lich King of Gul'dan, the second Lich King was born, who then A, went into a period of stasis for a bit, and B, had a plan. So the second Lich King willingly let the Forsaken keep their individuality, because and this is the beautiful part, the second Lich King was, I shouldn't even say that, he actually continued to give them their freedom of will, because he could have taken over them at any moment. He actually demonstrates this a couple times. He could have taken over their essence just like he does every other undead, just like that if he wanted to, but he had a plan. See, it's funny when you think about it, because the second Lich King wasn't just interested in winning. Winning was easy at that point. The second Lich King could have literally just said, go. That's it. That's all he has to say. Go. Every undead in the world is once again under my command. Go. And he would have won. That would be it, basically. He wins. The end. The end of the story. But that wasn't interesting to him. Remember that there are essences of ambition and pride within the Death Knight Arthas that became part of the second Lich King. And keep in mind that the real Arthas is still in there influencing, affecting him. So between those two influences, the second Lich King had a more grandiose plan. Everything that happened in Wrath of the Lich King and all that stuff was happening because the Lich King let it. The Death Knights who were freed at the incident at Lightsoul Chapel were freed because he let them go. All of this was part of his plan. He let the Death Knights go because he knew that the only way to ensure that the heroes would actually have a path in order to reach Icecrown, in order to be able to turn into his ultimate army, was if they managed to have someone else who would pave their way with their blood. And he knew the best way to do that, because the Alliance and the Horde were so consistently fighting each other and had no interest in actually doing the right thing. They were so focused on each other. He was right, by the way, was to have completely neutral parties doing that for themselves, and that's why he let the Paladins go, and that's why he let the Paladins live. Excuse me. And that's why he let the Death Knights go. It's because he knew the two would join forces, and the two would actually drive through Northrend, and basically they would be the wave that would push forth the players, the main characters, which was the people he was actually interested in, all the way up to his doorstep, and then he would take them, and then he has won. The entirety of everything that happens from the second Lich King's conception unto his destruction is all part of his plan to disseminate all of the different individuals in the world to manipulate everything, manipulate all of the sides of the play, all of the sides of the board, to the point where only the very best. It was very Darwinian. He wanted only the best to survive his initial outset. He wanted only the best to survive to get to Northrend. He wanted only the best of them in order to make their way through his fortresses. He wanted only the best of them to get the way to Icecrown, and he wanted only the very best of the very best of the very best to actually reach Icecrown Citadel, and then he wanted to disseminate it one last time and bear it down so only a few individuals actually reached him. Everything he did was to make this happen, so that whoever reached him were the absolute strongest, most powerful, most incredible fighting force that the entire world had to offer. There is a catch here, and it relates to Undead Elvis's question. He made one mistake. This was his plan, yes, but it was also Arthas's plan, the real Arthas. This was the real Arthas's plan all along. Both of them wanted the same thing for different reasons. The Lich King, the second Lich King, wanted the most powerful individuals here so he could take them. Arthas wanted the most powerful individuals here so they could beat him. And it was basically luck that things ended up the way they did. So many people don't understand how close we came at the end of Wrath of the Lich King for it to be over. That would have been it. If he had successfully raised the players from the dead, that would have been it. It would have been over. The second Lich King has won as of that moment. Bam. All the Scourge are brought back up and reconstituted. All the dead that have just died in this whole campaign are brought up as Scourge, and now he has the player characters, the strongest force in the entire planet, as his primary generals. Thanks for playing, folks. This is true, Undead Elvis. This is discussed especially in the book Prince Arthas, the Lich King, whatever. This is also mentioned in the games and developer diaries. This is not me. This is actual continuity. Hang on a second, Iron Madden. Let me add you to the list. Iron Madden. So yeah, it basically came down to a great deal of luck and circumstance that things did not go as poorly as they did, as they could have, I should say. So, and by the way, that's one of the reasons I think Wrath of the Lich King was my favorite expansion, because the story was so tightly written and so tightly designed and made so much sense. Capinoin, whoops, Capinoin, there we go, you are added to the list. Oh, so is Octavian, hang on just a second. Octavian K. Arthas is dead, yes. The real Arthas is dead. I like that too, tasted, that was very appropriate. But Arthas is gone. Arthas is in the cold dark, which is just as unpleasant as it sounds. And you know what sucks about it? You know what, I'll talk about that later. There's another point where it will be more relevant to talk about that. We're going to let that sit for now.
A sound plan.
See, Arthas agrees with me. Oh, I'm sure, Undead Elvis. The overall plot arc of Wrath of the Lich King was actually quite convoluted. Yes, Illusion of Free Choice, you watch this stream I'm doing right now, and the one I'll probably be doing tomorrow, because I doubt I'll finish by tomorrow, and then you will know more about Warcraft than most people ever have. You probably already know more about Warcraft than most people already have if you've been watching my stream since I started, when I paused during the prologue to discuss Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 in a nutshell.
What was that? And who was that wizard dressed in black?
I believe that the robed man was a necromancer. Obviously, he and his lackeys are behind this plague.
Well, it's a good bet we'll find him and the answers we're looking for in Anderhall.
I love you too, Illusion. Brofist. Brofist. Yep, hang on. Let's hit continue. Okay, Brofist! Still don't see one. Still don't see one! Oh! I have been denied. I am sad. The Taurens are one of the original, one of the indigenous species to Azeroth, of which there are actually only a couple. Okay, awesome. The Tauren, the Trolls, the Silithid. I think that's it, actually, as far as indigenous species on this planet. Pretty sure that's it. Hmm? Hmm. Oh. Continue. I need food too. My goodness, all I had was a bowl of cereal before I started.
It's those cultists who are with the necromancer. What are they doing to that mine?
Let's not wait to find out. Attack!
Again, there's the mentality of the two
Damn these
people.
intruders. They must not interfere with
Jaina
the
wonders
Master's
what they're
plan.
doing, and
Let's build a
Arthas
base camp
does
here.
something about it.
With those cultists creeping around, I'd
If
rather not
it
get
does it
into
again,
that
it's a
back
bot. If it doesn't, I'm just gonna leave it alone. The link was improper, anyways. The way they do it, Capanoin, is they basically send in, they enslave and send in spirits to go in and magically remove the gold in order to take it in. Some other guy who's advertising his own channel on my stream, that's all. Yes, Ojunix, you missed an absolutely monumental amount of lore, as anybody who's been here since then can tell you.
Job's done.
Zip.
Is there danger? A sound plan.
I know, Undead Elvis. Funny when you think about it. Okay.
Certainly.
What map is this one? Oh, I remember this one. Oh, this is gonna be easy.
Of course.
See, Taste is just making fun of me now.
Job's done. Of course.
Ambush.
I don't blame him. No, elves are not indigenous. Now, if you want to pull it technically, yes, elves are indigenous.
Certainly.
But, as you know, if you pull it technically, you're wrong.
The light is my strength.
Did it really happen again? I don't even see it. Where did it happen? I don't see it. No, whatever. Go away. There, I dealt with it. Shut up about it.
A sound plan.
Yeah, technically.
A sound plan.
Arthas and Deathwing in a straight-up one-on-one?
Job's done.
Which Arthas? Yeah, thank you, Undead Elvis, for summarizing there. It is not... It is connected, Krisusu, but only in the most tangential of ways. Long story short, no. The Blue Dragonflight questline, whoops, is completely unconnected for all intents and purposes from the Lich King questline.
I stand for the light.
Originally, the
Certainly.
Yogg Saron and the Lich King questlines were very directly tied together, but they forgot to do that basically when they were making it, and long story short, that has since been retconned to basically be the way we saw it. In other words,
For honor.
only tangentially connected. So there's 3 real plot lines going throughout Northrend, with the 4th, which is just the Hinter plotline that's been around was around in BC and was also around in Vanilla, which was leading up to Cataclysm. Yes, by the way, Cataclysm has been building since Vanilla. Seriously, if you actually pay attention, it's kind of interesting in its own right. I need 2 more. Powda, I would probably give that to the most powerful Arthas, in all honesty. Deathwing represented a massive, monumental amount of personal power, and
Sound plan.
but most of that was basically in raw strength, not really in anything useful. The most powerful Arthas is basically that, plus the control of his armies, plus his own personal mastery of the light, plus the knowledge of shamanism he had, plus the knowledge of warlessism with Gul'dan, and so forth and so on. I would probably give that one to Arthas, personally. And we'll do it right here. Sorry, 70. I just saw your question. My very first WoW character was Horde. An orc, actually. Orc warrior. The next expansion? You got it, Shaker Time. It is my opinion that there are 2 obvious things that the next expansion will be. One of them is primarily about the dealing with the Naga and Ashara and the last old god, which is N'Zoth. No, the Vrykul were not indigenous. The Vrykul were brought here by the Titans. Or made here by the Titans, probably a better way to put that. Anyways, so that's that's actually what I would pick, by the way. The N'Zoth, the Naga, Ashara, and the Deeps, and finally having that whole thing, that plotline wrapped up. The other possibility, which is admittedly also likely, is the Burning Legion finally coming back. And the Burning Legion actually, you know, full tilt attacking rather than just the general lack of Burning Legion we've had ever since Warcraft 3. If you don't know what I mean, try to understand that the Legion hasn't actually done much since Warcraft 3. The only thing they really did was attack Outland a little bit in Warcraft 3, actually, so I guess that doesn't count. Attack Outland a minuscule amount in Burning Crusade, and then kill Jaden himself, tried to manifest on the planet and failed. That's it. So the Legion coming back and actually doing stuff is basically what I would put as my other bet. Between the two, I would both prefer and personally guess that it's actually going to be the Naga thing instead. Possibly Croaklycan? Unlikely though. Very unlikely. Silverfist was a paladin. I'm surprised you even remember that name. I just lost a guy because I wasn't paying attention. That sucks.
A sound plan.
In my opinion, that's debatable, Powder. It also depends on how we define powerful, as much as I hate to pull what is effectively a technically out on this. But, because the second Lich King is debatably the strongest. The only reason he lost is because of everything I just talked about. I already went over that.
Ready to work.
That being said, the Titans themselves, we know are fairly powerful, but a lot more advanced than powerful. Most of their power comes from the fact that they know what they're doing so much, you know?
Ready to work.
On top of that, we also have Sargeras himself, the actual demon lords of the Legion. Stuff like that, right? So, that's really debatable. I'm torn on that, Powder. That's actually a tough question. Because there's so many different forms of power that it's hard to actually define it as a one-on-one kind of thing, you know what I mean? So what's your question, Kay? Oh, what happens to the Scourge without a Master? Yeah, sorry, Krenzler already answered it. The Scourge without a Master, everything's gone. There is absolutely no surviving that situation. That is a total extinction event. And I'm not being superfluous in any way, shape, or form. That is the end, if that were to happen. Alright.
I'm here to help.
One more.
Job's done.
I wouldn't call it just going crazy. That's being disingenuous. That's not really getting across the full severity of the situation.
Alright.
Imagine if basically invincible creatures started rampaging across everything, and every time you killed one, you added to its numbers. And you basically can't kill them, and they will kill at such a frenzied level that it would make the Zerg swarm look pathetic by comparison. And I guess that's basically what it would be. That's an interesting question, oh man. I've heard a lot of theories about that. We don't have a concrete reason why. It is most likely... there we go. Actually, Caladrius, there you go. Most powerful individual in WoW, and Warcraft is the player characters. Anyways, yeah, some people have theorized why it is that the Scourge are not just, you know, destroyed or whatever. But the most common theory comes down to the fact that A, it's either not possible, or B, it is not believed that that would be an actual solution, because the essence of the Scourge would either continue, or the ability for things to come back as undead would continue, or their spirits would completely clog the very realm of undeath itself, blah 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 blah. That K is because she kept killing!
Job's done.
Kay apparently wasn't listening to me earlier when I explained what the frenzy actually is caused by. No, the Titans have never physically appeared within the games. any of them. I guess that's actually technically not true. I'm sorry. There is one sort of caveat. There is an image that might be Sargeras, but probably isn't, that we see during the course of a flashback. I actually have a strong theory that that is not Sargeras, but we'll get to that when we get to Frozen Throne, when we actually see that scene. Oh my god, you're right, oh man, it's totally that. No, it's not. It might have been, actually, but we'll never know now, will we? I'll be right back, guys, while this stuff happens. Damn it. Getting stuck on my own cables.
Job's done. Job's done.
Righto. I used to be able to do a really good voice of theirs.
What is it?
Alright.
Job's done.
I guess I have him waiting for a moment. I guess I could set up some defenses.
Alright.
Whoops, I did that wrong.
Off I go then. Righto. Alright.
The light is my strength.
Oh, we'd probably manage as Unix, at least at this point in time. I mean, hell.
Is there danger?
Sorry, Blavius. Or is that Blavius? I'm not trying to make anybody be like, oh my gosh.
Off I go then.
I just want you guys to, you know, understand, appreciate, think about the lore, etc., etc. Usual Lorerun thing. Hey, Dream Reaver. I know it's you because I can barely read your name.
Research complete.
Normally I like to go and expand to that base to the east, and then move north, but I'm pretty sure I could stomp the crap out of this base on normal difficulty without it.
Job's done.
Let's find out.
I stand for the light.
Yes, my lord.
Is there danger?
For honor.
That's up to you, Oceanix, but I'm pretty sure we could take down a Titan at this point. I'd put money on it. I'm not even kidding. I really would.
Done.
I stand for the light.
Yeah. Must target. Oh, must target.
Of course.
There we go. Be saved. I'm out of wood. Wow. No. Okay. Not eventually. Takes a while to get there. But eventually, no. To start off with, yes.
Yes, my lord.
Completely sentient. As long as they keep killing, actually, let's say this properly. As long as they continue to kill, Kay, they will stay sentient. Well, it's interesting you mentioned that, Powda, because one of the biggest pieces of foreshadowing that's happened so far on the World of Warcraft happened pretty recently. It's part of the
Yes, my lord.
oh, excuse me. It's part of the
Righto.
Raytheon line. Forgive me for not remembering the exact wording right now, but he talks about how we must rebuild the Forgotten Titan, and how none of them remember. Now, what those things could mean, who knows? Because, you know, there's just about anything it could mean, theoretically. But that is one of the biggest hints as to what's coming next, and I think it's actually directly related to Sargeras, personally. In fact, I have a theory about it, that basically is the idea that Sargeras is actually dead, destroyed, whatever you want to call it, but in fact, they're trying to rebuild him. The Titans are, for better and for worse. I need so much lumber. You know what? Screw it.
I stand
Let's just
for
go.
the light.
Dun, 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 dun.
For honor.
The Titans are neither ally
Of
nor
course.
foe. Let's make that absolutely clear.
A sound plan.
The Titans are not for
For
us. See that woman? She thought the Titans were for her. Didn't work out for her very well, did it? I am being serious, though. The Titans are interested in order. They aren't interested in us. They aren't interested in life. They're interested in order.
A sound plan.
Probably the single best way I can describe that, and how that comes across, is Algalon's speech after you defeat him, where he talks about how many thousands of worlds he has destroyed at the command of the Titans, and is appalled at the idea now that, having interacted with you, the players, he understands the drive to live. In other words, if you're thinking about it, the idea of the very concept of having a drive to live had not occurred to him prior to that. Whoop, 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 back up, back up, back up.
Of course.
Those things have such long range.
Justice has come. For my father, the king.
Oh, very much so, Undead Elvis. Almost without question. It's also important to note that what the Titans are is effectively alien, and I mean truly alien, not just, you know, obviously different species, technical definition of alien. I mean actually alien. They think differently than we do. They function differently than we do. They don't value the same things that we do. Oh, for God's sake, stop attacking!
Sound plan.
There. Must have no losses. Must have no losses. You just kind of chill here for a second, guys. How's my research coming on?
I'm here to help.
Yes, Ojunix, without question. And yes, Last Exile, I mentioned this earlier, but what the sentients are is non-organic life. They are sentient constructs. And just about everything they...
Job's done.
Excuse me, just about everything they do is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 along the lines of that mentality. They don't actually, they aren't actually, they're alien, like I said. It's actually pretty well done, all things considered, but shrug. I would like to see Algalon come back. That would actually be pretty cool, but it's more likely that Algalon, if anything, will have to rescue him from the rest of the Titans.
Our gold mine is running low.
No, my gold, my gold. Not a bad way to put that, Preacher.
I come to cleanse this land.
The Titans would have made, and the way they are written, the way they are designed, would make a much better Reapers than the Reapers did, as Mass Effect 3 presented them. Water. Need water. Red Warrior needs water badly. Oh my. Hey, Nerdman.
I come to cleanse this land.
Honestly, Undead Elvis, I think it's only a question of when the Titans become enemies, not if.
I stand for the light. A sound plan. Of course.
Come on, hurry up.
I come.
I feel like I was talking about something other than the obvious things I was talking about. Brain. Excuse me. Wait, that can't be right. Or are these just going slow? They're just going slow. Never mind. Okay, that's correct. Let's go ahead and do this while we're here. Here, and then you.
I'm here to help.
I'm trying to
Here.
I come to cleanse this land.
Yeah, pretty much undead, all things considered.
Is someone injured?
Right away.
The Legion is best described as chaos, whereas the Titans are best described as order. While obviously the Legion has its own horrible deprivations, they are not as interested in evil as they are in chaos. I'm still not going to call them, you know, neutral or good. They are definitely evil, but my point I'm trying to get across is what they care about is chaos. They care about what the Legion is after, in a nutshell, is destroying everything, wiping out the entirety of all of reality, all the worlds, all the planes of existence, space, time, all of it just... They want to set everything aflame and leave nothing behind, including themselves when they get down to it. That is what the Legion's goal is.
Our gold mine has collapsed.
No, my gold.
Yes, me lord. All right.
Hopefully I'll win now. Well, Andre, that's an interesting question. Number one, because it's not hard to convince someone who is evil of that.
Yes,
but
my
number
friend.
two, because the Legion is ultimately loyal to Sargeras, and that is Sargeras' goal. Even if Sargeras is or is not gone, we don't actually know, like I said.
Sound plan.
But the Legion, I'm sorry, Sargeras, we don't actually know 100% what happened. It's been retconned twice now, and we're still not fully sure of the details. Okay. But the long and the short of it is that Sargeras was so disenchanted with the way that the universe was, to put it bluntly, that he basically decided on his own initiative that order was a lie, if you know what I mean. The very concept of order was a lie, was the lie. And thus, the only possible way for things to keep going, whoops,
I'm here to help.
is to remove everything. So that was his goal, to remove everything, to burn everything. And so Sargeras' crusade, the Burning Crusade, is to extinguish all life, and all order, and all organization, and all everything.
I'm here to help.
Is someone in?
Yeah, it strikes. It's a very Babylon 5 kind of situation, isn't it, Undead Elvis? We win. I probably didn't even have to need this much, but I like doing it with no losses because I'm weird.
I stand for the light. I am your servant.
Anyways, you can join the Legion. Sort of. I guess let's put this more correctly. You're not actually joining the Legion in the sense that you are a part of the Legion. You can join the Legion in the sense that you can work for the Legion.
What ails you?
So I suppose that depends on definitions, but frankly, I would say, you're welcome, Thrillimental. I would say no, you can't join the Legion in the truest sense of the word.
Hello again, children. I am Kel'Thuzad, and I've come to deliver a warning. Leave well enough alone. Your curiosity will be the death of you.
Are you responsible
Literally.
for this plague, Necromancer? Is this cult your doing?
Yes, I ordered the Cult of the Damned to distribute the plagued grain. But the sole credit is not mine.
What do you mean?
I serve the Dreadlord, Mal'Ganis. He commands the scourge that will cleanse this land and establish a paradise of eternal darkness.
And what exactly is this scourge meant to cleanse?
Why,
By the living, of course.
His plan is already in motion. Seek him out at Stratholme if you need further proof.
I already talked about that, oh man.
Justice shall be
Is my aid required?
Is there danger?
By the way, best evil accents, Russian. Just saying. I don't remember if this is the mission that is in or not, but I'm pretty sure this is the second time we see Timmy. Pretty sure.
All the granaries are empty. The shipments have already been sent out.
I think this is where we
Too
see
late.
Timmy the second. Yep, there's Timmy. See him? Timmy. That's Timmy from earlier.
The light is my
The
strength.
child that we saved.
What ails
I
you?
stand for
Try
the
not to be
light.
too depressed, brother. It has often been theorized as to whether or not Kel'Thuzad was being serious or disingenuous with what he said just now. Leave well enough alone. And if I might talk about that briefly, as briefly as I can, either he was sent by the first Lich King in order to basically force, to continue to push Arthas into what would become his crusade, to push him and provoke him into the Kobayashi Maru we're almost at. Or did Kel'Thuzad come here with actual intent to warn Arthas away? Because, as we've established, Kel'Thuzad is not actually loyal to the First Lich King, and certainly not loyal to the Dreadlords. He hates them. So it's entirely possible Kel'Thuzad was genuinely warning Arthas and Jaina away because he knew what was going on, and because, he wanted to ensure that no one else was in the same situation he was. Because as I've established, Kil'Thuzad was given a choice. Serve me in life or serve me in death. Not exactly a win-win scenario, is it? Let's move on.
Justice shall be done.
See, I said it would be brief. Pandarans fit in very well in my opinion, but then again, I actually really like Pandaria. It's probably my second favorite expansion, all things considered.
Is someone injured?
The Pandarans fit because of the very nature of their lack of fitting, but more importantly, the Pandarans fit very well thematically. The Pandarans fit because the entire essence of Warcraft, as of the more modern story, has become about the dichotomy. And Pandarans themselves are basically that dichotomy personified, kind of literally, all things considered.
I'm here to help.
So, amongst the Pandarans, we see someone where, you know, you are... I don't know how better to put that, I'm sorry, I don't have any better words. It's all about the false dichotomy, is really what it comes down to. The false dichotomy between Horde and Alliance that has permeated Warcraft for the last 3 expansions, all things considered. And the Pandarans are the best way to illustrate and demonstrate not only why it's a good thing, but also why it's a bad thing. And that's really all I'm going to say about that. So, we kill Kil'Thuzad.
Naive fool. My death will make little difference in the long run. For now, the scourging of this land begins.
Don't worry, Kel. We'll see you again. And yeah, liberated. That was just a random bartender, too. That's what amused me most about that. That really got the point across so well. Some random bartender who had been listening to Rathion ramble on for however long knew more about the theme of the setting than Raytheon did. Or Rathion. I don't actually know how it's properly pronounced. Of course, Rathion's an idiot, so, you know, shrug. Someone who most assuredly does not have wisdom at all. Someone who doesn't get it at all. Alright. No, I agree, Liberated. I can't wait to kill him. I thought about writing the story such that I killed him, but we'll move on.
Finally, I could use some rest.
It looks like they're preparing for battle.
Yeah, I know he's a child. He still needs to die.
Prince Arthas, during the night, a vast army of undead warriors emerged and began attacking villages at random.
No.
Now it's heading this way.
Damn it. Jaina, I'll
This is
stay
a fun
here to
mission.
protect the village. Go as quickly as you can and tell Lord Uther what's happened.
But...
Go, Jaina. Every second counts.
I think Raytheon will turn into his own form of villain. The thought that he'll turn into a villain is almost in question in my circumstance.
Wait. What did those crates contain?
Just a grain shipment from Anderhall. There's no need to worry, my lord. It's already been distributed amongst the villagers.
Oh no. The plague was never meant to simply kill my people. It was meant to turn them into the undead. Defend yourselves!
Oh, I know it, sure. I don't know if I'm going to curb stomp the enemy in this one, but yeah, you can really just destroy the hell out of the enemy in this one. I'm trying to remind myself. Okay, 3 entry points. Tell you what, Ojunix. We'll kill the hell out of Ojunix. Wow. We'll kill the hell out of Raytheon, but we won't tell you about it. Okay?
Justice shall be done.
Whether or not he needs to die is actually admittedly debatable. I'll admit that. Looks like 2, 3. But he most assuredly needs to be beat up a lot, which is actually what Zalosh did in the story, in my story. But I haven't decided if it's actually how things are going to happen or not.
Ready to work.
Basically, she and he had a bit of a disagreement, and she objected violently. And then Raytheon, who, if you'll remember, is incredibly arrogant, was like, there's nothing you can do about me. And then Zalosh just kind of curb-stomped him.
Ready to work.
Not by herself, of course. She had a few people there, but you get the point. Yep, still needs one more.
Ready to work.
There we go. Okay, now... I'm trying to remember. Ah, here it is. Or do I want... No, I want this one. Okay. That would be kind of interesting, Undead Elvis. Especially given the other thing that happened with the...
Hold your ground.
With the...
We are the chosen of the light.
The bronze dragonflight, and the other tidbit of preview into whatever's happening next. We have like 3 dangling threads right now immediately. Debatable Powder. I would argue that Nazgrim was not a bad guy. That's just my take on it, of course. You go turn this in. Now come over here. Whoops.
All right.
Let's go ahead and make you
Ready to work.
3. Also, the Horde isn't evil. Sorry. You could argue that the Garroshian, whatever, the Garrosh's Horde is evil, and I would not argue against that. But at the same... Actually, I guess I would argue against that. But the point being, the Horde is not evil, so... Bleh. Oh, right. Don't forget that Garrosh isn't dead, which sucks. I can't believe they didn't let us kill him. I'm still pissed about that. Seriously, I'm still pissed about that. Back in WoW Vanilla, the Horde was much more good, and the Alliance was much more evil. It's actually kind of ironic when you consider it, all things having happened since then.
Ready to work.
As far as good bosses, though, like I said, I can't really think of any off the top of my head. Other than possibly Nazgrim, or anyone else who was an accidental killing.
Is there danger?
I agree, Pyro. We need to kill the hell out of that guy.
Of course.
Yeah, liberated. That's kind of the ironic part. As much as it pisses me off, I have to admit, from a developing perspective, the Alliance has to be against the Horde in the stupid ways that they are. Otherwise, the game would be completely different. Although, I would still argue you could actually make that still work. You don't actually kill her, though, Kuro. In fact, if you're paying attention, you heal her. So, yeah, I don't think that counts. Damn it, Undead, don't jinx it. Please don't jinx it. I don't want a redemption story for that jackass.
Yes, me lord.
It'd be like doing a redemption story for Sauron. It just doesn't work. Thematically, stylistically, and in fact, nobody wants it.
All right.
Nobody wants it. Oh, that would be wonderful, Preacher. Imagine the way I wrote the story for Zalash's killing of Garrosh was basically humiliating him to the point where he was exposed as who and what he was. Admittedly, the actual fight does that pretty well, all things considered. But you get my point. It was just completely humiliating him and then finally killing him in shame. No glorious battle, no wondrous conquest, just you're pathetic and then you die. But, I have to admit, it would be very satisfying if, you know, we end up hunting him down, you know, in nothing but his plain clothes, out in the woods, no weapons, no nothing. Illidan shows up. Here, let me show you what being a villain really means. Grom was a complicated individual, Powda. I would not call him a good guy. I would also not call him a bad guy. He was certainly an interesting person, though. Yeah, exactly, Ojonix. Garrosh was an evil villain, and you know what? I even salute that in my own way. I applaud them for actually having made a villain who wasn't corrupted by, you know, Sargeras' madness, and wasn't consumed by the old god's insanity. Someone who was just plain old evil.
Is someone injured?
I thought the story really needed someone like Garrosh, and that's one of the reasons why, as much as I hate his guts, I actually think that he needed to be a part of the story from a writer's perspective. I think it was a good move. Illidan, good question, Last Oxal. That's my response to that. Originally, the answer was yes. Then they started waffling on that. started changing their mind, and now the answer is depends. So we don't know is the real answer. No, he wasn't, Pyro. Don't give me that crap. You know he wasn't. Word of God says he wasn't. The storyline says he wasn't. Just pay attention. Garrosh was evil. Just because he ended up using the Shah, like an idiot, I might add, doesn't make him corrupted by the Shah. Yeah, they have. It's really irritated. Yeah, I need to go repair that tower. Let's go. Because they just keep hitting my western flank there. And they're going to keep doing it.
Job's done, Lord. Job's done.
God, that smells nice. Sorry, I've still got that candle going. It smells really good.
More work.
I actually have already come up with how I would return Illidan to the story, personally. But that's just me.
The light is my
What
strength.
ails you?
Yes, me lord.
Malfurion's alright. He's actually a pretty cool character, all things considered, but he has his own problems.
Job's done.
Still pretty awesome, though, all things considered.
Our town is under
I
siege.
stand for the light.
The way I would bring Illidan back is first I'd go to the bathroom, and then I'd tell you how I would bring Illidan back. Seriously though, I actually have a couple things to say about this, so give me just a moment. I do actually have to use the facilities here. And then I'll be back in a minute.
For honor.
I could just leave this going, but I'm not going to be that arrogant. I'll be right back.
this land.
So, I've decided rather than tell you about how Illidan should come back, I'm instead going to tell you about why Garrosh is the best guy ever.
You spotted an undead caravan carrying
Shoot,
a large
I was a
load
little
of
bit too
plague
slow.
grain.
That caravan must be stopped before it reaches the outer villages.
I don't even know what that means, but... No! Come back, Ojunix! Come back!
Yes, me lord.
Damn you! That was a different spam bot. He gone now.
All right.
Is there danger? A sound comes from this land.
Job done.
Alright, so what I said, Oceanix, is Garrosh is actually the best guy ever, and the best character ever, and everyone should think he's awesome, just like he thinks he's awesome. And then they should, like, totally make a statue that says Garrosh is super awesome. You got it, Powda. Okay, so let's talk about the Imperium. No, I'm kidding.
I come to cleanse this.
What Maiev question? Or did I miss it while I was gone? Was there a Maiev question in there?
Yes,
I hate to go with so few. Let's go and start moving now. I don't actually remember the route, so let's just go.
The light is my strength.
This is so weird, playing this. Oh, actually, she is neither. She is not dead. After the events of Burning Crusade, she returned to Teldrassil and enacted a plan to try and kill Malfurion and remove all the people she felt were inferior from Night Elf control. Basically, she was trying a coup, or a coup, if you prefer. She was trying to take over Night Elves, the Night Elf Society, because she felt she was the only one who actually had vision. You're welcome. Be free.
Take this item.
Thanks, I think. Oh, yes, I want that.
A sound plan.
Go get that. Now then. Forgot that was there.
For honor.
Anyways, yeah, we'll go and learn Resurrection. That's pretty useful.
Of course.
Ooh, shoot. This is bad. Okay, whatever. I can still make this happen. Yeah, Maiev was all moahahaha, and I'm actually going to talk about that on this stream. Damn it, missed it. Back up.
Our town is under siege.
I know. I really will talk about that during this stream. God damn it, I hate those frickin' towers.
A sound
They do piercing damage too, which is really irritating. Okay. Oh shoot, they've got a lich. They got a lich. Back up, guys. Bail.
Of course.
This is bad. Okay, we're just gonna get back here. Hang on a second, guys. I gotta pay attention for a little bit. Okay, that's there. You come over here. You turn into guard towers. You turn into guard towers. Damn it, I knew I should have waited for the priests to be ready. I don't even have that many priests yet. I need 5 more. Get another priest going.
I'm here to help.
What over him? What's up? I actually lost a few guys on that. That irritates me. I used to intentionally do no losses runs. I'm not doing it now, obviously. Anyways, Maiev is someone who, whoops. There.
Of course. Prince Arthas, the caravan has infected the second village.
God damn it, I didn't stop the caravan in time. I'm usually pretty good at stopping that caravan in time. Take out the guy, not that guy. No, that one. Ah, God damn it. Whatever.
What is it? Upgrade complete.
Anyways, where was I? I was talking about something. Let's go and get the second one going there while I'm at it. Oh, I don't know, Powda. 20? Something like that.
Yes, my friend. Is my aid required?
4.
Justice.
Something like that. I've beat it quite a few times. Why do I not have? Oh, because I never. God dang it. Wake up a little bit, Arsh. Jeez Louise. I don't need that much slumber right now. Hard mode I've only beaten twice, because I only did it for the purpose of doing it, and then I did beat it again to prove it because a friend of mine didn't believe me. Otherwise, I usually play normal because I enjoy normal more. Shrug. I'm usually also playing for the story because I really like the story of this game.
Is there danger?
Where the hell? There you are. I'll tell you, this freaking camera, lack of control.
More gold is required.
Oh, god damn it, really?
Yes, me lord.
Yes, Powda, and it's in the works right now. And that's a bad thing. Any questions?
Our town is under siege.
Is someone injured?
Right away.
I am your servant. The light is my best.
Yeah, that final Sylvanas mission. Whew, there's a lot of missions that are pretty rough on hard mode. One of the really brutal ones for me personally is actually the very last human one, where you're up against Mal'Ganis' base in this campaign, the one I'm going through right now. That was pretty rough for me. I'll be honest. That took several attempts. I don't remember, Kay. Third or fourth. One of the two.
Is someone injured?
Anyways, what the hell was I talking? Oh, Maiev, right. You know what? Maiev went back, tried to take over Night Elf Society because she believed she was the only one of the Night Elves who actually thought of the best interests of her people. She was the only person who was actually head on our shoulders. She thought Malfurion was an idiot and a layabout who attacked her people and defeated her guardians and all that fun stuff. And she thought Tyrande was a hot-headed militant idiot, ironically, who her interactions with the Guardians and her freeing of Illidan basically makes her, in Maev's mind, evil. And so Maiev wanted to kill both, had a whole plan for assassinating both, and then was going to take over as the new leader of Night Elf Society. She was defeated, or rather her plan was stopped. She was not actually defeated, and she ended up leaving. So that's the end of Maiev. Sorry, I finally answered that question.
Done.
Took me a bit, because I'm retarded.
I'm here to help. For honor.
Is my aid required?
Hello, town.
Upgrade complete.
I stand for the
Is
light.
someone injured?
Our town is under siege.
Is there danger?
I just realized this is an actually extremely dangerous strategy, but whatever, we'll make it work. As soon as we take out this caravan, I can't believe I let him get to the second town. I almost never let him get to the second town. Too busy chatting. I'm just kidding. I just
I'm here
suck.
to help. Is someone injured?
More work.
Yeah, let's just hold off for now.
Righto. Research
Justice shall be
There
done.
you are.
Yes, my friend.
Yeah, we don't know where Maiev is. She hasn't actually been a part of anything since then.
If we lose the shipment, the Master will have our hides.
I have nothing wrong with a good villain, female or male, so I don't really mind. Sylvanas has her own reasons for being evil. She wasn't until after the second Lich King died and the third Lich King took over, ironically.
I just pray that the grain hasn't reached any more villages.
I'll admit Maiev is certainly an interesting character in her own right, but like I said, I will talk during this stream, no less, about why Maiev is the way she is.
Justice shall be done.
Is my aid required?
I told you, Preacher, I like turtling. I'm not good at it, but I like turtling. It's just something I enjoy doing. When I used to play Total Annihilation, I used to do what I called the worker strategy, where I never built a single unit. I never built a single fighting unit, I should clarify a bit. All I would build is bigger and bigger construction workers, and then I would make outgoing waves of the many really, really awesome defensive towers you could have in Total Annihilation, until I would basically just overwhelm the enemy base with my own defensive emplantments in their base. It was a lot of fun.
A sound plan.
The worker army. Army of the people. I don't know why I'm doing this. I guess I'm bored. See if I can pull it off. I'm not going to pull off no losses here, but, you know, let's see what we can do with this. No direction. 2. 3. 4.
I stand for the light.
5, 6. That'll do. Get back up.
The light is my strength.
Yes, my friend.
Mass res. Is it really Krasusu? That's hilarious.
I'm here to help.
This is a losing battle, but, ironically, we could actually still win this particular engagement if we back up a bit here.
I am your servant.
Really, Undead Elvis? That doesn't surprise me, honestly.
Is there danger? I'm here to help. Is there danger?
What is?
Can you? I didn't even know that. Whatever.
Our town is under siege.
Okay. Time to stop messing around.
Is my aid required?
Hang on just a second. I'm about to lose part of my town because of stupidity. I'll never micromanage Yachiman. Never.
Is there danger? I stand for the light. I'm here to help.
Besides, I can micromanage, I just don't like doing it, obviously. Otherwise I would be.
Justice shall be done. Foul wave.
That's sufficient.
Our town is under siege.
My town, my town. I like how then they give up. Alright, we took out the towers. We're good.
Of course.
What's happening to Jaina is very understandable. Let's put it that way. I think that's a good way to put it.
For honor.
Now we're just gonna hang out in the town for a bit.
What
there you are. Rebuild, because why not?
Righto. Alright.
And now we're just gonna sit here for a while, because, you know, we've only got 10 minutes left. I could go take out the enemy bases, but I don't feel like getting into siege right now. And I can't do the mage army properly. Damn it, too slow. I don't actually think Jaina will become a villain personally, but that's because I don't think Jaina's a villain now. The reason Sylvanas is crazy now is because of the events at the end of Wrath of Lich King.
Injured?
Yes, me lord.
Put simply,
Job's done.
Sylvanas died. Okay, that's actually that doesn't even get across the whole point. But Sylvanas did in fact die. She committed suicide actually, because she was done. She had defeated Arthas, you know, the Lich King, whatever. She didn't differentiate between the two because she was stupid, or ignorant, or didn't care. Take your pick. And she was done, so she committed suicide. Her life was over. And there's actually another thing to add on to that. See, when Sylvanas died the first time, when Arthas killed her, she went to a place that we were going to refer to as the Light, because that's what they call it. Now, the Light you can basically just call heaven for all intents and purposes. It was wonderful, bright, warm, cheery, wonderful, incredible. Also, see around DE. You know, it was this wonderful, incredible place, right?
Job's done.
And so, when she was ripped from that by Arthas, she was, you know, very upset about the overall situation and what happened with it, and didn't actually, you know, she didn't actually know how to deal with it. Hang on just a second.
Off I go then.
No, I don't want to lose. Whatever, I lost it. Waste of resources. Don't get up there now.
Is there danger?
What? Off I go then. Forward.
So anyways, what Sylvanas actually did was she got onto the top of the Ice Crown Citadel and jumped off. Off to her death, right? Now, like I said before, when Arthas killed her, she went to the Light, and it was this wonderful, incredible place. So she was under the rather natural assumption that that would be where she would be going when she died again. And that was always the goal. She was going to use anything in her power, and the only thing she cared about, all the Forsaken, the demonic people she worked with were joining the Horde. All of it was literally for the... I'm sorry, and also getting the Blood Elves to join the Horde. All of it was solely to aim everything at Arthas in order to kill him. That was the only thing she cared about. Once that was done, she always planned to commit suicide, ever since the very beginning, so she could go back to the Light. Small problem with that plan. Sylvanas did a lot of really questionable, unpleasant, and frankly evil actions in her overall plan, in her existence. And so when she died this time, she didn't go to the Light. She went to the Dark. So now it's actually funny because while she was doing this, several of the Valkyr were there, okay? For those of you who don't know, the Valkyr are hard to explain. They have a degree of control over life or death, which is directly
stand
granted
for the
them
light.
by their by the second Lich King. That's the best way I can
what?
summarize that.
What?
So, the Valkyr
Job
try to
done.
convince her over and over and over not to go
what?
ahead and jump off,
Alright.
not to kill herself, because the Valkyr
What?
are trapped, literally trapped, because the Valkyr by their very nature cannot exist on their own. They have sentience, as willed by the third Lich King, but they need to be bound to a soul in order to have freedom of movement, and so they wanted to be freed, and so they went and made a deal with Sylvanas. We'll bind ourselves to you, and you'll be our, you'll be our freedom, you'll be our source of freedom.
Yes, me lord.
Well, Sylvanas didn't want any of that, so she just killed herself. And like I said, that didn't turn out so well. So one of the Valkyr went ahead and sacrificed itself to resurrect her, pull her back from the dark, taking her place there, I might add. Rather horrible sounding fate, if you'll forgive me. And that left her with, I believe, 8 Valkyr left after that. Whoop. So that didn't actually work out all that well, all things considered. So, now, we don't know the exact reasoning, but we do know some of the details of the situation, which I already have detailed to you, actually. Sylvanas knows what's waiting for her if she were to die again, okay? She knows she's going to go to the dark. She knows that when she's at a Valkyr, which she can't make any more of, by the way, she is going to go back to the dark. She wants to avoid that fate at all costs, and so, almost ironically, whoops, I actually didn't mean to do that. I wanted to do this. Almost ironically, she is now in the same situation she was before, where she only cares about one thing, and she's doing everything in her power to make that one thing happen. She is... Oh, there we go.
Off I go then.
She is fully devoted towards the idea of trying to make sure that she does not die again. That's her whole goal.
I stand for the light.
Perhaps ironic when you think about it, given how many people she's killed in her life. Anyways,
Yes, me lord.
and she also knows with absolute certainty
What is it?
that there is no escaping her plan based on what she knows right now. None. There is no escape. She is screwed. She is locked into this path now.
Job's done.
And perhaps as a second irony, as I mentioned before, if you're paying attention, Arthas is also within the cold dark. So not only does she want to avoid that at all costs, but part of her cannot bring herself to accept that she deserves the same fate that Arthas does because of how much bile and hatred she had towards Arthas. So she can't bring herself to admit or accept, that same fate that befell Arthas because of that as well. In addition to the, the horribleness of it. And let's be honest, there is quite a bit of horribleness about it. So yeah, Sylvanas is both trapped and doomed. And since that incident, which happened pretty much right at the end of Wrath, it was in a book, for anybody who's wondering, she has died several more times. So she only has, if I'm not mistaken, 3 more Valkyr, as of now. 3! She's lost all but 3 of them, of her original 9. Try to think about that for a moment. Debatable? Well, yes, I do, Undead Elvis. But that's also because I really don't think, I really don't, like betrayal, and she pretty much flat out betrayed the Blood Elves. So, well, see, the thing about that, Kay, is I mentioned that's one of her big motivators and why she's turned so dark lately, why she is so focused on conquering all of Lorerun. She has been pushing hard ever since then to expand the Forsaken, to use whatever weapons are necessary, conquer all the human lands, because she's trying to get rid of all threats to herself, right?
Has collapsed.
But there is a second possible reason, and that is she needs as much power, both provincial and personal, in order to try and find a way to escape her ultimate fate, which would be her secondary motivation.
What?
Go do Anti-Jig.
Off I go then.
Alright.
Righto.
You'd think so, Undead Elvis. And indeed, that's something I figured she would go with after when I was reading that story, but nope, she decided to go all hideously evil mode. Alright, you're right, Zed. Let's get some funny lines in here. Where's this guy? There he is.
Yes, me lord. More word? You're the king? Well, I didn't vote for you. We found a witch. May we burn her? Help! Help! I'm being repressed. A horse kicked me once. It hurt. Don't. What?
You have a target? What do you need? Aye, sir. This is my boomstick! Where's me drink? I can't shoot straight unless I've had a pint. Oh, there's me drink. Get in my belly! Guns don't kill people. I do! Don't shoot that thing at me. I shot the sheriff and the deputy and your wee doggy too. You'll take me, blunderbuss, when you're crying from my cold dead hand.
A sound plan. Justice shall be done. Of course. A sound plan. Certainly.
Yeah, they do. Sure. Rather amusing, at least in my opinion. Of course, I like Monty Python, so shrug.
A sound plan.
Oh, hello.
Of course. This is impossible. The numbers seem limitless.
We'll never defeat them. Let's go and try. Just a little bit.
Our town is under siege.
For honor.
Oh well. It's the same thing, Yachiman. Monty Python did Life of Brian.
Our town is under siege.
Yay, I win.
I stand for the land.
Yeah, here they come. Oh my god. Don't worry, knights will save us.
Might, give me strength.
Smack. Oh, I prefer Holy Grail. I actually don't like Life of Brian at all. It has like 3 funny jokes I can think of off the top of my head. The rest of it I didn't care for at all.
Your timing couldn't have been better.
Don't celebrate yet, son. This battle's far from over.
This always seemed a little bit cheap to me. Don't celebrate yet. This battle's far from over. Fade wipe. Battle's over.
I'm surprised that you kept things together as long as you did, lad. If I hadn't arrived just
Look,
then...
I did the best I could, Uther. If I'd had a legion of knights riding at my back, I would have...
Now is not the time to be choking on pride. What we faced here was only the beginning. The undead ranks are bolstered every time one of our warriors falls in battle.
Then we should strike at their leader. I'll go to Stratholme and kill Mal'Ganis myself if I have to.
Easy, lad. Brave as you are, you can't hope to defeat a man who commands the dead all by yourself.
Then feel free to tag along, Uther. I'm going, with or without you.
Chunka chunka chung. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Reaper. At least I hope you are. Cutscene.
Greetings, young prince. We must talk.
I have no time for this.
Listen to me, boy. This land is lost. The shadow has already fallen, and nothing you do will deter it. If you truly wish to save your people, lead them across the sea, to the west.
Flee? My place is here, and my only course is to defend my people.
Then your choice is already made. Just remember, the harder you strive to slay your enemies, the faster you'll deliver your people right into their hands.
I'm sorry for concealing myself, Arthas. I just wanted to...
Don't say it.
I sense tremendous power about him, Arthas. Maybe he's right. Maybe he does know what will happen.
Nothing he can say will make me abandon my homeland, Jaina. I don't care if that madman has seen the future. Let's go.
Another interesting scene, because ultimately it's actually pretty well emphasized and hinted, especially in the books, that Arthas actually did believe Medivh. It's probably one of the reasons Medivh chose to go ahead and tell him that. He did actually want to, he did believe him. He did think that he actually had told the truth and, you know, that there was some horrible thing happening. He just didn't care, even knowing that Arthas had decided to go ahead and stay and fight for his homeland. As he himself said, that's my only recourse. He could not bring himself to abandon his homeland, even if it was the correct thing to do, even if it was the right thing to do. Arthas had made his choice that it was more important to him to die fighting, basically. Now, that's the interesting thing about this all, by the way. The book goes into more detail about this, but Arthas, in general, well, this is certainly the start of his darkness and all that. Ultimately, Arthas believed this path would end in his own death, his own fall, in order to save his people, or at least die trying. He never really realized the full extent of the situation he was in. We'll talk about that more after this cutscene, because this is it right here.
Glad you could make it, Uther.
Watch your tone with me, boy. You may be the prince, but I'm still your superior as a paladin.
As if I could forget. Listen, Uther. There's something about the plague you should know.
It's already here, and they're already screwed.
Oh no. We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead.
What?
This entire city must be purged.
How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Damn it, Uther. As your future king, I order you to purge this city.
You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Have I? Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done! Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my sight.
Yes, this is in the calling. This is in Stratholme.
Just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this.
So, I call this the Kobayashi Maru. For those of you who don't actually understand the reference, Kobayashi Maru is a phrase I use to refer to as the no-win scenario, as stated in Wrath of Khan. Excuse me, Wrath of the Lich King. Wow. One more. Now I know a lot of people make fun of this scene, especially Kay over there, because a lot of people don't like to consider the fact that human beings, which is what you and I are last I checked, don't really think rationally when we're in the moment. I've talked about this before with regards to StarCraft 2, and with regards to a lot of things in general. You have to consider what someone's feeling in the moment. Yes, if this was all a perfect situation, yes, if we here, armchair generals and all that, can go back and say, you know, we can actually talk about this reasonably. Of course what they're doing is silly and nonsensical, and they should have just sat and talked about it. But in the moment, it's a lot harder to do that. And we all know this to some extent or another. We all understand what it's like to be in the moment. You don't really have a notion of what you're doing, of the consequences of what you're doing. I actually not only fully understand what Arthas did, I kind of agree with it. And I know that sounds really weird, given the circumstances, but bear with me on this, okay? This is the Kobayashi Maru for Arthas, because if he had chosen to stand down and spend the time trying to instead try to find a way to cure this plague, he would have A, failed, and B, been forced not only to kill his own people now that they were forced to fight him, but he would have been burdened with the knowledge of having failed them so utterly. If he had chosen to do this, his soul would have been stained by how horribly dark of an act this was, and he would never actually be able to truly recover from that fact. if you're missing my point here, the point I'm trying to get across here is that there was no winning this situation for Arthas. There was no third path here. He was screwed, and no matter what he did, he would have failed. His soul was stained regardless. That's why this was such a brilliant plan, and this was probably the one and only true thing that I would credit. Well, let's see. It's actually debatable who came up with this idea, but this was all deliberate, is what I'm trying to get across. This was all done deliberately in order to, you know, forever stain Arthas, in order to turn him into the perfect prototype for what would become the new Death Knight. Oh, excuse me. Now, here's another interesting factoid. Uther is equally responsible to Arthas for this situation happening. As I mentioned before, Uther was Arthas's personal trainer, and was the one who personally was responsible for him having the upbringing and mentality that he did. And as a result, Uther is the one who taught Arthas the entire mentality of do rather than think or say or whatever. Hang on a second. Hello, Mal'Ganis. I can't wait to kill you. Still haven't. Beaten you like 3 times by now. Yes, Armed Devil, Arthas will become the first of the new Death Knights. Not yet, but he will get there. The old ones are all dead. I guess it's a lie, actually.
I will now turn this city household by household until the flame of life has been snuffed out forever.
I won't allow it, Mal'Ganis.
Better my people die by my hand than serve as your slaves in death. Anyways, for those of you who are not aware, Mal'Ganis is actually still alive and active even as of now. As in, he has actually been in Warcraft, World of Warcraft. Sigh. And we still haven't killed him. We will, though. By God, we will.
I stand for the light.
Hate that guy. It's a good book, Reaper. Oh, stretch. Anyways, Uther, as I was saying, is just as much to blame for this as Arthas is. Not just because of his training, but Uther, as I mentioned, is kind of naive and doesn't really think through situations as much as he probably should. And so Uther didn't actually think about any possible way to deal with this situation. So he was just like, no, we can't do that, rather than, you know, let's do this, or let's do that, or I'll work with you if we can do some other thing. Again, I'm not necessarily blaming him, because, again, Uther was in the moment just as much as Arthas was. But my point is, Uther is just as responsible here. That's basically the point I'm trying to get across. Death is merely a setback. I need, like, a lot more of these.
Life is my strength.
Everyone's asleep. That's bad. God, I hate sleep. It's such an irritating ability. Anyways,
of course,
the thing about Dreadlords, that is to say Nathrezim, is they are true demons. I mentioned before the difference between an actual demon and a fell creature. You know, an Eridar is a good example of this one. A true demon is someone who is actually from the
for honor.
What do they call it? The Twisted Nether. And a true demon is his essence is tied within the Twisting Nether. And so, in order for a true demon to be destroyed, they either have to be destroyed through significant force or power, or they have to be destroyed within the Twisting Nether, which obviously just about none of them have done yet. Wow, my throat is just really killing me.
I go then. Yes, me lord.
Maybe I should have put this stream off a bit more. Theoretically, they do Undead Elvis because they talk about it. But who knows is actually the real answer.
Job done.
Oh, goodness me. I have a headache from hell, too. You know what sounds really good right now? Pizza.
I'm here to help.
You can tell I'm hungry when pizza sounds good.
A sound plan.
No, Ojunix. We have seen bits and pieces of it. Mostly in cutscenes, actually entirely in cutscenes, but we've never actually visited the Twisting Nether in the games proper. That can wait, because I don't need it just yet. Actually, I guess I need it right now. Never mind. Let's go. that. I told you, doesn't pizza sound good right now?
Foul knave. Of course.
Damn it, Pyro, you suck. I hate you.
Betrayer of the light.
Very unlikely, Norda, unless people donate for it, because I don't have a lot of interest in replaying Skyrim, all things considered.
Is there danger?
I know about that one, sure. Attack clicking the... Here, you can demonstrate it right there, see? But it does feel kind of cheap, and it's also time-consuming, and frankly, I don't really care that much. True.
Job's done.
I call it a no-win scenario, Kay, because from everything we understand about the circumstances, it was a no-win scenario. There was no way around this. He lost. Now, that being said, there might be another way, theoretically, but we only know so much about the situation. Everything we do know says rather clearly that it wasn't happening.
Of course.
Shrug, as they say. Let's just go here-ish.
Job's done.
Mar Oblivion I would definitely stream, because hell yeah.
Research complete.
Also, I would want to stream it with the chat. I don't like streaming without chat interaction. Kind of loses the point, in my opinion. Yes and yes, Ojunix. I mentioned earlier. I didn't talk about Illidan yet, did I? There was
I live once more.
Where are ya? Where are ya, dimwit?
I'm here to help.
I suppose I should be focusing on winning instead of building my base. I have such a hard habit of doing that, because I'm such a builder at heart, that I don't actually think about winning half the time. I think about building, and I'm like, okay, I gotta build this, and then I gotta build that, and then I gotta build this. Oh yeah, I guess I should go ahead and, you know, build stuff. Nah, let's just keep building. Screw winning the game. Let's just build. I have that mentality. Kind of bad about that. Anyways. Oh, hang on. Anyways, Illidan. Okay. Let's answer Ojunix's question first. It is very likely that the expansion, either next one or the one after that, is going to be either the Twisting Nether or the Burning Legion in general, the return of the Burning Crusade. Especially given how much hinting there has been about that lately, which is quite a bit. You sure, Liberated? I was going to talk about bringing Illidan back, because people asked earlier how I would bring Illidan back to WoW. But just for you, man, I'll go ahead and keep my peace. But if you don't want to hear about how I bring back Illidan, it's okay. I understand. Nobody wants Illidan back anyways, right? That's at least what I'm told by certain expert Blizzard developers who have no idea what they're talking about. Because everyone wants Illidan back. Let's go ahead and build another one.
Off I go then.
Yeah, exactly, Preacher. That's pretty much exactly it right there. Go! Oh god, double attack. Oh god, we're gonna die here.
Of course.
Yeah, we're gonna die. Okay, back up. Back up.
Of course. For honor.
This is gonna be interesting.
Certainly.
Illidan is awesome. I kind of like his original voice actor better, but the new one certainly still does a good job. And he's such a fascinating character. It's also worth noting that he's probably one of the biggest heroic characters in the series, which is really weird when you think about it. It's funny because they kept trying to make him more villainous over time. Nope, didn't wear off in time. Oh. Yeah, I'll just let him die. Whatever, I'm busy. I want to build. Build.
Easy.
I also need another barracks, and I need you to come build those. Anyways, why are you still alive, Arthas?
For honor.
Anyways, Illidan is one of the true heroes of the setting if you really think about it. Illidan has actually saved the world more than once, and he is actually... And I don't mean just that facetiously, he has literally, deliberately, purposefully, individually been the guy who has saved the world more than once. It's fascinating. And yeah, Undead Elvis, they kept trying to make him more villainous, but they just made him more Illidan. It was awesome. Because he's Illidan, damn it. No, I don't actually want that to be a guard tower.
Stand for the light.
for honor.
T-Vox? I never even heard of that.
Is there danger?
Well, if it works, use it. Yes, tasted sauce. This is the
What?
culling.
Righto. Yes, me lord.
I actually did that completely wrong, but whatever. Doesn't matter that
Job
much. Put that over there.
More gold is required.
Damnation.
I'm here to help.
Illidan has played in one I Want to Be the Guy 0 times because he just does not get this whole video game thing.
Certainly.
Damn it. Oh well.
More work.
Our forces are
What?
under attack.
All right.
Is there danger?
This is it. One-on-one. Arthas versus Mal'Ganis. This is actually going to be funny in a moment. Oh, wow. I screwed that up, didn't I? Oh, well. Never mind. Arthas is about to die.
Betrayer of the light.
Nope. Illidan would fail miserably.
For my father. Foul.
I guess Arthas isn't going to die. Paladins are actually really strong heroes. Probably my favorite hero in the whole setting. In the whole game, excuse me.
Righto. Off I go then.
Deadpool follower? Wow. That sounds amusing. God, I need more gold. Why don't I have more gold? I need to build more. You don't understand. It needs to be all neat and organized. Actually, I haven't played the DLCs yet, Black Salamander. I own both of them now, thanks to viewers. They bought them for me, of course. Because my viewers have money. Because they're awesome. You guys are awesome. But, I haven't actually played them yet.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Alright, you guys go do stuff. Go for it.
Yes, me lord.
I need more towers. Actually, they haven't attacked my base yet. It's actually really funny. I think I'm playing on hard mode mentality here. Because I like to dig in really hard and then send up my forces and just basically ignore my base in hard mode. We'll go ahead and put a... No, I can't. No, I won't. You. I have a new plan for you. Make a workshop. Right there. Because it doesn't matter. And then go back here. Must build! Must build! I need some freaking knights here. So let's go ahead and get 1, 2. That's all I can afford right now. Holy moly. 2. That'd be funny. They attack. Oh my god! There's towers everywhere! Holy moly!
Justice shall be done.
Alright, get back here, Arthas. Go kill innocent civilians.
Sound plan.
Anyways, I'm sorry. So let's talk about Illidan, okay? If I were to bring back Illidan, first and foremost, bringing him back would not be hard, okay? I'm sorry, it wouldn't. He's one of those situations where he doesn't actually die, so... Shrug. Not really hard to actually consider bringing him back. Secondly, I would bring Illidan back as the leader of a new faction, okay? I've a... Nice, Flare Knight. Because of the whole, because of the way that, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn it. It wouldn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm losing my train of thought. I really do need to eat soon. Illidan being brought back would make plenty of sense because of the way that he himself works, but also because of, you know what, let's just not even talk. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry, that's why I keep getting stuck up on this, because this doesn't matter to my overall point. What matters here is I would bring Illidan back in charge of a third faction. The name I have been using for it is admittedly inspired by Babylon 5, but Raytheon himself has actually used this term within World of Warcraft. He calls it the Army of Light. 5. The Army of Light is the idea of a number of people who are dedicated towards the salvation of the world against any of the threats that face it, most especially the Burning Legion, and being capable of doing so without the politics and aggravations of the Alliance versus the Horde getting involved. And hence the Army of Light, yeah, the Rangers, basically, for all intents and purposes. The Army of Light, actually, I think, would be headed up by Illidan. And he's dead. And I think that would be awesome, among other reasons.
For the king.
It makes a lot of sense lore-wise. As I've mentioned, Illidan is not a bad guy, despite the fact that they keep trying to make him one. And failing, I might add. And...
More gold is required.
And, there he is. God, this is so hard to do.
Command me.
With the,
Is there danger?
with the weird mouse
swear.
controls. So... Yes, he did, Misha. I still think it would be better if Illidan did, but let's just move on. Illidan makes a... Yeah, I can... Actually, I think I can. Hang on. Is there a way to... No, there isn't. Whatever. I got nothing.
I come to cleanse this land.
I guess I could turn down everything further. There, we'll turn that down. There. I can't turn it any lower without muting it. This is as low as it gets. God damn, I've lost all thought. Whoa, shoot.
Justice has come.
Hey, Mal'Ganis, I have knights now. Bye, Mal'Ganis. Anyways, yeah, Illidan just needs to be re-sane. I actually have a theory as to why he's insane, other than the obvious ones. Which is the obvious reasons, I should say. But the point I'm trying to get across here is that Illidan leading the Army of Light against the Burning Legion makes lots of sense. One, again, as I said, Illidan is a fairly heroic individual to begin with. He's just very pragmatic about it. He's not a Mario, he's just a good guy, kind of like Rainer, actually, would probably be a good way to put that. Two, Illidan is perfectly poised to be someone who would deal with that because he is someone who himself understands exactly what happens when you fall into darkness. He himself has been corrupted. He himself has gone insane and come back from that. And so him being the one that lead this group, you know, there's a personal understanding there that you don't get otherwise, that Anduin, for example, doesn't get. Anduin would not understand. Because Anduin hasn't had to deal with that. Anduin hasn't had to, you know, hasn't had that happen to him. Finally, we also have the fact that I'm an idiot. That's very important to this conversation. Finally, of course, is the obvious thing that I've been kind of dancing around, even though people in chat have already said it. The fact that Illidan, being the leader of the Army of Light, or the Rangers, or whatever you want to call them, would enable the players to finally have Demon Hunters as a playable class. No, Ojunix. Very much no.
For honor.
Very much no. I like Anduin a lot, actually. I think he's something the setting needs, because he is very much the kind of individual K thinks. He is someone who doesn't really get lost in the moment. He is someone who thinks, who needs, you know, who reasons, who even in an unusual situation, he is using his head and thinking rationally and acting like a human being, blah, 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 blah. But, I agree that you also need a counterpoint to that, someone who is going to be powerful, someone who can actually do the hard job of actually fixing everything. You know what I mean? So yeah, Anduin would be a perfect advisor, second-in-command, joint leader, whatever, of this Army of Light, along with Illidan. Which actually not only makes a lot of sense for lore reasons, but if you think about it, any force that is led by Anduin and Illidan is going to have basically everyone flocking to it as far as the player base. Everybody who doesn't like one tends to like the other, and vice versa. And of course people like me like both. So it works really well from a meta perspective, and from an in-lore perspective, at least in my opinion. I could be wrong. I'm not wrong. Anyways,
All right. Yes, my lord.
Forces are under attack.
All right.
uh-oh. Here they come, guys. Oh shoot, they bought a thing.
Live once more.
I come to cleanse this land.
Our forces are under attack.
What ails you?
Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Come on. This is so stupid. I hate meat wagons. They've got tremendous range, and that's the problem. Why don't you come down here and start fixing that? Oh, you are fixing that. Thanks, peasant. Keep doing your good work. Alright, now you're screwed, meat wagon. Screw you, meat wagon.
Is there danger?
Alright, now let's go kill other people. Actually, I kind of want to do this anyways, because this way they can grab these guys. And let's go ahead and get another one going.
I'm here to help.
I don't know, Junix, because people don't know how to enjoy things anymore. You may not actually know this, Ojunix, but the original... Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. The original reason behind me doing these ruminations was because I got so sick of how many people were just complaining and complaining and complaining about everything. Nobody had anything positive to say. And that basically set the tone for my ruminations, and I've kind of kept with that ever since, because it's bothered me so much that people just couldn't enjoy things. Now, I'm not saying they're perfect. That's equally stupid. That's the other extreme. But god dang it, there's still stuff that you can enjoy. Damn it, just enjoy it! Just enjoy it or die! Anyways, as I was saying, so would anybody here like to hear how I would do Demon Hunters as a class in WoW? If you don't, that's okay. I actually drew up a whole design document because I'm a loser, but I'm not going to bore you with the entire design document. Obviously, I just figured, you know, if you wanted to hear about it, that would be awesome. And if you didn't, that's also awesome. I understand. It's okay. You can be honest with me. Seriously, you can be honest with me. I don't mind knowing the truth. The truth! I just realized why those cannons didn't reach him. I can fix that. With more towers. Black Salamander, with regards to Morrowind, here's the problem, okay? Morrowind is an old game that has a lot of UI problems, so it's a really hard game to go back to, okay? Honestly, I actually tried to replay Morrowind last year, I believe. There we go. I tried to replay Morrowind last year, and I just could not actually bring myself to enjoy it properly. Even though I love Morrowind, even though it's a great game, even though it's an amazing game, I just can't really get into it, you know what I mean? Because of the UI, because of the oldness of it. So I'm with you, in other words. So in other words, my advice is to stop trying and wait for Oblivion to be done, and then play that. I'm not kidding, that is my actual advice on the matter. I agree, by the way, Powda. I really liked Warcraft 2. One of the biggest differences between Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 2 was in thematic style. You know what? I just realized I can actually do this while I'm not on a cutscene. Because I don't actually need the sound. What was I talking about? Oh, like Warcraft 2. Warcraft 2 had such a different feel than, than Warcraft 3. Warcraft, don't mistake me. I love Warcraft 3. It's one of my favorite games, like, ever. I'm not even kidding. It's in the top 20. But it's actually probably in the top 30, if I was to be honest with myself. But that being said, Warcraft 2 had an incredibly different feel to it. Warcraft 2 was grand armies throwing themselves into the chaos of battle and dying a bloody death surrounded by their fallen enemies. Warcraft 3 is much more story-focused, much more character-based, you know. There's so much more exposition and there's so much more development. Literally, it's superior in every way, in other words, is what I'm saying, but that tone is completely different. It has such a different tone than Warcraft 2 did because it's all about squad combat, basically. I mean, I basically am controlling 12 guys here. This is just a squad. But I'm already at 46 of my 90 food. This is basically, you know, just me being, me commanding a single elite unit. And that's kind of funny, because if you keep going, that leads into WoW very well, doesn't it? Instead of being armies clashing in WoW, which does happen, of course. But the playable part, the part that we, the players, are playing, is, you know, the little guys. By the way, there's ship combat briefly in Frozen Throne. They were trying to experiment with it to bring it back. It didn't work that well. I actually like the ship combat, though, in Warcraft 3 and Frozen Throne. I just wish they'd done more with it. But that's just me. Anyways, so, Demon Hunter. As usual, there's 3 specs, right? Spec 1 is tank. Spec 2 is melee DPS, and Spec 3 is ranged DPS, okay? Now, the main mechanic behind them is the glaive function, okay? They're demonic glaives. Now, glaive, they would add glaives. I would add glaives as a new type of weapon. You know, kind of like a two-handed sword is a type of weapon, if you don't understand what I mean. Or like a gun, for example. But I would also make it pretty much... I flip-flopped on this for quite a while, but ultimately I decided that I would go ahead and make it Demon Hunter exclusive. Okay, only Demon Hunters can equip glaives. In case you're wondering why I finally decided on that, it occurred to me there's actually quite a few exclusive things that have been in World of Warcraft, and there still are. For example, guns, bows, and crossbows are all Hunter exclusive right now. And before you pull it technically on me, don't forget that, you know, they're the only ones who can actually utilize them properly. So, and the same can be said of several other things. So, that being said, glaives would be Demon Hunter only, but that's kind of irrelevant. Just about any weapon you have can be utilized as a glaive. What I mean by glaive is effectively similar to the rune system in some ways that the Death Knight utilizes. In other words, it's another resource bar. Okay, it would be filled based on activities and abilities and reduced. Used as a secondary resource. Actually, probably a better way to explain this mechanics-wise would be the way Demon Hunters work in Diablo 3, and I just realized that. Please understand that I didn't actually mean to copy that. It just occurred to me just now. Whatever. That's not relevant. The 3 specs, okay? The tank spec is obvious. I don't even feel like I need to say anything about that. The way I would differentiate it from the existing tanks is would be fully focused on the idea of avoidance, rather than mitigation, rather than absorption, and rather than any of the other things that exist. A Demon Hunter would be the dodge tank, basically, to put it bluntly. They would have tremendous amounts of ability to avoid damage, and most of that would be active mitigation. Well, actually, I would make about half of it active and about half of it passive. So the two of them would be, you know, kind of mixed. I mean, as long as you're keeping up your active mitigation along with your passive mitigation, you're basically not going to be taking hardly any hits at all. And most of the hits that are going to hit you are the ones that are magical. However, there would also be magic evasion tanking. It would be one of the only classes I would have that has an actual way to dodge magical attacks. Now, I know that's a little bit niche, but whatever. I don't care. I'm one of those few people who actually likes niche. I know, I'm weird. Bear with me. I know, Armed Devil, and I don't care. Moving on. I'm just going to say it flat. I don't care. I don't. If they want to balance it for PvP, they can do it separately, but I've already talked about that. Let's not get into that topic again. So, moving along. Demon Hunter tanks would be primarily short-range, melee range. A lot of abilities that enable them to move quickly. You know how Death Knights, for example, have the yanks and whatnot, and monks have roll, and warriors have charge. Demon Hunters would have all sorts of things that enable them to move around very quickly. No over-M. I actually have nothing against PvP. What I don't like is the fact that PvE is constantly screwed up because of PvP, and vice versa. I think they need to be segregated, and I get pissed off every time it comes up where, well, we can't do this in PvE because it would affect PvP, and we can't do this in PvP because it would affect PvE. We need to spread them out. That's what I think. That's what annoys me. That's why I get so irritated about that. That's why I got angry there. I was like, God, it just pisses me off. So, because, for example, his comment is right. That would be overpowered in PvP. All that we'd need to do to fix that is what Guild Wars did forever ago. Remember Guild Wars, an awesome game that had completely separate abilities and usages of those abilities in PvP, other than PvE? Totally segregate. It worked. I don't know why they don't do it. Anyways, moving along. So yeah, a lot of this would have to be balanced differently from PvP, so do understand I'm speaking from a PvE perspective, okay? I just want to get that out there. The second mindset I would use, or I'm sorry, the second spec, that's where I was going, would be the melee DPS. Now, the melee DPS, honestly, I feel like there's almost nothing to talk about. It would be a Demon Hunter being awesome and having move abilities and having ways that they can do all sorts of awesome stuff, right? Oh, I also forgot to mention one other thing I had a cool idea of about how you could utilize your glaives to, for example, absorb damage you take and then push it back out as a separate thing, a form of thorns, but a more active form of thorns. Rather than just having an aura on, you actually absorb damage taken, or simply get hit, and you take the hit anyways, and then you can push it back out as additional threat gen or simple damage if you're in the melee spec. Just a cool idea I thought would be interesting, and whatever. And then we had the melee DPS. Like I said, there's not really much else to say about that. It's primarily it would be agility focused, and they would be able to wield mail, is what I decided, mail, leather, and whatnot. So, no real worries about the gear set. They don't really have to change anything about that because there's already agility mail and agility leather. I had this weird idea of restricting them to cloth, actually, believe it or not. But the problem with that is, from a design perspective, that's going to screw things up, because then you have to add all sorts of cloth agility gear, which would add another layer of gear that other people don't care about, and that's just a mess that we're trying to avoid. So I understand not doing that, even though I kind of think the cloth tank would be cool. I mean, hell, the Warlocks pulled it off until they removed the ability to. For those of you who don't know, Warlocks could actually tank in the Pandaria beta, and it was actually really cool, and then they decided to get rid of that. Because, shrug, I don't really know why. Anyways. Some of the other things they would be able to do is they would be able to pull out, for example, the not quite pets, more like minions, but they could pull out temporary minions based off of things that are going on at the moment, for things that are fighting, and have longer cooldown, more permanent minions that they could use long-term wise speaking. I'm sorry, I'm losing my concentration. I really need to pause here soon. After this mission, I think I'm going to pause for a bit, guys. The ranged Demon Hunter would be pretty much entirely focused on the idea of, and I hate myself for saying this because I'm sure half of you are going to hate this, but when I say ranged, I'm kind of speaking facetiously, because it's more accurate to describe it as Yoda in Episode 2 or Mickey in the Kingdom Hearts series. In other words, you are ranged because you're standing back here, but all of your attacks are so fast and you're staying so mobile all the time that you are effectively attacking from ranged, if you understand what I'm speaking of that. And so, and every attack would also bounce you back, and you'd go up and you'd strike and you'd get off a combo, and there would be certain abilities, I don't know what I'd call them, let's just call them combos for now, certain abilities you could use immediately after doing a jump towards, and certain abilities you could use after a jump after it, and that would be two basic abilities. You'd start off with like jump forward and then jump back. If you get where I'm going with this here. And let's say you do a jump forward and you use, what did I call it? Slice down the middle or something like that. Yeah, it's very chained. That's a good way to put it, Pyro. Very chained ability thing. You go in, get this chained attack going, which does this, drains some health, distributes amongst your allies, and then you do a jump back, and during the jump back you also throw out a buff, which gives everyone, blah for the next 30 seconds and that kind of thing. And there would be a timer. There would have to be a cooldown for balancing purposes on both the jump towards, on the jump towards, actually, not the jump towards and jump back. And yeah, the blinked kind of things. That's actually a good way to put that. The sort of blink forward, blink back thing. There would be some genuinely ranged abilities, and your basic melee swing would actually have a 30-yard range. You could literally just go shunk, and kind of like that, shunk, shunk. But hang on.
We're going to finish this right now, Mal'Ganis. Just you and me.
Brave words. Unfortunately for you, it won't end here. Your journey has just begun, young prince. Gather your forces and meet me in the Arctic land of Northrend. It is there that we shall settle the score between us. It is there that your true destiny will unfold.
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth!
Another interesting thing there. I find it fascinating that Mal'Ganis... The Nethrezim are certainly manipulative bastards and very skilled in their own ways, but they're also incredibly blatant in how they approach things. Because, Mal'Ganis literally walks up to Arthas, and I could summarize that scene as, "Arthas, come here to fight me there." I mean, he literally just says, "Come on, come with me." And Arthas immediately goes for it. Now, of course Arthas is going to go for it. He's so insanely he's so insanely angry, he's so insanely enraged at all the situation and everything that's been happening. Of course he's going to follow after him, and of course he's going to go fight him. But at the same time, it's so obviously a trap. But like I said before, Arthas doesn't care that it's a trap. And that's actually the trick, really, when it comes down to it. Because Arthas takes his own men up there with him because he needs them to get after Mal'Ganis, because he believes he is doing the right thing, but he's hit a gray line, in other words. In other words, he's all been doing this for his people, right? That's what he cares about most. But the gray line here is being willing to accept the loss of some of his people in order to save the rest of his people. And then that's going to dilute into further gray as we continue on here. Yeah, I probably would. Whoops. Yeah. Tasted asked a question, and the answer is yes, I probably would. Cutscene. Stratholm on fire. Poor Stratholm. Of course not, Black Salamander.
Much death. I can't believe Arthas could have done this.
Jaina! Jaina Proudmoore!
Lord Uther?
Ah, Jaina. I thought I might find you here. Where has he gone, girl? Where has Arthas taken the fleet?
He came to me before he left. I pleaded with him not to go. I told him it sounded like a trap.
Where?
Northrend. He's gone to Northrend to hunt Morganus.
Damn that boy. I've got to inform King Tyrannus. Don't be too hard on yourself, girl. You had nothing to do with this slaughter.
And again, Uther can't think too far ahead. It's just not in his mentality. So all he sees is how horrible this event is. He's not thinking about a way to actually fix it.
The dead in this land might lie still for the time being. But don't be fooled.
Yeah.
Your young prince will find only death in the cold north.
You! Arthas is only doing what he believes is right.
Commendable as that may be, his passions will be his undoing.
I agree, Deathwing.
It falls to you now, young sorceress. You must lead your people west to the ancient lands of Kalimdor. Only there can you combat the shadow and save this world from the flame.
And thus we see why Medivh has been approaching the people he has in the ways he has, because it was all a lead up to that moment, when he knew Jaina, faced with the realities of how horrible things are getting back here, would actually listen to him. And as we see, she does actually listen to him. Oh, God. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pause the stream for a bit, because I desperately need a bit of a break. But I will be back, don't worry. I apologize, my health is not as well as I wish it was, but, you know, whatever. I'm getting there, I swear. But I'll be back, and I'll hopefully see you soon.